"What kind of family is this Hybalka family?" Kettle asked. "As I mentioned before, it's a family that has grown rapidly over the past year," Milena replied. When the family was first established, no one paid the Hybalka family any attention. Becoming a successful merchant was no easy feat. One needed efficient routes to acquire goods and reliable partners to purchase them. However, that wasn't all. Those at the top always sought to crush newcomers trying to climb the ranks. Established families, having already secured most of the profitable routes, were quick to stomp out any competition by taking over and sabotaging others' channels. Because of this, most merchants failed before even being recognized as a proper family, going bankrupt and disappearing without a trace. When the Hybalka family first appeared, everyone assumed they'd meet the same fate and paid them no mind. However, the Hybalka family grew at an extraordinary rate. In just 1 year, they had risen to a size comparable to the Akasha family, second only to them. Kettle's eyebrows rose in surprise. Just 1 year, that's impressive. Considering how long it had taken the Akasha family, even with their efforts in the white snowfield, to reach their current position, the Hybalka family's growth speed was indeed remarkable. Milena nodded. Yes, they must have worked incredibly hard. Unlike us, they had no history or foundation to build upon. Although the Akasha family had been on the verge of collapse at one point, they were still a family with a long and storied history. Because of this, their initial stabilization efforts faced little interference. The challenges came later during their explosive growth phase, when they truly began to draw attention. The Hybalka family, however, had no such history to shield them. From the beginning, they likely faced every possible scheme and obstacle from other merchant families, who would have viewed them as nothing more than unwelcome intruders. The fact that they had overcome all of that to reach their current position was a testament to their strength and determination. That was why Milena had thought highly of them and even felt a sense of kinship. The Hybalkas had endured far worse conditions than her own family and still managed to grow. I met them at a merchant family gathering once. They approached me first, and we had a long conversation. They seemed like good people, pleasant to talk to, but to think they'd stab me in the back like this, Milena said. Milena's stomach turned as she discovered that the family responsible for repeatedly harassing her by hearing a mage was the Hybalka family. She began to doubt her ability to judge character. As she spoke, Kettle's expression shifted into one of intrigue. "That's quite an interesting story," he said. "Interesting. If the family has grown so quickly, it could be because they've crushed their competitors with their own hands," Kettle said, his tone calm yet pointed. "Wait, what are you suggesting?" Milena froze mid-thought. "The Hybalka family might have attacked others in the same way they attacked your family. Hearing a mage to target you doesn't seem like the kind of thing they'd only do once." Milena fell silent, her mind racing. Thinking about it, Kettle's theory made sense. Someone willing to use poison rarely stopped after the first time. The fact that they used it at all indicated they had access to it, and the only thing preventing others from doing the same was a moral or emotional barrier. Once crossed, the barrier ceased to exist. The Hybalka family might have employed underhanded tactics, like hearing mages, long before targeting the Akasha family. "Is it possible for your family to retaliate in a similar way, with schemes like these?" Kettle asked. "And no," Milena stammered. "We only use legal methods of competition." She was referring to standard merchant practices, like taking over routes or securing contracts ahead of rivals. The moment a family resorted to physical methods, like hearing mages to burn down warehouses, the kingdom would intervene. So it's possible the Hybalka family grew by using such methods. And yet, they managed to avoid drawing your attention until now. Milena's face darkened as she processed his words. Finally, she stood up from her seat. "I need to verify something." Kettle smiled, clearly entertained by the unfolding situation, and nodded. Milena and Kettle would often chat about trivial things nearly every night before going to bed. It was Milena who had mustered the courage to request this arrangement, as talking with Kettle brought her a sense of calm and emotional stability. Kettle, feeling indebted to her, had readily agreed. That night, Milena came to Kettle's room as usual. "I've looked into it," she said. "About the Hybalka family, what did you find?" "I researched the history of the Hybalka family's rise, and, as I suspected, some things seemed off. The Hybalka family's initial foothold had been a general goods store located in the heart of the capital. Milena was already familiar with this fact. But before that store was established, there was another business in its place. Milena knew about this store as well. It was a bakery that she had often visited as a child to buy snacks. The Hybalka family had taken over the bakery's location when they set up shop. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about this. Store locations could change hands through legitimate transactions, after all. The problem arose later, after the bakery was sold and its owners went missing. They said the owners were retiring and planned to return to their hometown, but no one ever heard of them again. "That sounds plausible enough," Kettle said. "It does, but it didn't stop there. The Hybalka family seemed to always benefit from peculiar circumstances. Whenever they needed a stepping stone for growth or faced rival merchants, strange things would happen. Competitors would mysteriously disappear, or families that had secured goods the Hybalkas intended to sell would suddenly suffer accidents. These incidents were far too frequent to be mere coincidences." Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. "And now your family is next in line, isn't it?" "It's a possibility," Milena admitted with a frown. The Hybalka family had grown to a size just below hers. It made sense that she would be their next target. "But how?" she muttered, her pupils trembling. Even with the clear signs of something amiss, she had failed to notice. That could only mean that the Hybalka family was operating with extraordinary precision, leaving no traces behind. Not even the kingdom had caught on to their activities. She wondered if such a feat was even possible for an ordinary merchant family. "That's quite an interesting story," Kettle said, his tone laced with intrigue. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dark room. The room was luxurious, with a marble floor and walls made of high-quality wood. Just by looking at this single room, it was clear that an immense amount of money had gone into constructing the building. Yet, despite its grandeur, the room was devoid of any decorations. Apart from the bare minimum of furniture necessary for living, it was entirely empty. It was as if the building existed solely to project an illusion of wealth, a facade, nothing more, nothing less. Inside this desolate room were two figures. "The hound has been captured," one man said, bowing low. The other, seated on a chair, gazed lazily at the ceiling. "Is that so?" "It seems he spoke about us after being caught. I can feel the Akasha family's attention on us." "I see." The seated man, the head of the Hybalka family, furrowed his brow. "As expected, mages cannot be trusted." "Should I kill him?" the subordinate asked calmly. Dragasar was a mage from the school of the deep-rooted tree. Killing him would undoubtedly provoke the school itself, which was why Milena had been forced to return him to the mage tower. However, the subordinate spoke as if such concerns were irrelevant, a sentiment the family head seemed to share. "Mages can be dealt with at any time. Once the world changes and our master descends, capture him and tear him limb from limb." "As you wish, sir," the subordinate replied, bowing lower. The family head muttered with a faint tone of annoyance, but the Akasha family's attention, that could be troublesome. "Should we assassinate her?" The suggestion came as calmly as if he were discussing the weather. "That's tempting, but no. The whole reason we hired that insignificant mage was to avoid drawing attention to ourselves in the first place." They had entered the Denayan kingdom unnoticed by anyone. Slowly but surely, they had established a foothold and expanded their influence. If they moved too openly now, all their hard work would go to waste. Speaking in a firm tone, the family head reminded his subordinate, "The reason we're here is to establish dominance in the Denayan kingdom and devour everything it has. Do not forget that." "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied with a nod. The family head murmured softly, "Still, this does complicate things." Their ultimate goal was to consume the Denayan kingdom entirely. However, with the Akasha family now watching them, they faced several new constraints, making their objective harder to achieve. "We still need to strengthen our position. This isn't ideal," the family head said. "What are your orders?" the subordinate asked. The family head fell silent, deep in thought. After a few moments, he spoke. "In hindsight, relying on external tools like that hound was a mistake. Outsiders who do not worship the great master are nothing but heretics. It was foolish of me to think of using them." Then, the subordinate's eyes gleamed in anticipation. "We will handle matters ourselves, as we always have," the family head declared. He continued, "Approach the head of the Akasha family and threaten her. She is known as the Iron Lady. I doubt she will be easily swayed by threats," the subordinate replied. "Then how about taking a hostage? What if we abduct a family member?" "Her family lives far from here. Moreover, she's estranged from them. Using them as hostages would be ineffective," the subordinate pointed out. "Her family is out of the question then. What other connections does she have?" "She is not the type to form close bonds with others," the subordinate admitted after a moment's thought. Then, as if a sudden idea had struck him, he added, "There is this barbarian." "A barbarian?" The family head's expression soured. "What are you talking about?" "It's true, sir. There is a barbarian associated with the Akasha family. I'm not certain of the details, but it seems he's on friendly terms with the family head." Information about Kettle wasn't widely known in the capital. After all, Kettle spent most of his days visiting Artemis in the early morning and returning late at night. However, since neither Kettle nor Milena had made a concerted effort to hide his presence, some details about him had leaked out. The Hybalka family, having long kept the Akasha family under surveillance, had naturally gathered some information about Kettle as well. A flicker of interest crossed the family head's face. "Tell me what you know about this barbarian." The subordinate fell silent as he hesitated to speak. He couldn't provide an answer. The family head scowled. After a tense silence, the subordinate finally spoke, albeit reluctantly. "There's nothing to tell, sir. We do not know where he came from. Judging by his appearance, he is definitely a barbarian, but beyond that, he seems to have appeared out of nowhere, like he dropped from the sky." "I see." The family head stroked his chin thoughtfully. The subordinate, sensing his displeasure, quickly added, "I doubt he's worth worrying about. Before the Akasha family rose to prominence, Milena Akasha personally handled trade negotiations. Perhaps she met him during one of those trips." "So this barbarian is her acquaintance. The Iron Lady's tastes are unique," the family head murmured. Then, after a brief pause, he asked, "Do you think he is worth any consideration?" "He might be," the subordinate replied. "In that case, bring the barbarian to me. I don't care if you have to cut off his limbs to do it." "But we don't know the extent of his strength. Shouldn't we confirm his capabilities first?" "It doesn't matter. A barbarian is no real threat. Who's our best available operative?" "Our strongest is Lockbird." "Lockbird, huh? Send him to capture the barbarian," the family head ordered. "Yes, sir." The subordinate nodded and left. "If even the Iron Lady spends her nights talking with him, I doubt she will move recklessly. Afterward, we can use him as a puppet," the family head murmured, his voice calm and assured. The family head chuckled quietly to himself. "All of this is according to the will of the great grotesque one." His voice echoed through the empty room, reverberating into the void. As usual, Kettle had just finished his alchemical work from Artemis's residence and was heading home. It was late at night, and aside from the faint glow of street lamps, the path was enveloped in darkness. In the familiar silence, Kettle strolled at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a shadowy figure blocked his path ahead, hidden within the depths of the darkness. Kettle gazed curiously at the silhouette. Despite the width of the road, the figure stood directly in his way. It was clear he was waiting for Kettle. "Who might you be?" The stranger responded not with words, but by unsheathing a sword. The sound of steel being drawn from its scabbard echoed in the stillness. Kettle observed the stranger for a moment before speaking again. "Are you a swordmaster by chance?" Kettle recalled a similar situation in the past when Swordmaster Kine had confronted him on a late-night stroll. That memory made him wonder if this was another such encounter. "Nonsense," the stranger sounded baffled, as if the idea were preposterous. There was no reason for a swordmaster to draw their blades in the dead of night. The stranger hadn't planned on speaking at all, but the absurdity of the question prompted an involuntary response. Kettle nodded in understanding. "So, not a swordmaster, then are you a bandit?" "What are you talking about?" The shadowy figure, a warrior of the Hybalka family named Lockbird, was momentarily at a loss. Someone had appeared from the darkness, sword in hand, with clearly hostile intentions. Ordinarily, people would react with fear or at least wariness, perhaps taking a step back or drawing their own weapon. However, Kettle did neither. Instead, he simply regarded Lockbird with a look of a mild interest. Lockbird furrowed his brow, studying Kettle intently. Something about him felt off. However, Lockbird ignored the warning signals. His duty was to act on the will of his master, not to overthink matters. "I will say it plainly. Follow me, barbarian. Refuse, and you will die." Kettle tilted his head, puzzled. "So, you're not a bandit either." The stranger hadn't demanded money, which ruled out robbery. Frustrated, Lockbird decided to act without further words. His orders were simple: bring the barbarian in. There was no stipulation that the target needed to remain intact. "If I cut off one of his limbs, he will comply," Lockbird thought as he melted into the shadows. His lowered stance clung to the ground like a creeping specter, closing the distance in an instant. Lockbird swung his blade, aiming to sever Kettle's tendon. However, at that moment, Kettle caught the sword with his bare hand. Lockbird's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively tried to yank his blade free, but it wouldn't budge, as if embedded in solid rock. "Danger!" Lockbird's mind screamed. He swiftly released the sword and leaped back to create distance. Kettle tightened his grip, and the sword shattered, fragments scattering onto the ground. The clinking sound echoed through the quiet night. "What in the—" Lockbird was horrified. "That barbarian didn't even use aura, yet he crushed my sword with his bare hands." "He aimed for my tendons," Kettle pondered. The attack had been deliberate and malicious. This wasn't a mere mugging attempt. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle nodded. "You're affiliated with the Hybalka family, aren't you?" Lockbird flinched, just slightly. It was a minute movement, one that would be imperceptible in the darkness by ordinary people. However, Kettle saw the movement clearly. "So they really are after me," Kettle thought. The Hybalka family had been targeting the Akasha family. It seemed they realized their scheme had been exposed. If so, it wasn't hard to guess what their next move would be. Having read many stories in his past life, Kettle quickly deduced the possibilities. One of the most common tactics was to go after those close to the target. Using hostages as leverage was a tried-and-true method. According to Milena, the Hybalka family had employed such methods before, so they wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Kettle glanced at the man before him and muttered quietly, "He's an assassin, then." The Hybalka family had sent an assassin after him. A fantasy world assassin, Kettle exclaimed inwardly. It was a classic trope, and now it was happening right in front of him. His excitement was palpable, and even Lockbird could sense it. This guy is insane. Who in their right mind would be excited about an assassin coming after them? Lockbird thought. Grinding his teeth, he narrowed his eyes. His cover was blown, and there was no turning back now. He had to eliminate Kettle, no matter what it took, even if it meant killing him outright. Lockbird drew 2 short swords from his belt. Slowly, aura began to envelop his body. "Oh!" Kettle's eyes sparkled with interest as Lockbird's presence seemed to vanish completely. Even Kettle found it difficult to sense him. Is this the power of an assassin? Kettle thought. Lockbird moved silently through the darkness, erasing all traces of his presence. He positioned himself behind Kettle, preparing for the perfect strike. However, just as he thrust his blade, Kettle turned and their eyes met. Caught off guard, Lockbird flinched. "You!" Lockbird swung desperately, but Kettle dodged effortlessly, twisting his neck to avoid the strike. Then, in one smooth motion, Kettle grabbed Lockbird's arm and slammed him into the ground. "Arg!" "Oops," Kettle muttered. "Can't go damaging perfectly good roads." Holding back just enough, he avoided completely shattering Lockbird. "Damn it!" Lockbird dislocated his own arm to slip free, using his aura like a lubricant. He stumbled back, quickly hurling a dagger at Kettle. Kettle flicked his fingers, snatching the dagger out of the air. The dagger crumbled in his grip, scattering like sand. "How is this possible?" Lockbird muttered, his voice trembling. "Even if you hide your presence, your bloodlust doesn't disappear," Kettle said casually. Lockbird's blood ran cold. He was an advanced assassin, capable of suppressing even the faintest traces of bloodlust. Yet, Kettle had noticed it nonetheless. "This man isn't just strong, he is a monster. I have to take him out," Lockbird thought. Kettle knew too much, so he had to be dealt with. However, there was no way Lockbird could do it alone. Making a swift decision, Lockbird vanished into the shadows, retreating to call for reinforcements. As Lockbird disappeared into the distance, Kettle continued on his way with a nonchalant walk, as if nothing had happened. A lone figure moved swiftly through the darkness, crossing the capital like a shadow. The moonlight cast long silhouettes of the city's grand structures, and above their rooftops, the shadow of a man darted soundlessly. Trailing behind him from a distance, Kettle followed. He could have subdued Lockbird at any moment, but he chose not to. His face was filled with anticipation. An assassin's hideout, Kettle thought. In countless fantasy stories, assassins always made an appearance, yet their hideouts were rarely described in detail. Most of the time, they were vaguely mentioned as being tucked away in some back alley or concealed within the shadows. Descriptions were often kept ambiguous. However, Kettle had always been curious. He wondered what a true fantasy world assassin's base would actually look like. Now, he had the chance to find out, and there was no way he could let that opportunity slip away. With that in mind, he followed Lockbird's movements, keeping a safe distance. It wasn't long before Lockbird slipped inside a building. So that's the place. Kettle gazed at the structure with fascination. To his surprise, the building wasn't in some dark, hidden corner of the city, but was located right in the heart of the capital. It wasn't particularly extravagant, but it exuded an air of refined elegance. That's supposed to be an assassin's hideout? Kettle was caught off guard. It was far too conspicuous. He had expected something closer to the typical portrayal in fiction, a decrepit, dimly lit hideout tucked away in the shadows, far from prying eyes. For a moment, he mulled it over before nodding to himself. Actually, this makes perfect sense. When he really thought about it, those who hired assassins were usually nobles or the wealthy elite. If their butlers or representatives were seen sneaking into a shabby alley, it would draw unwanted attention. Even if they tried to disguise themselves in ragged clothing, the very act of moving through the slums could appear suspicious, especially in a well-guarded city center. Given that, it was far more practical for an assassin's base to be right in the middle of the capital, disguised as an unremarkable yet respectable establishment. With that realization, Kettle arrived at a conclusion. So, an assassin's guild operating in the heart of the capital actually makes sense. A satisfied grin spread across his face. In reality, the building was simply a property of the Hybalka family, which explained its central location. However, since Kettle was unaware of that fact, he was fully convinced that his reasoning was correct. This is what true fantasy should be like. Chuckling to himself, he took a step forward. Well then, let's see what's inside. With an air of excitement, Kettle strode toward the building. Lockbird stumbled into the building, drenched in sweat. His breathing was ragged, and his movements were sluggish as he reached up to pop his dislocated shoulder back into place. Inside, waiting in a lavish chair, was the head of the household. His voice was calm and unhurried as he asked, Did you bring the barbarian? Lockbird hesitated before lowering his head. I failed. What? The man who had been reclining in his chair immediately sat up, his once relaxed expression hardening. Failed? What are you talking about? That barbarian, he is strong. I couldn't handle him alone. The head of the family frowned. He knew Lockbird wasn't weak. In fact, aside from himself, Lockbird was the strongest among those in the building. His abilities placed him somewhere in the middle ranks of the advanced, an elite even among the elite. For someone like him to lose, this is no ordinary barbarian, the family head thought. He sighed, rubbing his chin in thought. So, the Iron Lady didn't bring him along just out of curiosity. Just how strong do you think he is? Lockbird hesitated, and after a long silence he finally spoke. I do not know, sir. You do know. I know he's stronger than me, but beyond that I have no idea. He's just overwhelmingly powerful. The family head clicked his tongue in irritation. This is a problem. Lockbird's failure meant the barbarian was fully aware that he was being targeted. There was no way he wouldn't have realized it by now. After a moment's contemplation, the family head came to a decision. We need to be prepared for retaliation. Summon everyone in the building. I'll handle this myself. You won't have to bother with that. A voice rang out, cutting through the air. The family head reacted instantly, leaping to his feet. Lockbird, pale as a ghost, stumbled backward in horror. How? Lockbird stammered. I just followed you, Kettle said casually. That's impossible. Lockbird shook his head violently in denial. He had moved without a single trace, taking the most roundabout routes and using multiple locations as decoys to cover his tracks. He hadn't sensed anyone following him, not even once. There was no way he could have been tracked. Lockbird refused to believe it, but Kettle only shrugged, looking as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Well, I made sure to follow without being noticed, Kettle explained. What nonsense are you spouting? Lockbird's face twisted in disbelief. The heavy curtains covering the large window swayed gently. By the time they noticed, a massive figure was already standing there. With an easygoing smile, Kettle looked at them and greeted. Nice to meet you, assassins. You must have quite the nerve to come here on your own. For a brief moment, the family head was caught off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. After thinking it over, he realized that this development wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it was rather convenient. Their target had walked right into their den, saving them the trouble of hunting him down. One could even say that this worked in their favor. With that in mind, the family head leaned back into his chair, regarding Kettle with a relaxed expression. He's quite big, the family head thought. It wasn't the brutish, excessive kind of muscle. Rather, it was as if he were a perfectly sculpted statue. The family head narrowed his eyes. Not only had Kettle taken down Lockbird, but he had also managed to infiltrate the building without being noticed. He was clearly a formidable opponent. A glint of intrigue flickered across the man's face. Barbarian, have you ever considered joining us? The family head asked. What? Lockbird's eyes widened in shock. The family head casually waved a finger, signaling him to remain silent. Lockbird clenched his jaw and held his tongue. Kettle raised an eyebrow at the unexpected proposition. You want me to join you? We are the devoted servants of the great grotesque. The family head spoke in a low, reverent tone. He will grant true freedom to this world, restoring it to its original form. The corrupted order of today will be undone, and in the world our master creates, we shall live freely. The family head's eyes gleamed with twisted devotion, the unmistakable gaze of a fanatic. If you side with us, we will spare your life, the family head said. The grotesque, Kettle murmured. Are these assassins worshipping some kind of god? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Kettle shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I don't serve anyone. Is that so? The family head's voice grew cold. In that case, you will die. The moment the words left his lips, figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the room. Of course, the invitation had never been genuine. The family head had only been stalling for time, allowing his subordinates to take position. "I know you're strong," the family head said, his tone brimming with confidence. "But you're far too arrogant." He knew they would come out victorious. Every single one of his subordinates was either intermediate or advanced. Even if their target was an exceptional barbarian, escaping from this would be nearly impossible. At least, that was what the family head believed. The assassins silently drew their daggers. Despite his injuries, Lockbird also fumbled for his weapon. Meanwhile, Kettle simply smiled. The family head thought he had been buying time for his subordinates. However, in truth, Kettle had been doing the exact same thing. There was no reason to chase after them one by one when they would all gather in one place on their own. It made things so much easier. "Kill him!" The family head's voice was calm, unshaken. And with that command, the assassins lunged from the shadows. Blades sliced through the darkness, their edges briefly catching the moonlight before vanishing into the shadows once more. Kettle weaved through the attacks, moving effortlessly as daggers slashed through the air. One dagger flew toward him at a sharp angle. With a flick of his fingers, he casually deflected it, sending it spinning through the air. Before it could hit the ground, another assassin snatched it mid-flight and lunged, aiming straight at Kettle's throat. "Oh my," Kettle muttered, leaning backward to avoid the strike. His body lowered further, melting into the movement, allowing two incoming blades from either side to pass harmlessly through empty space. As he continued dodging the flurry of attacks, Kettle couldn't help but be impressed. "They're strong," he thought. Their aura was perfectly refined, controlled with remarkable precision. Despite minimizing their presence and suppressing their killing intent, their strikes were deadly, aimed exclusively at vital points. It had been a while since Kettle had entered this world, and he had gained a solid understanding of its power dynamics. Based on his observations, at least half of the assassins surrounding him were advanced. And advanced individuals were rare. At their level, they were strong enough to serve as knights for even the most powerful kingdoms. The fact that so many of them were gathered here, working as assassins, was unusual, suspicious even. Kettle considered the situation for a moment before nodding to himself. I suppose assassins serving nobles would need to be this strong. After all, they were operating in the heart of the Denayan kingdom's capital. Kettle wasn't entirely sure about real estate prices in a fantasy world, but prime locations in major cities were never cheap. Owning such a lavish building meant they had serious funding. Well, that makes sense, Kettle thought. He recalled how Milena had once bragged about the artifacts she wore, treasures so powerful that even an advanced warrior would struggle to penetrate their defenses. Which, in turn, meant that advanced individuals posed a legitimate threat. As Kettle arrived at this conclusion, his eyes lit up with excitement. The assassins in this world are actually quite competent. This was a fantasy world, after all. It wasn't just physical barriers they had to overcome, but magical defenses as well. To successfully assassinate a target in such an environment, one would need an immense level of skill. Assassins in this fantasy world must be incredibly well-trained and highly valued. Kettle was fully convinced of this. Of course, he was completely wrong. The reason why Milena possessed so many high-level artifacts was that she was obscenely rich. For most noble families, just acquiring a single artifact that had similar power as hers would be enough to cripple their finances. And as for the assassins of this world, they didn't rely on overwhelming strength at all. Kettle was correct in assuming that nobles implemented both physical and magical security measures, making assassinations difficult. However, the assassins' approach wasn't to brute force their way through such defenses. His assumption was akin to dealing with an enemy hiding in a bunker by simply dropping a bomb on it. In reality, assassins didn't rely on raw power but instead exploited the gaps in their targets' daily routines, honing that skill to an extreme degree. That was why even among the assassins, intermediates were rare, and true advanced assassins were almost non-existent. The few advanced assassins that did exist were more akin to secret weapons, privately trained by certain religious orders or kingdoms for specific purposes. The fact that so many of them were gathered here meant that it wasn't just an ordinary assassin organization. Of course, Kettle had no way of knowing that. He wasn't from this world. While he was enjoying his thoughts, the assassins attacking him were on the verge of despair. What kind of lunatic is this barbarian? Daggers flew at him from the darkness, silent, invisible, impossible to detect. Yet, Kettle dodged them with nothing but a slight tilt of his head. A blade slashed toward his back, but he twisted his body at the last second, evading it with ease. Despite being surrounded in a confined space, with multiple assassins attacking at full force, Kettle avoided every single attack without so much as a scratch. The assassins were going mad. It felt like they were fighting a mirage, someone untouchable, something unreal. However, no matter how fast the barbarian was, he was still on the defensive. "Let's see how long you can keep dodging," one of the assassins thought. He lunged forward, his blade glinting as it aimed directly for Kettle's forehead. Kettle stared at the incoming attack. "I think this is enough." He reached out and grabbed the assassin's sword mid-strike. The assassin froze midair, his eyes widening in horror. That was the last expression he would ever make. The broken blade was driven straight into the assassin's forehead. "What?" Another assassin cried out in shock, thrusting his sword toward Kettle. However, Kettle was faster. His hand shot out, clamping around the assassin's throat. The man went limp instantly. Daggers rained toward him, but Kettle simply flicked them away with his fingers. Each one spun back toward the assassins who had thrown them. They scrambled to block the incoming daggers with their swords, but the impact broke their swords, the sheer force behind the projectiles too much to handle. The daggers pierced through them, sending them flying back into the walls. Blood splattered against the cold stone. "No," Lockbird staggered backward, his face pale with terror. Before he could react, Kettle was already standing in front of him. Lockbird screamed and swung his sword in desperation, but Kettle casually caught it and snapped it in half before slamming his fist into Lockbird's stomach. One by one, the assassins fell. The family head, who had been watching with amusement, suddenly jolted in alarm. "You!" "Xing!" A flurry of throwing knives shot through the air toward Kettle. With a simple wave of his hand, Kettle caught them effortlessly, crushing them between his fingers. The force of his action shook the building, the walls trembling ominously. In nearby homes, residents woke up in confusion, wondering if an earthquake had struck. The family head gulped nervously. "You were hiding your strength." "Not really," Kettle replied. He hadn't been holding back. The only reason he had allowed the assassins to continue with their assault was simple. He had been curious. He wanted to see how they fought. Now that his questions had been answered, there was no reason to let them live. Of course, to the family head, this explanation was utter nonsense. Even he himself wouldn't have made it out unscathed from a coordinated assault by a team of advanced assassins. Yet, Kettle had not only survived, but had killed them all with ease. "He's stronger than me, perhaps even at the level of transcendent," the family head thought. "Why is a monster like this here?" The family head was utterly confused. However, it wasn't hopeless. He narrowed his eyes and thought of what had just happened. Instead of taking hits, Kettle had dodged the attacks from the assassins, which meant that he could still be hit. And he hasn't used aura at all, the family head thought. Whether it was because he couldn't or simply chose not to was unclear. However, if he wasn't using it, that meant there was still a chance. Kettle appeared to be an enigma, a man who relied purely on physical strength, yet possessed overwhelming power. But if that's the case, the family head wondered. He reached a conclusion, and he immediately sprang into action. With a swift motion, he flung his robes wide, sending hundreds of hidden throwing knives soaring through the air. He didn't stop there. He slammed his hand down on the desk in front of him, activating a hidden mechanism. A concealed compartment burst open, unleashing a second barrage of weapons from the walls. A storm of poison daggers filled the room like a torrential downpour. converging toward Kettle from all directions. Die, the family head roared. The barbarian had shown no ability to wield mist. That meant he had no way to shield himself. His only means of defense had been dodging, avoiding every strike with sheer agility. However, now, there was nowhere left to evade. Every single blade was coated with a deadly poison, lethal within seconds even from a mere scratch. The family head was certain of victory. Kettle, on the other hand, was overwhelmed in an entirely different way. I've seen this before, Kettle thought. Hundreds of throwing weapons rained toward him in a perfect formation, their trajectories aligning in an almost artistic display of precision. And Kettle recognized this technique. This is like the 10,000 blossom rain. It was a legendary hidden weapon technique, often depicted in wuxia stories as one of the deadliest arts. And now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. It was mesmerizing, like watching a masterpiece unfold before him. He wanted to keep watching, but unfortunately, he couldn't. What should I do now? He thought. With a single sigh of regret, Kettle pondered his options. He quickly discarded most of them. It was late at night, and most of the people were already asleep. If he caused too much of a commotion, he'd end up disturbing the entire neighborhood. After a brief moment of consideration, he made his decision. He turned his gaze toward the incoming blades. They were fast, far too fast for an ordinary person to even perceive. However, to him, it was as if the projectiles were standing still. He observed the trajectory of the weapons and analyzed the angle, the speed, and the momentum. Then, he extended a single finger. One of the incoming daggers barely brushed his fingertip, and its trajectory reversed completely. Kettle moved his fingers again, shifting the paths of several more projectiles. The moment their angles changed, they collided with others in midair. Clang. The first impact sent a chain reaction rippling through the storm of blades. Clang, clang, clang. A deafening cacophony filled the room as the deadly rain of blades collapsed upon itself. Weapons ricocheted in all directions, burying themselves into walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Some even veered back toward the family's head. His eyes widened in horror, and he instinctively activated his mist to form a protective barrier around himself. Clang. The projectiles slammed against the barrier with an ear-splitting crash. When the sound finally died down, the family head hesitantly lowered his guard. "Huh," a breathless chuckle escaped his lips. What was that? If Kettle had simply dodged the entire assault by leaping out of range, the family head would have understood. He would have immediately moved on to his next attack. If Kettle had used the furniture or his surroundings to block the projectiles, the family head would have been momentarily surprised, but still able to react. However, neither of those things had happened. He redirected just a few daggers to make them all collide with each other. The family head thought, flabbergasted. He could not comprehend what just happened. His fighting spirit evaporated in an instant. His body slackened, his arms hanging limply by his sides. "You're a monster," the family head muttered. The word barely left his lips before Kettle's hand clamped around his throat. Kettle slammed the family head into the ground with a force that shook the entire room. This was quite entertaining. Amidst the ruins of destruction, Kettle spoke cheerfully. He had observed how assassins fought, how they wielded their aura, and how they maneuvered in battle. Each aspect had been intriguing to analyze. "I even fought something similar to the 10,000 blossom rain," Kettle thought. The experience had been thoroughly satisfying. As Kettle laughed in delight, the family head, his voice laced with resignation, spoke. "Just kill me, you monster." From the very beginning, the family head knew that victory had never been an option. The moonlight provided just enough illumination to barely make out the surroundings. Even when focusing his mist, his vision was not entirely clear. Such was the darkness that enveloped them. Yet, in that pitch-black environment, the barbarian had precisely tracked hundreds of flying daggers, identified the perfect points of contact to deflect them, and executed his plan flawlessly. Kettle's success had been absolute. Not a single tear marred his barbarian garb. It was as pristine as when he had first stepped into this place. His spatial awareness, reaction speed, and adaptability were beyond comprehension. This barbarian was a monster. Even by the most conservative estimates, he was a powerhouse of transcendent caliber, a warrior so rare that even the mightiest kingdoms would be fortunate to have one or two of his equal. Why would someone like him be with the Akasha family? The family had thought. A mercenary like him had no reason to remain in a mere merchant family. "I can't kill you just yet," Kettle said. There were still too many things he wished to ask the assassin, like how long they had been here and how they made their money. This was a rare opportunity to directly question a fantasy world assassin, and Kettle wasn't about to let it slip away. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle asked the first question that came to mind. "What is this great grotesque that you worship?" Gods existed in this world, and gods bestowed divine power and authority upon their followers. These assassins served a god they referred to as the grotesque. It was an unusual concept for assassins to serve a god, and Kettle was curious about it. "The grotesque, you say?" The family head hesitated before finally opening his mouth. His life was already forfeit, so he had resolved to at least explain and request a swift death. "The one we serve is—" However, as he began to speak, his voice gradually faded. Kettle frowned, watching him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Kettle asked. The family head's pupils quivered violently. A fear beyond words consumed his gaze. The family head's brain was literally melting. The moment the forbidden knowledge surfaced in his mind, his brain overloaded and began to disintegrate. The family head collapsed. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise. "What the hell?" The family head tried to speak, only to suddenly drop dead. Kettle pondered for a moment before murmuring to himself, "This is like the curse poison." Curse poison was a method often seen in wuxia novels. Parasites implanted in the brain that liquefy it the moment forbidden information was spoken. So this exists in the fantasy world as well. How amusing, Kettle thought. Given the assassins relied on secrecy, it wasn't entirely unreasonable for them to implement such precautions. It's a shame, though. Kettle clicked his tongue. He had hoped to glean more information about them, but there was no way to extract answers from an assassin whose brain had melted into sludge. The battlefield had fallen into silence. Aside from Kettle, no one else remained standing. Kettle pulled out his notebook and began jotting down notes. The assassins have their base in the heart of the capital, likely to allow easy access for noble clients. They also implant something akin to curse poison in their heads. The fact that even their leader was not exempt suggests an unusually horizontal hierarchy. "That's about it," Kettle concluded. Satisfied with his notes, he stretched lazily. The rest could be verified later by Milena. With that, he disappeared into the night. Only the ruins of destruction remained in his wake. There was a dazzling room, as if all the treasures of the world had been gathered in one place. Priceless artifacts were scattered about like mere trinkets, so extravagant that even a king could not dream of owning them. At the center of this lavish space, a man lounged on a sofa. Before him, a figure knelt in submission and spoke. "The ones who attempted to infiltrate the Denayan kingdom have been eliminated." "I see. And the oath has been triggered." The man on the sofa chuckled. "So they tried to spill information like fools. Was it the kingdom's doing?" "It appears so, sir. They acted faster than expected." The man stared blankly into space, then muttered, "Wait, so they were trying to infiltrate the Denayan kingdom too? That's news to me." The kneeling figure responded calmly. "They were merely disposable tales, unworthy of even receiving the Great One's authority. It is understandable that you were unaware of them." "Oh," the man said, his face twisted in irritation. "So they're trash then. Don't bother reporting such insignificant matters to me." The Hybalka family was a gathering of top elites. Their power was formidable, even by the standards of the entire continent. Yet, to this man, they were nothing more than disposable riffraff. "Have the loose ends been dealt with?" the man on the sofa asked. Yes, sir. I've already sent people to take care of it. Good. The man rose from the sofa and took a step forward. They were nothing important, but leaving behind any traces would be careless. His gaze shifted toward the wall. Beyond the translucent veil, something unnatural writhed. Twisted and broken, its form was unrecognizable. A time before gods and demons, when only humans walked this world, he ruled over all, our rightful sovereign, the true master of this world, the man muttered in an exhilarated voice. One day he will return. He will restore this distorted, broken world to its rightful form, and we must be ready for him. Yes, sir. For that to happen, there is something far more important than dealing with useless trash. The man turned, his eyes gleaming with madness as he spoke. His sacred relic, it does exist in this world, doesn't it? The kneeling figure nodded. It was previously unconfirmed, but for the past year we have sensed its presence. There is no doubt it exists in this world. Good, the man said as he grinned. Find it, no matter what it takes. Understood, sir, the kneeling figure answered without hesitation. Kettle had destroyed the Hybalka family, yet his life remained largely unchanged. As always, he studied alchemy, and when night fell, he returned home to converse with Milena. Then, one day, Milena finally spoke, wearing a perplexed expression. Kettle, you mentioned that assassin family before, didn't you? Yes, did your investigation yield any results? Kettle asked. The day after he obliterated the Hybalka family, Kettle had relayed the news to Milena that an assassin syndicate had targeted him, and he had wiped them out. Naturally, Milena had looked at him as though he were spouting nonsense. There was no way an assassin organization was operating in the heart of the capital, and when she heard the location, it turned out to be none other than the Hybalka family's main estate. For a moment, Milena had been unable to process his words. However, Kettle had no reason to lie to her. Though skeptical, she had dispatched an investigation team. The results were bizarre. The building was completely empty, Milena said. Kettle frowned. It was empty. Yes, there were no traces of occupation, no furniture, nothing. It was quite literally vacant. No traces at all, Kettle asked. He was sure that he had fought assassins in the building. It hadn't been a battle loud enough to shake the city, but it certainly wasn't small-scale either. Hundreds of throwing daggers had embedded themselves in the walls and ceiling. Assassins who had taken his punches had smashed into those same walls, obliterating them. Blood had splattered in all directions. The entire room had been completely wrecked in the battle. Kettle couldn't believe that there were no traces of anything. Milena nodded. There was nothing at all, and that's not the only strange part. The Hybalka family itself has vanished entirely. It wasn't that all evidence of their existence in the Denayan kingdom had been erased. No mere organization could disappear so perfectly. People still remembered them, victims of their actions, merchants who had traded with them. However, aside from those personal accounts, there was no physical evidence left behind. Documents proving their transactions had vanished. The goods they handled had disappeared without a trace. It was as if ghosts had spirited them away. Kettle's expression shifted to one of fascination. Is something like that even possible? It shouldn't be possible. The Hybalka family is a massive organization, and yet they vanished without leaving a single trace. There was unease in Milena's eyes. Everything that was happening defied common sense. I will continue the investigation, but honestly, it's frustrating. It felt like something beyond her reach. After a moment of venting, a thought seemed to strike her. Oh, right, the axe you always carry. I looked into the symbol. Kettle's interest piqued. And, did you find something? No, Milena shook her head. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. She hadn't dug too deep, having only conducted a personal inquiry. Still, she had assumed she would find something. At the very least, she had expected some mention of it in historical records. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all traces of information. That axe, you said you picked it up from the white snowfield, right? Milena asked. Yes, Kettle had simply found it buried in the snow. It had turned out to be surprisingly useful, so he had kept it. That was all he knew. Milena let out a groan. She had been confident. Her merchant family was the largest in the Denayan kingdom, and she had accumulated a fortune beyond measure. She had never imagined there could be information beyond her reach. Yet she had failed to uncover anything about both the Hybalka family and the Axe's emblem. It stung her pride. Kettle chuckled and patted her shoulder. These things happen, but if you couldn't find anything, then this must be quite a special axe. It's definitely not ordinary. It's not even from the old emperor who entered the white snowfield. And aside from them, no one else could have made a weapon like that, she grumbled as she rested her chin on the table. Oh, by the way, about the catalysts you wanted. To obtain mist, Kettle needed to awaken his path of mist. And for that, he had asked Milena to procure catalysts. I've managed to gather almost all of them. I just need to get the final one, Milena said. Oh, really? Kettle exclaimed. The axe and the Hybalka family were instantly pushed to the back of his mind. The thought of finally acquiring the power of mist made his heart race with excitement. Milena smiled at his reaction. It won't take long, it's nearby. Nearby. Did you know catalysts can also be found in dungeons? Kettle nodded. He had retrieved a catalyst before in the dungeon near the Barkan estate. There's a newly discovered dungeon near the capital, and we've confirmed the catalyst's presence inside, Milena said. She leaned back, crossing her arms. Mercenaries are being gathered as we speak. It won't take more than a few days. A dungeon, huh? Kettle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Dungeons appeared near populated areas, and the more populated the area was, the stronger the dungeon that formed. This was the capital of the Denayan kingdom, a place far more densely populated than Barkan estate. What kind of dungeon is it? Kettle asked. Milena's lips curled into a smirk. It's an A-rank dungeon, a raid dungeon. Passing through a corridor bathed entirely in gold, Aquaz walked slowly and reached a pair of brilliantly shining doors and pushed them open. Inside, she was met with a garden, a breathtakingly beautiful garden, where flowers of all colors bloomed in radiant splendor. At the center of the garden, a single table stood, and seated at it was a woman. As Aquaz entered, the woman turned her gaze toward her. Golden hair swayed gently as she moved, contrasting starkly with her jet-black eyes, which locked onto Aquaz. The woman smiled softly and said, Aquaz, you've arrived. Aquaz bowed respectfully. I, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, greet the holy saintess of the Sun God. A saintess was a representative of their god, a messenger who delivered the will of the divine to the mortal realm. The woman before Aquaz was the holy saintess of the Sun God. The saintess gestured with her hand. Please have a seat. Thank you. Aquaz hesitated for a moment before taking the chair opposite to her. The saintess lifted her teacup and spoke. You must have had a hard journey. It is the will of the Sun God. As a believer, following his will is my greatest joy, Aquaz replied, her tone calm. The saintess shook her head. Your faith remains as unwavering as ever. I could never be like that. Saintess. I was joking. The saintess chuckled lightly. But I assume you came to see me for a reason. Why don't you tell me? Aquaz nodded and began her explanation. She spoke of the battle against Ashishiar, the demon of oppression that had descended upon the Barkan estate. The saintess clapped her hands dramatically. Amazing! You defeated a demon that had fully descended into this world. Aquaz, thanks to you, the prestige of our church has risen even higher. The high priests are thrilled. Aquaz didn't possess the power to slay a fully descended demon, and yet she had emerged victorious against Ashishiar. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, Aquaz shook her head. No, if not for my ally, I would have perished there. Are you talking about the barbarian from the white snowfield? The one the high priests dismissed as irrelevant? The saintess asked. Aquaz nodded grimly. The high priests had disregarded her reports about the barbarian. After all, the true achievement was the eradication of a demon. Against such a monumental victory, the barbarians' involvement was seen as a mere distraction. The noble high priests could not accept that a mere barbarian had played a role in their god's divine retribution. Most importantly, there had been no mention of a barbarian in the sun god's divine revelation. Allowing records of him to remain would tarnish the perfection of their god's will. Thus, the high priests erased any record of the barbarian. However, Aquez simply could not ignore the truth. That was why she had come directly to the saintess. Why did the sun god remain silent about the barbarian? Was it meant as a trial for me? Aquez asked. No, the saintess answered with certainty. God simply didn't know about him. Aquez's eyes widened. What? The saintess spoke lightly. His sight only reaches our world. To him, that barbarian must have been an anomaly. Aquez looked bewildered. The saintess smiled faintly and continued. In other words, even gods are not truly omniscient. Saintess, what are you saying? Aquez gasped. It was blasphemy. Words she could not believe had come from the very mouth of their god's representative. I was joking. No need to be so angry, the saintess said. That's not something I can take as a joke. Please restrain yourself. Aquez steadied her breathing, trying to calm herself. The saintess's faith in the sun god was weak, incredibly weak. Some might say that her faith was almost non-existent. Aquez often wondered how someone like her had become the saintess of the sun god. Speaking of the white snowfield, strange things have been happening in this world lately, wouldn't you agree? The saintess said. Yes, Aquez replied, biting her lip. She knew that the world was twisting, and it was shifting in a direction that did not favor them. The saintess frowned as if she had a headache. It's not just the descent of demons. There's also a group worshipping the grotesque. The grotesque? That's the first I've heard of him. Aquez tilted her head in confusion. She was considered one of the most promising figures in the church, trusted enough to have a private audience with the saintess. She was privy to all kinds of knowledge in the world, yet even she had never heard of the grotesque. The saintess clicked her tongue. He exists. He is a being who once conquered the land in ancient times. His very existence is a blasphemy against divinity. It's probably better if you remain ignorant. Is that so? Aquez said. And on top of that, the warping of the demon realms has emerged and is swallowing entire kingdoms. It's terrible, truly terrible. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. The saintess spoke of information likely received directly from the sun god. This was knowledge Aquez should not be questioning, so she simply listened in silence. But it's not just that. Even our fundamental understanding of the world is changing, the saintess continued. You mean dungeons? Aquez asked. Yes, the other things were always considered anomalies, but why are dungeons going crazy too? It feels as though the entire world is turning against us. Looking exhausted, the saintess rested her chin on the table. Aquez spoke solemnly. The great sun god watches over us. If we follow his will, the world shall regain its peace. The saintess had a strange expression on her face. Aquez, would you like to hear a secret? If it is something I should not know, then I would rather not, Aquez replied. Come on, don't be like that. It's something that concerns you as well. The saintess's gaze drifted beyond the garden. You received a revelation and left for Barkin Estate. Aquez had received the prophecy of the great evil's descent, and indeed, the demon of oppression had been there. But there is a problem with the prophecy. It was about a demon descending. However, the sun god's revelation said that it would be an incomplete descent, the saintess said. What? Aquez's eyes widened in shock. The Ashishiar she had faced had not only descended completely, she had even made the land her domain. The reason we sent you alone was because we believed you had a good chance of winning against a demon that hadn't fully descended. But if we had known the demon had already finished creating her domain, there's no way we would have sent you alone, the saintess explained. Wait, what are you saying? Aquez asked. Even without considering the existence of the barbarian, the sun god's revelation had not been perfect. You would have lost, the saintess said. Aquaz was strong. She was expected to become the next chief inquisitor, one of the figures who would lead the church. However, she was not yet strong enough to defeat a demon in her own domain. Ashishiar would have slain Aquaz and advanced further into the mortal realm. The demon would have devoured kingdoms, spreading evil across the entire world. However, the demon had failed because of a barbarian from the White Snowfield. A barbarian from beyond the divine's domain, the saintess murmured. I wonder, is he a blessing or a curse? A raid dungeon, Kettle's eyes sparkled with interest. What's that? You already know about dungeons, right? Milena asked. I have a general idea, but I don't know the details. Then let me explain it briefly, Milena replied as she began her explanation. Dungeons appeared near populated areas. In some ways, they were dangerous, but they always formed at a certain distance from villages or cities. As long as one wasn't foolish enough to enter a dungeon without preparation, they weren't particularly life-threatening. A civilian dying inside a dungeon was considered no different from someone falling to their death while climbing a cliff. However, dungeons sometimes blocked important trade routes, and if left unchecked for too long, monsters from inside could emerge into the outside world. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. The monsters come out. It's rare, but yes. Unless a dungeon is left alone for more than a year, that usually doesn't happen, Milena explained. That was why dungeons had to be cleared before they accumulated in number. Determining a dungeon's level of danger and clearing it was the job of mercenaries. In general, a 4-person party is the standard for dungeon expeditions. There isn't enough space inside to accommodate more people, Milena continued. Most dungeons had narrow corridors or small rooms. If too many people entered, they would only hinder each other. Now that you mention it, Kettle said. He hadn't given much thought before, but thinking back, most dungeons he had entered had similar dimensions. You are a mercenary, aren't you, Kettle? I thought you would already know this, Milena said. I've been inside dungeons, yes, but I mostly went in alone, so I never paid attention to such things. You went alone? Milena paused, blinking at him before shaking her head and regaining her composure. Anyway, as I said, 4-person parties are the standard for dungeons. I see. Kettle stroked his chin again, his interest growing. A 4-person limit, huh? Yes, there are a few rare exceptions, but most dungeons follow that rule. That's why the majority of mercenary parties consist of 4 members. That's an interesting restriction. You think so? Milena tilted her head. What's so interesting about that? To her, it was just as natural as birds flying in the sky or apples falling from the trees. However, to Kettle, it was a fascinating concept. Milena had said that almost all dungeons followed the 4-person limit, with only rare exceptions. In other words, it was almost as if someone had deliberately set that rule. Of course, it could simply be a coincidence. After all, many naturally formed structures had been mistaken for man-made artifacts in history. However, Kettle didn't care. Doubts and curiosity were part of the fun. This world is truly interesting, Kettle thought as he grinned. Then what's a raid dungeon? Kettle asked. Oh, right. As I mentioned, most dungeons have a 4-person limit, but on rare occasions, dungeons appear without that restriction, Milena explained. Some dungeons had wider corridors, while others had multiple pathways, allowing more than 4 people to enter. Those were called raid dungeons. Because more people can enter, the difficulty is much higher than that of a normal dungeon. In most cases, special conditions must be met in order to clear them, Milena continued explaining. And one of those has appeared nearby, Kettle asked. Yes, near the North Gate. The Mercenary Guild is currently recruiting for an expedition. I see. A raid dungeon was a dungeon that required dozens of mercenaries, one where they had to work together to solve intricate mechanics and defeat powerful bosses. It was a place where strangers had to synchronize their teamwork to break through formidable enemies. Kettle's heart raced with excitement. This was one of the fundamental elements in a fantasy world. "Can I join?" Kettle asked. Huh, Milina's eyes widened. "You're a mercenary, so as long as you meet the qualifications, you should be able to, but wouldn't it be a hassle?" A raid dungeon required dozens of mercenaries working together. With so many people involved, conflicts were inevitable. Even with high rewards, raid dungeons often struggled to find participants because of how annoying they were to manage. And Kettle was a barbarian. Barbarians were naturally averse to group activities. Though Kettle was somewhat unusual, he was still a barbarian at heart. Milina assumed he would have no interest in something like this. "I don't mind. I want to go," Kettle said. "I see." Milina had no reason to stop him, nor the right to. She let out a small sigh before speaking. "I will tell you where the mercenary guild is. If anything happens there, just show them my family's crest. That should clear up any issues." "Thank you," Kettle nodded in appreciation. Milina murmured under her breath. "A raid dungeon. You might end up seeing some familiar faces." A receptionist at the Mercenary Guild in the capital of the Denayan Kingdom, Tiana was feeling utterly dissatisfied. "This isn't what I wanted at all," she thought. As a child, she had read countless stories about mercenaries and had grown to admire them. However, unlike Aline, she hadn't dreamed of Prince Charming. Her fantasy had been something rougher, wilder, something closer to a beast. She had admired warriors who thirsted for battle, who clashed swords and axes in brutal fights where their very lives were on the line. She thought about men who drank heavily and slept wherever they pleased without a care in the world. That was the symbol of savagery she had longed to see. And so, she had studied hard to become a receptionist at the Mercenary Guild. However, after finally achieving her dream, she found that reality was unbelievably dull. The mercenaries were polite and they didn't start fights. Even when they drank, they didn't drink to get wasted. At first, Tiana had dressed up in anticipation, expecting some of them to flirt with her, but that never happened. The mercenaries were surprisingly well-mannered, keeping business and pleasure strictly separate. However, it was only natural for this to happen. This was the capital of the Denayan Kingdom, a place where only certified mercenaries were allowed entry. At minimum, one had to be B rank, and C ranks were only allowed in under very special circumstances. Any mercenary who caused trouble would be immediately expelled, and worse, their patrons could suffer as well. This was why every mercenary kept themselves in check. Most of the other receptionists liked this peaceful environment, but to Tiana, it was incredibly boring. "I need excitement," she thought. She needed something to shake up this monotonous routine. She wanted to witness the kind of violence and savagery she had read about as a child. Every night, she wished for it. And then today, she deeply regretted ever making that wish. She wanted to run away immediately. However, if she did, she had no idea how the furious man sitting in front of her would react. Sitting before her was a massive barbarian. "You're the receptionist of the Mercenary Guild?" the barbarian asked. "Why, yes, that's correct." Tiana forced herself to suppress her shaking as she cautiously lifted her head. The barbarian was staring directly at her. She immediately lowered her gaze again, bowing her head without even realizing it. She had seen plenty of large, muscular men before. However, this man felt different. The biggest difference was the sheer pressure he exuded. She felt like if she made one wrong move, he would crush her skull on the spot. "Mom, help me," she cried in her mind. Her thoughts spiraled into panic. Her mother had always nagged her about stopping her foolish prayers and finding a proper man to marry. She would always say ordinary was best. Tiana had always ignored her mother's advice, and she had even told her mother to stop nagging. "I'm sorry, Mom. I swear I will never make that kind of wish again." While she silently screamed inside, Kettle finally opened his mouth. "I'd like to take on a request," Kettle said. Are you a mercenary?" Tiana asked, frightened. "Yes, I am." Kettle handed over his mercenary badge. With trembling hands, Tiana accepted it. Her eyes widened as she checked the badge. The rank inscribed on the badge was C rank, which meant that the barbarian before her was a C rank mercenary. There's no way this is real, right? Suspicious, she examined the badge closely, turning it over several times. However, it wasn't a fake. The barbarian was, in fact, a legitimate mercenary. All right, she took a deep breath, trying to calm her shaking body. The barbarian before her was terrifying, but in the end, he was still a mercenary, bound by the laws and rules of society. There was no reason for her to be afraid. "Is there a specific request you're interested in?" she asked. Despite her efforts, her voice came out as a feeble whisper, barely audible. Rather than a proper question, it sounded more like a mutter. Yet, Kettle seemed to hear her just fine. "I heard there's a request related to a raid dungeon," he said. "Ah, yes, there is." Fumbling under the desk, Tiana pulled out a request form and handed it over. Request details. Client, Denayan Kingdom. Dungeon rank, A rank. Type, raid dungeon. Requirements. C rank or higher must be able to cooperate with others. Reward, distributed based on individual contributions. A smile appeared on Kettle's face as he read the request form. "Can you explain the details?" he asked. "Why, yes, of course," Tiana stammered as she began explaining. "It's an A-rank raid dungeon. There are a total of 4 entrances leading into the dungeon." 4 entrances meant that there were 4 pathways leading to the dungeon's core. Mercenary parties would enter separately through each entrance, clearing their respective paths. Once they reached the center, they would regroup with the other parties. After meeting up with the other teams, you will need to solve the dungeon's mechanisms and defeat the boss monster. Once that's done, the raid will be complete, Tiana continued. "I see, so that's how it works," Kettle muttered. There were different types of raid dungeons. Some required a full-force assault, charging in as a single unit to overwhelm the boss monster with sheer numbers. Others, like this one, required teams to split up and navigate dungeon mechanisms before facing the final challenge together. Kettle nodded in satisfaction. "There are still open spots, right?" "Yes, there are, but," Tiana murmured. "I'd like to take on this raid dungeon request." "Yeah. I meet the requirements, don't I?" "Well, technically, yes, but," Tiana hesitated. Kettle was indeed a C-rank mercenary, meaning he met the minimum qualifications. However, there was one more condition. "Have you ever formed a party before?" Raid dungeons weren't like regular dungeons. They required large-scale cooperation, often involving dozens of people working together to clear them. With so many participants, teamwork was essential. Everyone had to be able to follow orders, even from people they didn't know. However, from her experiences, barbarians weren't exactly known for their social skills. They were more famous for breaking skulls in duels, even among their own kind. She glanced at him with growing concern. However, Kettle responded confidently, "Do not worry. I've formed and led parties before. I've also completed an escort mission, so I know how to work as a team. I give you my word." "Your word, huh?" Of course, Tiana didn't believe him. A barbarian's promise was one of the least reliable things in the world. Normally, she would have flat-out rejected him on the spot. Barbarians were exactly the ideal candidates for raid dungeons. However, she was scared. If she rejected him, it felt like Kettle would suddenly go berserk and bury his axe in her skull. She had read plenty of stories about barbarians behaving like that when she was younger. Back then, she admired how fearless and reckless they were. However, now, she was on the receiving end of that fearlessness, and her body shook uncontrollably. That was when she realized barbarian stories were best enjoyed as fiction, not reality. "We have a review process. The guild master will need to evaluate your application first. You will receive a response within a week, so please check back later," Tiana explained. In the end, she shifted the responsibility to the guild master. "Understood, I will check back." Kettle nodded and walked away. As soon as he was gone, Tiana collapsed on the desk, burying her face in her arms. "I need to get rid of them." She thought about all the books about barbarians and mercenaries she had collected since childhood. She decided to throw them all away. That night, the guild master sat at his desk, sorting through documents. He reviewed the ranks and specialties of the mercenaries who had applied for the raid dungeon. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Raid dungeons were not particularly popular. Even if the reward were substantial, most mercenaries, who valued their independence, had little interest in working alongside others. However, this time, the applicants were of higher quality than usual. With this lineup, the dungeon would likely be cleared without major complications. Just as he was about to turn the page, his hand froze. A barbarian. Among the mercenaries who had accepted the raid dungeon request, there was a barbarian. Why is a barbarian here? He thought. Kettle was currently staying at Milina's residence, but most people in the capital knew nothing about him. It was because he would leave the capital when others were asleep and returned at dawn when they were still passed out. Only the guards were aware of his presence, but they had been ordered to keep silent. He's a C-rank mercenary. He must have gone through an evaluation to get approved. It must have been a hassle, so he must have been determined to join, the guild master thought. He naturally assumed this was the case. Even so, his decision was clear. He had no intention of allowing a barbarian into a raid dungeon. Barbarians were uncontrollable, and there was no reason to take such a risk. Normally, the receptionist should have rejected him immediately, but it seemed she had been too frightened and escalated the request directly to him. As he prepared to set Kettle's document aside, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hey." The guild master instinctively dove to the side at the sudden voice near the window. His chair tipped over, hitting the floor with a loud bang. "Who's there?" the guild master shouted. He grabbed the axe mounted on the wall. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Although he had retired due to age, he was once a renowned mercenary. The years had dulled his body, but his instincts remained sharp. And right now, those instincts were telling him that the opponent near the window was a powerful individual. The guild master had failed to sense the intruder entering the room at all. The air was thick with tension. The intruder let out a slow breath. "Calm down, I am not your enemy." The stranger stepped forward, as the flickering candlelight illuminated his face. The guild master's eyes widened in shock. Lord Maximus. It was Maximus, the swordmaster. The man standing before him was the great blade of the Denaian kingdom. The guild master hurriedly lowered his axe. "I came because I have business with you, so you can relax," Maximus said. "Understood, but why come so late at night? And through the window, no less?" the guild master asked. His confusion was evident in his expression. Maximus's face twisted into a scowl. "You don't need to know." "Understood." The guild master nodded immediately, not daring to question him further. "I heard a barbarian came to the guild hall today, is that correct?" Maximus asked. Caught off guard, the guild master stammered before finally responding. "Why, yes. He applied for the raid dungeon request." "A raid dungeon?" Maximus's expression darkened. "He really is doing whatever he wants." "I was just about to reject him, but—" "No, accept him." "Excuse me." "Whatever he wants to do, let him do it. Do not place any restrictions on his actions," Maximus ordered. The guild master couldn't hide his shock. This was Maximus, one of the strongest individuals in the Denaian kingdom. He could not believe Maximus came all this way in secret to tell him such trivial information. Maximus's face twisted in irritation, as the guild master's reaction was too obvious. "I didn't come here willingly. This is His Majesty's order," Maximus said. "His Majesty," the guild master stammered. "The less you know, the better. I've delivered the message." As if he wanted to leave as soon as possible, Maximus vanished without another word. The guild master remained frozen in place. After a long silence, he finally muttered to himself, "Did he really come all this way just to say that?" His gaze shifted back to the scattered documents. Among them was Kettle's information. Just who is this barbarian? The guild master thought. A vast plain stretched under the open sky. Mercenaries had gathered there, their weapons and shields gleaming under the sunlight. Among them, a broad-shouldered man clad in armor sat on a rock, casually chewing on a piece of cheese. A blue armband was wrapped around his wrist. "Hey," someone tapped the man's shoulder from behind. "Oh, Barak." The man sitting down turned his head, his face lit up. "Good to see you, ch80. What, you're in my party?" "Looks like it." The man, now identified as Barak, adjusted his bow and patted his shoulder, where the same blue armband was fastened. A voice chimed in from behind them. "I'm here too, you know." "Oh, Marcy." A woman approached them with a cheerful smile, her pointed hat and staff marking her as a mage. A blue armband was wrapped around her arm as well. ch80 let out a whistle. "Our party is looking solid." For dungeon expeditions, parties typically consisted of 4 members. However, not all mercenaries formed parties beforehand. For those without party members, the guild would randomly assign them based on compatibility. Until the assignments were finalized, no one knew who their party members would be, and sometimes the random draws were disastrous. However, this time they had lucked out. Not only did they know each other, but they had worked together multiple times. This party wouldn't have any major issues. Marcy chuckled. "Well, it's a raid dungeon. Most of the parties are probably well-balanced." "I guess so," ch80 agreed. "By the way, Barak, weren't you already in a party?" "Our party leader got stabbed over a love triangle," Barak said. "Oh." The 3 of them exchanged glances, then shrugged. It wasn't exactly uncommon in the mercenary world. They shifted their attention to the gathered mercenaries. ch80 nodded approvingly. "Yeah, this is a strong group. This one is going to be a piece of cake. Who's the raid leader?" "Over there." Marcy pointed toward the far side of the field. A man with dark brown hair stood among the mercenaries. ch80's eyes widened. "Cartman, you're kidding, he's an advanced mercenary." Reaching the realm of advanced as a mercenary was exceedingly rare. Most mercenaries who reached that level were recruited by noble families and knighted before they could make a name for themselves as mercenaries. The ones who chose to stay mercenaries, despite their skills, became legends among their peers. Cartman was one of them. "This expedition is going to be easy," ch80 said. "They haven't fully scouted the dungeon yet, but it doesn't seem to have any major complications. We should be done in a few hours," Marcy explained. They weren't the only ones thinking this way, as every mercenary present was at least C rank or higher, seasoned and experienced. The general atmosphere suggested that most were here to finish the job quickly and collect their rewards. As they casually passed time, Marcy suddenly whispered, "Speaking of Cartman, have you heard the rumor?" "What rumor?" ch80 asked. "That he escorted the Akasha family through the white snowfield." "Oh, that one." It was no secret that Milena had crossed the white snowfield to sell weapons. However, it was a dangerous story to discuss openly. If word got out that she had traded with the Empire's enemies, the consequences would be severe. However, mercenaries loved gossip and boasting about their exploits. One of the hired mercenaries from the White Snowfield expedition had gotten drunk and started bragging about the job. Considering how much wealth Milena had suddenly acquired, it wasn't a far-fetched story. Still, not many people believed it. "I doubt that rumor is true. How can someone cross the White Snowfield?" ch80 remarked. The White Snowfield was the largest demon realm in the center of the continent. No one had ever crossed it. The only person who had seen its monsters and lived was the Emperor from the distant past. Cartman was undoubtedly strong, but even an advanced mercenary couldn't survive the White Snowfield. However, Marcy leaned in, lowering her voice even further. "There's a part of that rumor most people ignore." "You mean the part about the ashen-haired barbarian from the White Snowfield?" ch80 asked. "Yes," Marcy nodded. "They say the only reason they survived was because the ashen-haired barbarian helped them. If that's true, it makes sense, doesn't it?" It does sound plausible, Ch80 admitted. If the ashen-haired barbarian had truly aided them, crossing the white snowfield could have been possible. However, that, too, was nothing more than a rumor. Why would the ashen-haired barbarian help outsiders? If anything, he'd kill them on sight, Ch80 said. Well, yeah, that's true. Marcy didn't argue. She knew it was just a wild tale. She was only bringing it up because it was interesting. It's still a fun story, though. Maybe, but for now, we need to focus on clearing this dungeon, Ch80 said. He turned his gaze to Barak. Hey, do you know who our fourth party member is? Raid parties consisted of 4 members, and 1 slot was still unassigned. I have no idea. Based on our current lineup, it's probably a warrior or a thief, Barak replied. Then, maybe it's Barian. He's always complaining about how he needs to make more money. No, it's not him. His family took him away a few days ago. Turns out he was actually a noble from a small kingdom, Marcy explained. Oh, that explains why he was always so uptight. Just another runaway noble trying to play mercenary, I guess, Ch80 replied. As they chatted, more and more mercenaries gathered. By now, most of the participants had arrived. It was about time for their last party member to show up as well. Marcy, who had been casually scanning the area, suddenly stiffened. Wait a second. What's wrong? Ch80 asked. Look over there. She hesitantly pointed across the field. Ch80 and Barak turned their heads in the direction she indicated. Their expressions froze as they stared in disbelief. A barbarian, they said in unison. Walking toward them was a lone barbarian. What the hell? Why is there a barbarian here? Ch80 asked, confused. Yeah, what's going on? Marcy added. They were not the only ones confused. The mercenaries gathered in the field also hesitated upon seeing the barbarian. A strange silence settled over them as the barbarian slowly approached. Is he coming this way? Marcy remarked. He is. Why is he here? Cartman's voice trembled in shock. His eyes widened as he caught sight of the barbarian. He stared blankly at him as if he had just seen a ghost. Kettle continued walking toward Ch80. Are you my party members? He asked. P-party, Ch80 repeated, shocked. Am I mistaken? I was told to go where the mercenaries with blue armbands were. It was only then that Ch80 noticed the blue armband on Kettle's arm. It was identical to the ones they were wearing. Huh, Ch80 was too shocked to speak normally. So, am I in the right place or not? Well, yeah, I guess. Are you sure you're here for the raid dungeon? That's right. Looks like I'm exactly where I need to be. So you guys are my party members, Kettle said as he grinned. Pleased to meet you. The mercenaries quickly gathered, still processing their confusion. Cartman spoke first. Nice to meet you all. My name is Cartman, the commander leading this raid dungeon expedition. Oh, Kettle's eyes flickered with interest as he looked at Cartman. Cartman, however, didn't seem too pleased. He continued, I assume you already know the basics of the raid dungeon. If you need details, ask your party leaders. Now, everyone, move to your designated dungeon entrances. With that, the mercenaries began moving toward the dungeon. After some time, Ch80 cautiously approached Cartman. Sir. What is it? Well, I think a barbarian ended up in my party. I know, it won't be a problem, probably. Cartman muttered the last part under his breath. I don't know why he is here, but it doesn't really matter. Anything else you want to tell me? No, sir. Seeing that Cartman didn't seem particularly concerned, Ch80 withdrew. As he stepped back, Barak and Marcy immediately rushed up to him. What did he say? Marcy asked. He didn't seem to care much, Ch80 replied. So, that barbarian is a legitimate mercenary who took on this request. As the raid commander, Cartman had access to basic information about all participating mercenaries. If he wasn't making a fuss about it, that meant there was nothing wrong. Wait, does that mean that Barbarian was in the capital? Ch80 asked. But I thought only C-rank or higher mercenaries could enter the capital, Marcy replied. You're telling me a barbarian managed to pass that months-long evaluation process. That process nearly killed me out of boredom. It does seem unlikely. Marcy and Janault exchanged murmurs, but no clear answer emerged. We don't have much information, Janault frowned. Soon they reached the dungeon entrance. Since there were multiple entry points, no other mercenaries were in sight anymore. Now, it was just 3 mercenaries and 1 barbarian standing before the dungeon. After a moment of hesitation, Janault spoke. Let's start with introductions. Regardless of anything else, the barbarian had come here as a mercenary. He was their party member, which meant that the first step was communication. Kettle nodded. That's a good idea. I'll go first. I'm Janault, a warrior skilled with both sword and shield. I am a B-rank mercenary assigned as the leader of this party. I can control mist. Next, Barek tapped the bow slung over his shoulder. I'm Barek, an archer. I am a C-rank mercenary. I have highly refined and focused detection abilities. Then Marcy nervously held up her staff. I'm Marcy, a mage and a B-rank mercenary. I can use basic detection magic, body enhancement spells, and mana arrows. There was a faint unease on Marcy's face. Barbarians, while not as extreme as priests, were not fond of mages. They looked down on them for using strange powers instead of hunting their physical bodies. However, instead of disdain, Kettle looked pleased. A mage, nice to meet you. I heard mages are regulated by the Mage Tower. Are you affiliated with them as well? Oh, I am, but I ran away. Not every mage successfully left the Mage Tower. Many, unable to endure the near-slavery conditions or the limits of their own talent, chose to escape. Even if they fled, they were still considered mages of the tower, just ones unrecognized by their former peers. Most of them ended up working as mercenaries or serving noble families as private mages. Marcy was one of them. I see, that must have been tough. You've had a hard time, Kettle consoled. Thank you, Marcy answered hesitantly. Kettle studied his party members. This is a different composition. His previous party back in Barkan Estate had consisted of a warrior, a thief, and a priestess. This setup was drastically different. A warrior and a mage are intermediate, and the archer is novice, Kettle thought as he smiled, satisfied. This raid was going to be fun. That smile alone made his party members tense involuntarily. What is this pressure? Janault thought. Kettle hadn't done anything but smile. Yet just that alone had almost made Janault instinctively draw his weapon. He had seen barbarians before during his mercenary works, but none of them had ever exuded this level of presence. This wasn't an ordinary barbarian. Janault gulped hard before cautiously saying, I think it's time for your introduction. I'm Kettle, a barbarian. My role is frontline combat. How much do you know about mist? Janault asked. Kettle answered plainly, I cannot wield mist. What? Janault froze. You can't wield mist. Unfortunately, no. My body seems incapable of wielding it, Kettle muttered with a sorrowful expression. Janault was stunned. He doesn't know mist. Hold on, what's your mercenary rank? Janault asked. I'm C-rank, Kettle replied. A C-rank mercenary who can't use mist, Janault thought. Not every C-rank mercenary had to use mist, but most did. Completing enough requests or fulfilling one's role reliably could earn a promotion to C-rank. However, the sheer presence Kettle exuded didn't match someone who had never touched mist. Janault had assumed it was obvious that he had mastered it. Yet he did. A thought naturally surfaced in Janault's mind. Is he just an ordinary barbarian? Was I overthinking things? Now that he reconsidered, Kettle had done nothing extraordinary. It was they who had let their imaginations run wild, creating unnecessary illusions. Realizing that, Janault forced himself to relax. Someone without mist could never defeat someone who had grasped it. Mist was the threshold that granted power beyond mere physicality. Without it, no matter how strong one's body was, they would always have a limit. Janault himself could control mist. He had once taken down 3 charging barbarians simultaneously. With that, he settled his thoughts. Kettle was just a barbarian who hadn't awakened mist, which made things simple. ch80 was going to treat him like any other barbarian. "All right, let's head in. Get ready for battle," ch80 ordered. "Sounds good," Kettle nodded with a grin. They stepped into the dungeon. The inside of the dungeon resembled a natural cave, with winding paths that twisted and turned. However, despite the irregular layout, it felt as though there was a fixed direction leading forward. The party advanced deeper into the dungeon. Kettle followed along at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of tension. At some point, Barak raised his arm. "Monster ahead, 4 of them, and they're humanoid." "Got it." "Understood." ch80 and Marcy's expressions turned serious. Kettle, noticing this, tilted his head in curiosity. "Did you not notice them?" Based on what he had gathered, Barak was a novice combatant, while ch80 and Marcy were intermediate, meaning they were on a higher level than Barak. Barak answered in a flat tone, "My detection range is much wider." As an archer, he needed to perceive a greater area than most. Through rigorous training, he had honed this ability to the point that even those at a higher level than him struggled to match his perception. "I didn't know that was possible." Kettle was impressed. He admired the idea of refining a single skill to its peak, surpassing the limitations of one's level. It was an inspiring feat. "You must have put in a lot of work. That's incredible, Barak." "Thanks." Barak looked slightly flustered as he replied. Why is he acting so friendly? Barak thought. Barbarians only trusted their own strength. They neither relied on nor acknowledged others as comrades. The very concept of teamwork didn't exist for them. Yet, Kettle acted as though they were genuinely a party, maintaining a natural sense of camaraderie. It was unsettling for Barak. Despite the strange atmosphere, they pressed on quietly until the monsters came into view. Beyond the corridor stood 4 orcs. Orcs! Kettle's eyes gleamed. Orcs were one of the most classic fantasy monsters. He had encountered them before while clearing dungeons in the Barkan estate. However, these orcs were larger than the ones he had fought before. Their skin was darker and their muscles thicker. The difference in power was obvious. So dungeon rank determines monster strength as well, Kettle thought. While he observed them with interest, ch80 remained composed, preparing for battle. Marcy, get your spells ready. Barak, load your arrows and be prepared to fire, ch80 ordered. As the warrior and the party leader, ch80 had to direct the battle. And you, ch80 turned to Kettle and hesitated briefly before speaking. You will stay on standby to respond to any unexpected variables. Oh, Kettle's expression shifted slightly. You're telling me to step back. I won't deny it. ch80 remained firm. He was a mercenary, and he had worked with barbarians before. Through those experiences, he had learned that barbarians had no concept of camaraderie. They didn't trust others. They viewed their so-called allies as nothing more than obstacles. The idea of coordinating or watching each other's backs simply didn't exist for them. Fighting alongside barbarians had only ever caused trouble. More than once, ch80 had nearly died because of a barbarian's recklessness. Naturally, ch80 had no intention of including Kettle in the battle. They looked down on others and lived for combat. There was no way Kettle would simply accept being sidelined. However, ch80 had already decided. If it came down to it, he was going to subdue Kettle by force. Physically, Kettle looked strong, but in the end, he was just a barbarian who hadn't even grasped mist. He wouldn't be a real threat. As the tension between them grew, Kettle spoke. Okay. The heavy atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Caught off guard, ch80 hesitated. You're okay with that? It's a reasonable decision, isn't it? Kettle replied matter-of-factly. I've never fought alongside you before. On the other hand, you 3 seem to have experience working as a team. Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong. In that case, an outsider like me would only disrupt your coordination. It's the right call. From Kettle's perspective, ch80's order was sound. There was no reason for him to refuse. Yet, ch80 looked baffled. He hadn't expected Kettle to accept so easily, most likely because he was a barbarian. What the hell is wrong with the barbarians from the outside world? Ch80 thought. Kettle knew there were other barbarians who were not from the white snowfield. He knew it from the reaction of people filled with fear and apprehension. However, he had never actually seen one before. Initially, he hadn't cared enough to be curious, but after constantly hearing about their notorious reputation, his interest had been piqued. Are they the same as the barbarians from the white snowfield? Kettle wondered. He then looked at Ch80. I'll stay in the back and keep watch for any unexpected situations. I'll leave the fighting to you guys. Ch80 nodded, then looked at Marcy. Marcy, I need you to cast body enhancement magic on Barak. Barak, be ready to pierce their heads. Yes. Understood. Marcy began chanting a spell while Barak pulled back his bowstring. Ch80 raised his shield. Kettle watched the scene unfold with delight. He hadn't planned on fighting from the start. This was a proper mercenary party, and there was no way he would pass up the opportunity to watch their battle from the best seat in the house. Begin battle, Ch80 ordered. At that moment, Marcy muttered softly, body enhancement. With her whispered words, Barak's body strengthened. A force beyond human limits flowed into his drawn bowstring. Barak released his grip. With a sharp whistling sound, the arrow flew toward one of the orcs. Thud. The arrow pierced straight through the orc's skull. It staggered before collapsing. It was a clean kill. The remaining orcs, only realizing now that they were under attack, let out enraged cries and raised their clubs. Kyuyek, they charged forward. However, Barak had already drawn another arrow. Without hesitation, he loosed it. The second arrow struck true, piercing another orc's head. Now only two remained. Ch80 charged forward, raising his shield. One of the orcs swung its club down toward him. Kyuog, the orc shouted. The orcs were nearly 1.3 times larger than Ch80. Naturally, they were stronger as well. Both of the orcs attacked him at once. Yet, Ch80 didn't falter. His aura enhanced his body, allowing him to block the orcs' strikes without issue. As Ch80 held them back, Marcy began chanting again. Mana arrow. A translucent arrow materialized in midair before flying forward, striking an orc in the head. The orc screamed and staggered backward. Ch80 didn't miss the opening. With a powerful shove of his shield, he sent the orc reeling, then drove his sword deep into its neck. The orc gurgled before collapsing. Now, there was only one remaining, and Ch80 swiftly defeated it without trouble. The battle was over. Kettle, watching from the back, was deeply moved. Wow, so this is how a proper party fights. Kettle mused. The party he had fought with in the Barkan estate hadn't been anything like this. To be honest, there had been no teamwork to speak of. Everyone simply did their own job, acting more like individuals than a unit. That was to be expected, considering most of them were strangers. However, these people, this party, were different. They moved in perfect harmony, seamlessly supporting one another as they defeated the monsters. Each member compensated for the others' weaknesses, covering every opening flawlessly. Kettle found the sight incredibly moving. More orcs appeared, but just like before, they were taken down without much trouble. Kettle remained at the back, watching intently, as if he didn't want to miss a single moment. And Ch80 could feel Kettle's gaze. Why is he staring at us like that? There was a burning passion in his gaze. At first, Ch80 wondered if Kettle was struggling to suppress his urge to fight. Having a battle-hungry barbarian lingering at his back was nerve-wracking. It felt like fighting with a starving beast lurking behind him. And it wasn't just Ch80 who felt that way, Marcy and Barak did as well. They tensed unnecessarily, keeping themselves on edge. Since their mental strain was high, their physical exhaustion came quicker. After their fifth battle, Ch80 drank some water. How far have we gone? Judging by the distance, I'd say about halfway, Barak estimated. Marcy, how's your mana? I'll need to recover soon. Then let's take a short break here before moving on. Sounds good. Ch80 glanced at Kettle as he spoke. Kettle nodded, The party sat down and rested. Kettle, still filled with admiration, spoke up. That was incredible. Your teamwork is perfect. Really? Ch80 asked. Yes, there's no wasted movement. You support each other flawlessly. It's astonishing. This is a true party. Kettle's face was filled with genuine admiration. Since it was sincere praise, Ch80 didn't mind hearing it. From what you're saying, I take it you've been in a party before, Ch80 asked. A few times, but we never worked together like this. Everyone simply performed their own roles. Ah, so you were in a temporary party. That makes sense. It's not easy for strangers to coordinate well. Are you all part of a fixed party? No, but we've worked together multiple times. Each time, we adjusted and refined our teamwork. It's not perfect, but for a temporary party, I'd say we're as good as it gets. I see, so it's built on mutual trust. It's impressive, Kettle remarked. Yeah, I guess. Ch80 hesitated for a moment. He hadn't expected a barbarian to talk about trust. However, Kettle continued speaking. To Ch80's surprise, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Even when Kettle rambled about trivial things, he responded naturally. At some point, Ch80 almost forgot that Kettle was a barbarian. Before he realized it, he found himself asking, "Are you really a barbarian?" Instead of answering, Kettle countered with a question of his own. Do I seem like one? I've encountered barbarians a few times before, but none of them acted like you, Ch80 responded. I see. The fact that you passed the evaluation and entered the capital already proves you're different, but that only makes it more confusing. You're not from the northern barbarians, are you? Ch80 asked. Are all barbarians from the north? Kettle's question made Ch80 pause. You're not from the north? Ch80 asked again. I came from elsewhere. Kettle's expression turned thoughtful. In fact, I was going to ask you about that. What are these northern barbarians like? Ch80 hesitated. For a brief moment, an image of the ashen-haired barbarian from the white snowfield surfaced in his mind. He realized Kettle's hair was also gray, and considering the conversation they had before entering the dungeon, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. There is no way a barbarian from the white snowfield would be here. Clearing his mind, Ch80 began his explanation. Barbarians primarily live in the north. They've built their own kingdom there, living self-sufficiently. Outsiders rarely enter, not that they want them to. Barbarians were notoriously isolated and hostile. They rejected even their own kind, let alone outsiders. Any form of exchange with them was difficult, if not outright impossible. It's a closed-off region, though in a different way from the Empire. Every now and then, a barbarian crosses into our lands, but it rarely ends well, Ch80 continued. He clicked his tongue in frustration as his face twisted in disdain. They're a damn headache. If they want to stay shut in, they should just stay there instead of crawling out and causing trouble. Kettle took note of his reaction. Those barbarians sound just like the ones from the white snowfield. The severity might differ, but ignorance and stubbornness seem to be universal traits among the barbarians. I should keep my distance, Kettle noted. Still, things have been a little different lately. Apparently, a so-called barbarian king has emerged and is keeping them in check, Ch80 said. The king of the barbarians. A glint of interest flickered across Kettle's face. They have a king. They didn't before, but one appeared recently. Managing those muscle-brained fools doesn't sound easy. Normally, it wouldn't be, but even barbarians follow one law. Barbarians despised order and structure. However, there was one absolute rule they adhered to: survival of the fittest. The weak lost everything, and the strong took everything. The barbarian king is powerful, strong enough to make every single barbarian submit, Ch80 explained. Rumor has it he's at the level of a hero. Really? Kettle remarked. He had never seen a hero before. From what he had heard, they were beings incomparably stronger than transcendence. He's not just strong, he's also intelligent. Apparently, he's successfully leading and organizing the barbarians. Ever since he took control, there have been fewer incidents of barbarians causing trouble outside their territory. I don't know all the details, but for us, that's a good thing, ch80 said. I see. From what ch80 described, the barbarian king seemed quite different from the average barbarian. Not only was he immensely strong, but he was also reasonable, someone who could establish rules and even cooperate with outsiders. He must have a tough job, ch80 muttered. Leading a horde of brutes sounded all too familiar. For some reason, ch80 felt a strange sense of kinship with the barbarian king he had never met. But you're not from the north, ch80 asked once more. I don't even know where that is. Really? ch80 was momentarily puzzled. A barbarian from somewhere other than the north. He had never heard of barbarians originating from anywhere else. The only exception might be the white snowfield. However, he had already ruled out that possibility. So there are barbarians outside the north as well. A place where civilized barbarians had gathered, perhaps, ch80 wondered. Now that he was certain ch80 wasn't a northern barbarian, he felt more at ease. As if a weight had been lifted, he immediately started complaining about barbarians. And ch80 agreed with him. They're idiots. Just being around them makes me feel like my brain cells are dying, ch80 said. Exactly. They'll eat anything they pick up off the ground and end up poisoning themselves, Marcy chimed in. Oh, so barbarians here also die competing over poisonous plants. That happens all the time, ch80 said, reminiscing of what happened in the white snowfield. Wait, what? No, that doesn't. Hold on, that's just crazy. That's not a barbarian, that's just a lunatic, ch80 said. ch80 fell silent as his expression darkened. Once they had rested, they continued moving forward. More orcs appeared along the way, but they were dealt with swiftly. ch80 was impressed. As expected, you guys are fast, your teamwork is impeccable. This is what a seasoned party looks like, no issues there at all. Right, ch80 puffed out his chest, clearly pleased. He had heard the same praise before, but compliments never got old. After a moment of hesitation, ch80 spoke. I have a request, would that be all right? A request, ch80 raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, I'll consider it. He assumed ch80 was about to ask if he could join the battle, and he was prepared to allow it. He really doesn't feel like a barbarian, ch80 thought. ch80 was easy to talk to, didn't cause trouble, and wasn't disruptive in any way. If not for his appearance, ch80 wouldn't have even thought of him as a barbarian. He realized someone like this could work as a party member. Thanks for listening, ch80 said with a bright smile. All right then, here's my request. ch80 nodded. Go on. Would it be all right if I gave you some advice? ch80 said with a grin. What? ch80 was momentarily caught off guard by the completely unexpected statement from ch80. You are all exceptional, ch80 said. Your coordination is near perfect, but there are a few minor inefficiencies. If those are addressed, your combat effectiveness could reach its full potential. What nonsense is this? Barrack scowled, clearly irritated. Marcy also seemed unconvinced, her expression uncertain. They were mercenaries, C and B rank at that. They had fought countless battles, proving their worth enough to enter the capital of the Denayan kingdom. Their strength and experience were undeniable, which meant that they took pride in their abilities. And now, a barbarian who hadn't even awakened mist was trying to give them advice. To them, it was nothing short of an insult. ch80 looked at ch80 with an expression of discomfort. So, he is a barbarian after all. There were barbarians who overestimated their own strength, looking down on anyone they deemed weaker. They would impose their so-called wisdom through brute force, mistaking their own arrogance for guidance. And ch80 seemed to be one of them. After a brief moment of contemplation, ch80 nodded. Fine, let's hear it. It was less about considering his advice, and more about seeing what kind of nonsense he would spew. ch80 grinned. Oh, I appreciate that. It's nothing major, just a few things regarding your coordination. I'm genuinely curious to hear what so-called flaw you found, Barrack said sarcastically. Instead of getting upset, ch80 patiently began explaining. This is how your combat strategy works. First, the archer would be strengthened with a body enhancement spell before shooting arrows. He would ensure that at least 1 or 2 enemies would be eliminated at the start of the battle. Then, the warrior would step in to block the charging enemies. At that point, the archer would withdraw. In a chaotic close-quarters fight, there was too great a risk of accidentally hitting an ally with a misplaced shot. That was where the mage would step in, using mana arrows to assist. Unlike regular arrows, mana arrows were magical projectiles that could be freely controlled. This allowed the mage to target enemies without the risk of hitting the warrior. The mage would eliminate all but one of the enemies engaging the warrior. The warrior then would finish off the last one. After that, they would deal with any remaining threats. Jainault's eyes widened as he listened. You analyzed that perfectly. It was an impeccable assessment, down to details even Jainault himself hadn't consciously recognized. So, what's the problem? Jainault asked Kettle. It's not exactly a problem. You could continue as you are, but your method is inefficient, Kettle replied. There was a way to make it more effective, more seamless. He turned to Barak. At the start of combat, you fire arrows at the enemy, but must you always aim for their heads? What are you talking about? Barak asked. You have impressive accuracy. Surely, you could aim for the legs instead, couldn't you? It's possible, but what's the point? Then why not target the legs of the nearest orc? Kettle suggested. That way, the orc wouldn't be able to charge at us and would be left incapacitated. Jainault tilted his head in confusion. But wouldn't it be more efficient to simply kill them outright? These dungeon corridors aren't very wide, Kettle continued explaining. Even at best, only 2 people could move side by side. If something blocked the path, maneuvering around it would be difficult. A wounded orc won't just stay down, it will thrash around. That means it will naturally obstruct the path, making it harder for the orcs behind it to advance. This was a tactic even modern warfare back on Earth employed. Snipers would sometimes aim for limbs rather than killing outright, deliberately creating wounded targets to slow down enemy movement. The principle was the same, disrupting mobility by forcing enemies to deal with an injured comrade. The more time the orcs waste trying to get past the fallen one, the longer it takes for them to reach you. That should give you at least 2 extra shots, Kettle said. Until now, Barak had only been able to fire 2 arrows per engagement. However, this method would allow him to fire 3, reducing the number of enemies that reached Jainault even further. Barak, who had been frowning the entire time, suddenly looked deep in thought. Kettle turned to Marcy. More importantly, if you do this, there won't be a need for you to cast the body enhancement spell on Barak. Why, you're right, Marcy agreed. You cast that spell so his arrows can penetrate an orc's skull, right? Yes. But if he only needs to wound their legs, that spell isn't necessary. That means you will have extra mana. That's true. Kettle's gaze sharpened as he continued. Tell me, between mana arrow and body enhancement, which consumes more mana? Mana arrow does. Manifesting and controlling a magical projectile required significantly more mana than strengthening someone's body. So, if you stop using mana arrow, you'd be able to cast body enhancement 2 more times instead, right? I suppose so. Kettle finally turned to Jainault. If you receive body enhancement, could you push back all the orcs engaging you? I think so, Jainault replied. Even without magic, he was already holding his ground. With body enhancement, he could likely push them all back in one motion. Then it becomes simple, Kettle concluded. The moment the orcs close in, you receive body enhancement. Once you repel them, Barak will have space to fire. Unlike mana arrows, which had limited power and could only briefly stagger enemies, a simple enhanced shove could completely disrupt them. So, rather than wasting mana on attack magic, they would use body enhancement to clear space for Barak, allowing him to continue firing uninterrupted. Jainault hesitated before speaking. Wouldn't that put too much pressure on Barak? He'd have to keep firing until the fight is over. And what's the problem with that? Kettle looked at him, genuinely puzzled. Ch80 fell silent. He realized there was no actual problem. That was the entire point of having a party in the first place. They thought about Kettle's suggestion, and they concluded that it was a logical one, far more efficient than the way they had been fighting up until now. It was hard to accept, but no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't refute it. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. That's my proposed method. What do you think? It doesn't seem wrong, but theory and actual combat are two different things, Ch80 protested, more out of wounded pride than anything else. He didn't like the idea of simply following a barbarian's strategy without question. Then why don't we test it? I doubt anything will go wrong, Kettle proposed. That's true, Ch80 couldn't argue any further. He turned to his party members. They looked just as conflicted. Eventually, they decided to follow Kettle's plan in the next battle. Kuo, an orc charged forward. Barek loosed an arrow, and the arrow pierced the orc's leg. The monster fell, thrashing violently and blocking the path. Barek took advantage of the moment to knock another arrow and fire. Kua, the orcs pressed forward despite the obstruction. At that moment, Marcy cast her spell, HMP. Boom. The orcs were blasted backward. Barek seized the opportunity and fired another arrow. In an instant, the battle was over. Kettle grinned, pleased. See, it works. Standing over the fallen orcs, Ch80 wore a dazed expression. This is. It was so simple, so effective and safe. It felt almost absurd. Our previous strategy was something we refined through countless trial and error, and yet, Ch80 couldn't finish his sentence. You simply lacked experience, Kettle remarked. Their party had only fought together a dozen or so times. That wasn't a small number, but it wasn't nearly enough to refine an optimized battle strategy. On the other hand, Kettle had undergone thousands of trial-and-error attempts to defeat far stronger opponents. When it came to strategy and party coordination, they couldn't possibly match his experience. Even if he ignored his time on Earth, Kettle had still led countless barbarian warbands across the white snowfield. He had orchestrated large-scale battles more times than he could count. Now this is satisfying, Kettle thought. He had successfully given tactical advice to a proper mercenary party, and they had actually followed it. He thought about why so many people on Earth were addicted to backseat gaming. The thought made him chuckle. The party continued advancing, and soon they encountered a trap. The moment the floor was stepped on, arrows would be fired from the walls. Ch80 frowned. We don't have a thief in our party. How are we supposed to disarm this? I can handle it, Kettle said. What? Ch80 turned to him, dumbfounded. How can a barbarian know how to disarm traps? I've seen it done before. I understand the general method. Kettle confidently stepped forward. Ch80 was stunned. Can he really disarm a trap just from watching someone do it once? Trap disarming was not an easy task. If done incorrectly, the trap would activate, possibly killing the person attempting to disable it. It required precision, technique, and knowledge. And yet, Kettle was acting as if it were nothing. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a thin metal rod. It was something he had prepared specifically for situations like this. I think it went something like this. Kettle recalled how Casson, the thief he had cleared dungeons with, had disarmed traps. He inserted the rod into a small hole and wiggled it around. Kettle shoved the rod in deeper. A loud crack echoed through the corridor. Oh, I think that did it. Kettle pressed down on the floor, and the arrows didn't fire. The trap's disabled, Kettle said. Huh, Ch80 had seen plenty of thieves disarm traps before. However, none of them had ever produced such a crude, brute force noise while doing it. Something felt off, but since the trap was indeed disarmed, he couldn't really complain. They continued forward. Soon, they reached the end of the passageway. Beyond it was a large chamber. At its center stood a mannequin, its arms wrapped tightly around itself. It's a mid-level boss, Ch80 said. Most likely, the boss room lay just beyond this room. If they cleared this, they would reach the final battle. Marcy, any idea what this monster is? Give me a moment. Marcy studied the mannequin, trying to recall its details. I think this is the mimic mannequin. What's that? Kettle asked. It's a monster that replicates any opponent within a certain range. It copies their strength and experience perfectly, making it a challenging enemy, Marcy explained. There's a monster like that, Kettle muttered in fascination. However, Marcy didn't seem particularly concerned. If we fight as a party, it's not much of a threat. In other words, it could only replicate one person. A single entity was no match for a coordinated group. The question is who should step forward, Marcy said. Probably you, Kettle, Jaynault suggested. From Jaynault's perspective, Kettle was still the weakest one in the party. Since he couldn't use mist, even if the mannequin copied him, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Kettle smirked. I like the sound of that. He stepped forward, and the others got into formation, preparing for battle. On the other hand, Kettle was excited. A monster that copied an opponent was a classic staple in so many stories and games. Cliché, sure, but always entertaining, Kettle thought. As he walked toward the mannequin, the mimic mannequin's eyes glowed. It shuddered, then slowly rose to its feet. Jaynault was about to call out for Kettle to step back, but before he could, the mannequin moved. What? Jaynault exclaimed. In an instant, the monster vanished and reappeared right in front of Kettle. By the time they processed what was happening, the mannequin was already swinging its arm. Be careful, Jaynault tried to warn. However, before he could finish, Kettle was sighing in disappointment. Is this all? Kettle said, confused. Kettle punched the mannequin, and it exploded into fragments that scattered in all directions. Kettle clicked his tongue. I expected more when I heard the mimic mannequin could copy the strength of its opponent. He had hoped to experience fighting a replica of himself at least once, but it was disappointing. The monster was slow and weak. He grumbled while his party members blinked in confusion. What just happened? Jaynault exclaimed. The mannequin had moved incredibly fast. The other party members couldn't even track it with their eyes. By the time they realized what was happening, the monster was already trying to attack Kettle. And then, suddenly, it exploded. The mannequin had been much slower than Kettle, yet they couldn't even follow its movements. Seeing Kettle's fist was out of the question. From their perspective, the monster had rushed toward Kettle, and then it simply burst apart on its own. As they stood there, bewildered, Marcy, who had been deep in thought, finally spoke up. Could it be a glitch? When I was studying at the Mage Tower, I heard that dungeons sometimes malfunction. Really? Jaynault asked. Yes, it's extremely rare, but it does happen from time to time, Marcy replied. So that's what it was. Now that I think about it, the speed was weird too. The mimic mannequin was supposed to copy its opponent, which was Kettle, a barbarian with no knowledge of mist. Given its target, it shouldn't have been able to move that fast. We sure run into all sorts of strange things in dungeons, Jaynault muttered as he approached Kettle. Well, that's a relief. If something had gone wrong, we might have been in danger. Kettle just smiled wordlessly as the party stepped past the scattered fragments and moved toward the next room. There, another party had already arrived. Cartman, I knew you'd get here first. Jaynault's face brightened. You're here, Cartman, the dungeon raid's commanding officer, responded calmly. His gaze shifted to grinning Kettle. It seems like nothing major happened to you. There was a glitch in the dungeon, but it wasn't a big issue. A glitch? Cartman asked. Jaynault explained to Cartman how the mid-level boss had been the mimic mannequin, how it had copied Kettle, and how it had suddenly charged and then exploded. Hearing this, Cartman's expression turned strange. I see. Good work. Get some rest until the other parties arrive. Yes, Jaynault replied. The party members sat down to rest, while Kettle strolled over to Cartman. It's good to see you again. Your name was Cartman, right? Kettle asked. Yes, Cartman replied. Cartman was the captain of the mercenaries who had guarded Milena through the white snowfield. What happened to the other mercenaries that were with you in the white snowfield? I don't see them in this raid, Kettle asked. They're handling a different request, Cartman answered briefly, his gaze still fixed on Kettle. There was suspicion in his eyes. How did you make it out? I put in a lot of effort, a whole lot, Kettle replied lightly. Cartman fell silent. He had a gut feeling that no matter how much he pried, he wouldn't get a real answer. So instead, he asked something else. Why are you here? What do you mean? I mean, why did you join a mercenary raid for a dungeon like this? Raid dungeons were no joke. Even the bare minimum requirement, C rank, was a high enough requirement, but sometimes raid dungeons needed A-rank mercenaries. These dungeons demanded advanced individuals, and in smaller kingdoms that lacked power like the Denayan kingdom, the entire kingdom sometimes had to mobilize just to clear one. This common knowledge would be true in most cases, but the man standing in front of Cartman was a barbarian from the white snowfield, a monster who had punched a sky-reaching serpent out of the heavens. He is beyond transcendent, Cartman thought, maybe even a hero. He knew that a powerful being like Kettle had no reason to enter a mere raid dungeon. Yet Kettle simply looked puzzled. That's a strange question to ask. Isn't it obvious that I'm here because it's enjoyable? Cartman hesitated, studying Kettle's face. What do you intend to do in this world? Nothing. I just plan to enjoy it. At that, Cartman let out a brief, incredulous laugh. I see. Cartman realized that his concerns meant nothing to this barbarian. It's funny running into you here. The world really is small, isn't it? Kettle said, casually. I'm affiliated with the Denayan kingdom. When something like this happens, I tend to get called in. They idly chatted for a while. Then, just as Kettle was about to leave, Cartman spoke from behind him. Back then, thanks for saving us. No need for thanks, Kettle replied with a smile. When he returned to his party, Ch80 immediately asked, What were you talking about with Cartman? Just reminiscing. We've met before, Kettle replied. Really? Ch80 gave Kettle a long look. This barbarian wasn't just any barbarian. He was surprisingly intelligent. He had instantly noticed the inefficiency in their combat tactics and had suggested a more reasonable approach. And he's easier to talk to than other barbarians, Ch80 thought. More importantly, he never forced his ideas on them. He let the party decide whether to follow his suggestions or not. That meant he knew how to cooperate and consider others. How does a barbarian like this exist? The problem was his appearance. Kettle looked every bit the stereotypical barbarian. However, aside from that, he was anything but. Ch80's eyes gleamed. Maybe I should recruit him. Lately, he had been considering forming his own party. He had been working as a solo mercenary, but he was starting to hit his limits. Clearing dungeons took time, and getting into raids was a gamble. After going through enough struggles, he realized he wanted a fixed party. Of course, he wouldn't just take anyone. He had high standards, and this barbarian was more than qualified. Kettle's identity was confirmed. Being a mercenary in the capital meant he had a verified background. And he knew Cartman, which that alone was a huge advantage. If needed, they could even be able to rely on Cartman's help. Plus, Kettle had an unusual way of handling traps. With curiosity, Ch80 turned to Kettle. Hey, can you open treasure chests too? Of course, I've opened plenty, Kettle said while nodding. It probably wasn't in the way Ch80 was thinking, but results were what mattered. Ch80's eyes sparkled even more. A barbarian who can open chests, he thought. That meant he could fill in for a thief, at least in some capacity. His lack of mist is a weakness, but without mist, Kettle's strength had a clear limit. However, his sheer physical ability meant he could still provide support. Hey, Kettle, I need to talk to you about something, Ch80 said. What is it? Kettle asked. Ch80 hesitated, then shook his head. Never mind. There was no need to bring it up now. First, they needed to clear the raid dungeon. I'll tell you after I finish this, Ch80 said. All right. Kettle's expression turned amused. This feels like a setup for something. As they were talking, the other mercenaries had finally gathered. Cartman stood up and announced, "Let's begin." The mercenaries took their positions. Kettle could hear someone gulping out of fear. As they entered the boss room, they were met with a device at the center of the room. With a grinding noise, the device sank into the floor. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted. The ground in the center of the room collapsed, revealing a massive hole. Cartman swiftly leaped back, and from within the pit, a monster slowly emerged. "Q-ah!" the monster roared. It had 4 arms, each wrist was bound to chains. Its single, enormous eye gleamed menacingly. Its lower body wasn't legs, but a massive tail. However, the striking thing about the monster was its size. "Whoa," Kettle murmured in awe. The monster was so massive it nearly touched the ceiling. Kettle had to tilt his head all the way back just to see the entirety of it. "I never thought I'd see something this big outside the white snowfield," Kettle thought. He felt a thrill of excitement. Cartman raised his sword and ordered, "Prepare for battle." "Kaya!" The boss monster raised its arms. The chains rattled as they swung through the air. Then it brought its arms crashing down. The sheer force of the impact shook the entire dungeon. Cartman darted between the boss's attacks, his sword flashing. Clang! With a sharp, shattering sound, the boss's massive body trembled. It lashed out in anger, throwing a wild punch. Cartman twisted his body, dodging with ease. It was an incredibly swift and clean movement. Cartman quickly assessed the situation. As expected, "I don't think I can defeat it with brute force." This wasn't a battle of sheer strength. There was a strategy to winning. Cartman's sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, and then he shouted, "The chains." Looking closely, there were 4 pillars standing at the edges of the room, structures that hadn't been there before the boss monster emerged. "Tie the chains to the pillars. That's the key to taking it down," Cartman ordered. "He's fast," Kettle remarked. He was once again impressed as Cartman had figured out the strategy in an instant. So, this is what an A-rank mercenary is like. Thinking back, Cartman had quickly identified monsters, weak points back in the white snowfield as well. He was undoubtedly superior to other mercenaries. Hearing Cartman's orders, the mercenaries sprang into action, grabbing the chains and struggling to pull them toward the pillars. What a sight, Kettle mused. He was witnessing a dozen mercenaries working together to take down a colossal enemy. It was like something straight out of a game. However, unlike in a game, the raw intensity of the moment, the reality of it, was tangible. Kettle felt a deep sense of satisfaction. HMPH. Even Marcy was gripping a chain with her small hands, pulling with all her might. As if annoyed, the boss monster swung its arm. That single motion sent the mercenaries reeling. "Arg!" Marcy screamed as she was nearly lifted off the ground, still holding onto the chain. However, just as she was about to be flung away, the chain stopped. The boss monster staggered mid-swing. "Are you okay?" "Ah, thank you." Marcy turned to the voice behind her and froze. Kettle stood there, casually holding the chain in one hand. He looked completely unbothered, as if he were merely holding the leash of a small dog on a stroll. Marcy blinked in disbelief. "Huh." "HRRRNGH," the other mercenaries shouted. Before Marcy could process what was going on, the other mercenaries rushed in, grabbing hold of the chain and pulling with all their strength. Kettle tilted his head. "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Marcy shook her head and got to her feet. She assumed she was imagining things for a moment. The boss fight continued without any major surprises. Cartman kept the boss's attention while the mercenaries worked to tie the chains to the pillars. An hour later, all 4 chains were secured. "Kyarg!" the boss monster roared and struggled, its arms completely restrained. However, no matter how it thrashed, it couldn't break free. A gaping hole was now visible in its chest. The mercenaries erupted in cheers. "It's over." "Cartman, great work." "It's not over yet," Cartman said. Despite his words, the tension in his expression eased. The boss's mechanics had been fully exploited, and all that remained was the finishing blow. It was as good as done. There were no casualties or serious injuries, which meant the strategy had been a success. Cartman calmly approached the monster. All he had to do was drive his sword into the exposed chest. Kaya, Kua. The monster's strange cry echoed through the room. Cartman dismissed it as the boss's dying wail and paid it no mind. Kua. However, as he stepped closer, something felt off. The boss's face was distorted in an unusual way. Cartman hesitated, but then he realized that this was not the face of agony. It was a sneer. Kaya. At that moment, Cartman understood that the cries he had thought were its death throes were mere laughter. The boss monster grinned as a chill ran down Cartman's spine. Instinctively, he raised his sword to defend himself from the massive impact that was coming for him. He was sent flying. Kettle, didn't you say you cannot wield mist? Ch80 asked. I can't, Kettle replied flatly. Ch80 then realized that Kettle had said he couldn't wield mist, but he had never said he was weak. Move the unconscious mercenaries, will you? It would be quite unfair if they were crushed under that thing's weight, Kettle ordered. All right, almost instinctively, Ch80 nodded. Kaya, the boss staggered to its feet, confusion flashing in its massive eye. It could not believe that a human had just thrown it. For the first time, caution crept into its gaze. It could sense that something was wrong, and without hesitation, it swung its fist. Boom! The dungeon's only exit collapsed, sealing them inside. Rocks tumbled down, blocking any escape. Kettle whistled. That's a smart move. Until now, the boss hadn't destroyed the passage, because it had always been confident it could eliminate anyone who tried to flee. But this time, it had sealed the exit, a clear sign that it believed Kettle could escape. It's actually thinking, Kettle analyzed. Kettle hadn't done anything to help out the mercenaries, while they were being wiped out because none of them had actually died. Looks like it needs them alive, trying to use them to enhance itself, maybe, Kettle said as he chuckled. Understanding a dungeon boss's objective was an essential step in figuring out how to defeat it. The boss did not like Kettle's laughter. Kaya! With a flick of its tail, it lunged forward, its enormous body accelerating toward Kettle like a cannonball. Watching the charge, Kettle muttered to himself, Pattern hasn't changed much, huh? Crunch. The next moment, the boss's body was hurled across the room, slamming violently into the far wall. Kaya! Undeterred, it roared and charged again. Kettle easily sidestepped, his footwork precise. A shriek of frustration echoed as the boss struggled to keep up. It seems like it's immune to physical damage, Kettle noted. Was it always like that, or is this a new gimmick? Kettle grinned, genuinely entertained. The boss staggered, panting. It had no choice but to acknowledge that this human was far stronger than itself. However, the boss was the dungeon's master. It was built with an absolute rule. Unless defeated in the proper manner, it could not die and it could not be harmed. Determined, the boss let out a deafening roar, coiling its tail before launching forward, all four of its fists swinging at once. It was the monster's ultimate attack. Despite the mighty attack, it was stopped by Kettle's single outstretched palm. Oops! Kettle gripped the boss's arm and threw it. Once again, the creature crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. However, it refused to surrender. It lunged once again, wrapping its tail around Kettle, squeezing tightly. Then it lifted him into the air, preparing to slam him down with all its might. Kaya. Something felt wrong. The tail wouldn't move. No matter how much force it applied, it refused to budge, as if caught in an unseen grip. Then the boss flew once more. Kettle had simply thrown it by its tail. Kaya, scrambling to get up, the monster rushed at him again. However, Kettle was simply smiling. Yeah, it wouldn't be any fun if I could defeat you with physical power. Kettle didn't want to simply defeat the boss. He wanted to solve the dungeon. Sure, it's fun to work as a team and clear a raid dungeon together, but there's something thrilling about figuring it all out by myself. Facing a dungeon boss head-on without any prior information was a challenge in itself. Observing its abilities and attack patterns, analyzing them carefully, and gradually breaking them down, there was something incredibly thrilling about it. Now then, how should I go about this? Kettle muttered to himself, a grin forming on his lips. Cough! Cartman spat out blood. If he hadn't instinctively shielded himself, the attack would have been fatal. The mercenaries gasped in horror. Cartman! What the hell? Kaya! The monster roared. The mercenaries realized that the boss they thought they had subdued was laughing at them. Pitiful, the boss spoke, but it wasn't the language of humans. It was an unnatural distortion of a beast's cry, twisted until it mimicked human speech. Insects. Rumble. Chains snapped and fell to the ground, and the pillars sank into the floor. The gaping wound in the boss's chest, inflicted during the battle, began to close. The dungeon's structure, its very mechanics, were changing. Mana, Cartman said as his pupils dilated. The dungeon's mana wavered and the density skyrocketed, filling the entire space before they could even react. The mana levels are shifting. In an instant, the dungeon's mana had more than doubled. At this concentration, this wasn't just an A-rank dungeon anymore. This is an AA rank dungeon, Cartman thought. Kua, the boss grinned, its now free arms moving with ease. Boom. With just a simple swing, the mercenaries were blown away. Those in its trajectory were slammed into the walls, their heads smashing into the ground as they collapsed. Everything was crumbling, and they were being utterly overwhelmed. Cartman barely managed to stay conscious, throwing himself forward. He dashed toward the monster at full speed. The monster chuckled, as if amused by his feeble attempt. Raising one arm, it casually flicked a finger. Cartman's sword met its fingertip. Clang. Gah! That single touch sent Cartman skidding backward. The sheer impact rattled his entire body. He swallowed down the blood rising in his throat. What kind of power is this? Cartman was an A-rank mercenary. His strength verged on inhuman, a warrior of the highest caliber, capable of wielding aura with mastery. Before the dungeon had changed, he had managed to block the boss's attacks without much difficulty. Now, even for someone of his caliber, just defending against its casual swipes felt impossible. Unless one was a transcendent or higher, there was no way of defeating this powerful monster. Arg! Even as Cartman struggled, the mercenaries continued to be swept away. Gritting his teeth, Cartman lunged forward once more. Annoyed, the boss swung its arm again. It wasn't even moving particularly fast, yet its speed left afterimages in the air. Boom! Cartman narrowly dodged, but the shockwave alone sent his body reeling. He bit his lip. Did the dungeon lure us in? This AA A-rank dungeon had disguised itself as an A-rank one, tricking people into entering. Is that even possible? No, that shouldn't be possible, Cartman contemplated. However, he couldn't deny what was happening right before his eyes. This is too dangerous. I need to tell people outside. As he made up his mind to warn the people in the capital, the boss turned its gaze toward him. A chill ran down Cartman's spine. It was as if the boss had read his intentions. Then it smiled. Before he could react, its massive form was suddenly right in front of him. Desperately, Cartman raised his sword, but it was futile. The boss's fist smashed through his guard and struck him directly. Argh! Blood spurted from his mouth as Cartman crumpled to the ground. He was sure that this monster had understood his thoughts and responded accordingly. Someone needs to warn the outside world. That was his last thought before his consciousness faded. Kaya! Amidst the bodies of fallen mercenaries, the monster laughed. Nearly all the mercenaries lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The only ones still aware were Kettle's party, huddled against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't due to some special power or strategy they had uncovered. It was pure chance. They had simply been standing farther away from the boss when it broke free. And so, they had witnessed everything. What is this? Jane Alt muttered. The dungeon had suddenly shifted. The boss they had believed to be defeated had broken its restraints and, in an instant, became overwhelmingly powerful, tearing through the mercenaries like they were nothing. Huff, huff, Marcy struggled to breathe. The sheer density of mana pressing down on her was suffocating, far too much for a mage like her to withstand. Why did the dungeon's difficulty suddenly change? ch80 shouted. You mean to say you didn't know either? Kettle muttered, intrigued. It's like a hidden phase, perhaps. Hidden what? You don't know about this. A hidden phase was like a concealed pattern that only emerged when specific conditions were met, or when a dungeon's difficulty reached a certain threshold. Against raid dungeon bosses like this, it was a common occurrence. Kettle had encountered this countless times in fantasy games back on Earth. Hearing this, ch80 snapped in frustration, his voice barely restrained. Common? What the hell do you mean, common? ch80 had never even heard of such a thing. If something like a hidden phase existed, what's the point of assessing a dungeon's difficulty? ch80 shouted. It would make more sense to send the most powerful mercenaries for all of the dungeons. No one in their right mind would walk into a dungeon, unprepared, when some unknown factor could turn it into a death trap. Maybe you're right, Kettle admitted, considering ch80's words. This wasn't some game he was playing back on Earth, this was reality. Here, a hidden phase wasn't an exciting surprise. It was a terrifying, lethal unknown. Realizing yet another stark difference between fiction and reality, Kettle's lips curled into a satisfied smile. How lucky am I to witness something like this in my very first raid dungeon, Kettle mused. Lucky? Did you just say lucky? Are you out of your freaking mind? ch80 couldn't hold back any longer and shouted furiously. Kaya! The satisfied boss let out a chilling laugh as it slowly advanced toward the remaining humans. They recoiled in terror, pressing themselves against the wall, but there was nowhere left to retreat. Clearly amused by their fear, the boss smiled as if a child playing with toys. It took its time approaching, deliberately dragging out the moment to heighten their horror. Just then, it noticed something. Among the trembling humans, one stood out. Unlike the others, a large man was not afraid. Instead of cowering, he was watching the boss with interest, even tilting his head slightly as if studying it. You're really big. Kettle's eyes roamed over the creature, intrigued. Its tail is that of a fish, but a snake, would this be considered a chimera? Kettle wondered. The monster had a single massive eye, 4 muscular arms, and a serpentine lower body, which all fascinated Kettle. However, the boss did not like the way Kettle was looking at it. Humans were supposed to fear it. They were supposed to tremble, be consumed by terror, and flee. They were not supposed to stare at it with calm curiosity. Kaya, the boss made a decision to break this human. It wanted to instill fear in that composed expression, starting with his limbs. The boss reached out, its massive hand enveloping Kettle entirely. His figure disappeared within the monstrous grip. The other party members gasped and squeezed their eyes shut, unwilling to witness the inevitable. The boss applied pressure, light at first, so as not to crush him too entirely. The right balance was necessary. It wanted to hear the satisfying crunch of breaking bones, to savor the scream of agony that would follow. However, nothing happened. Kaya, the boss wondered if it hadn't used enough force. It tightened its grip further. Still, nothing happened. Confused, it squeezed even harder. Frustration mounting, the boss increased its strength to near its full power. Yet there was no satisfying sound, no scream, no anything. Kaya, irritated, the boss prepared to slam Kettle into the ground. Suddenly, its massive body soared through the air. Kaya. For a split second, the boss didn't understand what was happening. It wondered why it was flying. The thought vanished as its enormous frame slammed into the ceiling. Boom. Kaya. The impact sent it crashing back to the ground, roaring in pain. And standing exactly where he had been before, completely unscathed, was Kettle. The party members, bracing for a gruesome sight, opened their eyes in shock. What just happened? Why are you guys surprised? Kettle asked. Kettle glanced around, wondering how to exploit the boss's mechanics. His party members were busy hauling off unconscious mercenaries, and the chains were scattered on the ground. Ever since the boss entered its hidden phase, the hole in its chest had closed up, and its chains had come loose. Those chains still lay where they had fallen. Maybe I can use those, Kettle thought. He decided to try the same mechanic as before, bind the boss's 4 arms with those freed chains and restrain it again. Some raid bosses required repeating the same gimmick. With that in mind, Kettle raced toward the boss and reached out. Boom! He clenched his fist and slammed it down, shaking the entire room. The monster screamed, "Kaya!" Without delay, Kettle snatched up the chains from the floor and began wrapping them around the boss's arms. The cuffs on each end had come undone, so he couldn't fasten them normally. Instead, he simply wound the chains tightly around its limbs. Of course, the boss wasn't going to hold still. There was no way it would just watch while its arms got chained up. It thrashed its arms in an attempt to shake him off, and Kettle was a bit annoyed. "Stay put," Kettle muttered, stomping on the boss's torso in irritation. A deafening boom echoed, and the boss coughed up blood, even though it was immune to physical damage and hadn't actually been injured. It had at least been rattled enough to pause, so Kettle kept winding the chains around its arms. Next, I should anchor these to those pillars on the edges, Kettle thought. He picked up the chains and headed for the perimeter of the room, only to find no pillars waiting there. Oh, right. When the boss entered its hidden phase, the pillars had sunk into the floor. Even with the arms chained, there was nowhere to secure them. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle made his decision. I'll just jam it into the wall. Kettle took the chain and hammered it into the wall. Cracks formed, and the chains were driven in deep. One by one, he pinned all 4 of the boss's arms to the walls until he stood back, satisfied, and looked at the boss. "Kaya," the boss flailed, but nothing else happened. "No, this is not it," Kettle remarked. Crack. With a furious roar, the boss ripped the chains out of the wall. It swung its arms in anger, sending the liberated chains scraping across the floor toward Kettle. "I guess I don't need these anymore," he said casually, catching the flying chain and squeezing until it crumbled into dust. "All right," he added with a bright smile. "What should I try next?" He kept dodging the boss's attacks while mulling over possibilities, eyeing its face. It had a giant eye but a comparatively small nose and mouth, both roughly human-sized. Although it was immune to physical damage, it wasn't truly invincible. One classic method of killing a seemingly impervious enemy was to cut off its airflow. In one smooth motion, Kettle soared through the air and stopped right in front of its massive eye. "Kaya," the boss's pupils reflected Kettle's form. It panicked and tried to respond, but Kettle's hand seized its head. Boom. He slammed its head down so hard that the boss couldn't even scream, mainly because Kettle's grip covered both its mouth and nose. This is a classic move too, he thought. An enemy immune to physical blows wasn't invulnerable if it still needed to breathe. If one blocked its nose and mouth, one could suffocate it. Kettle had seen this method in various stories and thought it was worth a shot. The boss couldn't even whimper. Powerful hands clamped down on its mouth and nose with the weight of a mountain, so it flailed its all 4 arms, desperately punching at Kettle to make him let go. Boom, boom. Each strike unleashed a shockwave, and the boss was indeed superhumanly strong. Cartman had assessed its power as enough to cleave through anything and reshape the very land. However, it was useless here. Kettle didn't budge an inch. He appeared unscathed, and the boss looked like it was losing its mind. About 30 minutes passed, and the boss eventually slowed down, more out of exhaustion than a lack of oxygen, because it clearly wasn't suffocating. "So, this is not working either," Kettle said, letting go. "I wonder what's the point of having that nose if it's not for breathing." Finally freed, the boss unleashed a pent-up wail. "Kaya!" Its roar reverberated through the room as it staggered upright. It glared at Kettle with pure hatred and lunged at him in a fury. Kettle calmly grabbed its arm and slammed it back down. Then he seized its tail. "How about I toss you into the hole you crawled out of?" he said, dragging the creature across the ground. The boss tried to cling to the floor, scraping it with its claws, but it was all in vain. It looked like a tantrum-throwing child being carried off by a parent. Kettle hauled it right to the hole in the ground and flung it in. Its scream grew distant as it fell. Boom. After a while, a heavy impact echoed from below. Kettle peered into the hole, looking intrigued. "That hole is pretty deep. How far down does it go?" "Ch80." The boss clung to the walls of the hole and began climbing back up. "Oh wow, you're coming back," Kettle said with a delighted laugh. It was all useless effort on the boss's part, but he neither pitied it nor felt tired himself. If anything, he was having fun. After all, trial and error was part of the joy of figuring out a raid. What should I try next? Kettle smiled to himself as he planned his next move. The party members all stood by and watched with rigid expressions. At first, they had been filled with awe at Kettle's strength. They were thrilled at the prospect of surviving and amazed to see Kettle completely overwhelm the boss. Yet, as time went on, their initial admiration faded, replaced by growing fear. The boss let out a roar. "Ch80." That alone was enough to freeze them in place. It was, after all, an incredibly powerful monster that had knocked out Cartman, an advanced mercenary, in the blink of an eye. They all knew it was an enemy they couldn't hope to defeat in their lifetime. However, that terrifying monster was now little more than a plaything in Kettle's hands. From Kettle's perspective, he was simply trying out ideas after another, searching for a way to defeat a boss that couldn't be killed by normal means. To the others, though, it looked as if he was merely toying with it. And the most unsettling part of it all was the expression on Kettle's face. "Look, he's smiling," Marcy muttered, her voice trembling. Kettle's grin never left his face, as if he was pleased by the boss's desperate flailing and genuinely enjoying the situation. It wasn't the smile of someone who enjoyed combat for the thrill of battle. That would have been far less frightening by comparison. This was something else, an utterly foreign expression, more like someone reveling in a new, entertaining game. They saw the boss as a powerful monster, so they were stumped as to what to call Kettle, someone who was dominating a powerful monster. Before long, the boss stopped trying to fight back and started trying to escape. It turned to flee in panic, flailing its limbs like it was running for dear life. "Hey now, I can't let you do that," Kettle said. He grabbed its tail again, slamming it into the ground. "Ch80." The boss resisted weakly, but it had lost much of its fire. It was strong, yet all its attacks had proved useless against Kettle. Even so, it couldn't die, and at first, it had tried to find a way to overcome Kettle. But now it knew full well how impossible that was. Terror filled its eyes. More frightening than Kettle's power was the look on his face, like it wasn't even considering the boss a living being but a toy, nothing more or less. The boss no longer wanted to be that toy. It just wanted to get away. Its one-sprout immunity to damage, unless someone triggered the boss mechanics, now felt like a curse. The boss's eyes flew open, determined. It wasn't just a mindless beast. It was the dungeon's master, a being that had devoured intruding humans and been promised domination over an even higher realm. It refused to let this fear consume it. The boss didn't care if its enemy was stronger or if it was treated like a mere toy. It just had to fight and win. "Ooh, ah, eh?" With a guttural roar, the boss surged to its feet. Its body swelled, its arms doubled in size, and its tail shed its outer skin as it elongated. By sheer force of will, it had forced itself to grow beyond its original limits. "Yuea!" It lashed out in rage and renewed pride. Boom. Yet its punch simply stopped mid-strike. Kettle had caught it in one hand. "So there's a second hidden phase," he remarked with interest. "That's interesting." He tightened his grip, then hurled the boss into the wall. Yuo. Flickers of fighting spirits in the boss's eyes dimmed once more. Its movements grew sluggish, and Kettle found himself lost in thought. He had tried nearly everything he could think of, and still, the boss remained intact, a sign that normal methods simply weren't going to cut it. After a brief pause, Kettle hefted his axe. He remembered how the boss's chest had cracked open when its chains were pulled tight. That wound had snapped shut in the hidden phase, but it was still a weak point. Maybe all it needs is my full power, Kettle thought. The boss appeared immune to normal physical damage, but Kettle wondered if that was only because he hadn't yet used his true strength. His eyes grew serious, and he raised his axe. Right away, the boss felt a wave of dread. It was supposed to be invincible until the mechanics were triggered, yet something about that axe told it the next attack was going to kill it. Kaya. The boss suddenly began thrashing in a panic. It tore itself away from Kettle and, to everyone's surprise, started undoing its own defenses. After a few frantic moments, a glow spread across the boss's body, which began crumbling into dust. Even as it died, its expression shone with relief, like it was finally free. And just like that, the boss was gone. Huh. The party members, still trembling, stared at the spot where the boss had vanished. A dungeon's boss killed itself, ch80 wondered. Even from a distance, they had recognized the look of relief on the boss's face. Yet, it was mind-boggling. Monsters in a dungeon didn't fear death, and they certainly did not destroy themselves out of terror. Once a monster would set its sights on its prey, it would fight to the death, even if it meant losing limbs in the process. However, this boss had evidently found the situation so unbearable that it chose to vanish rather than continue. Huh, Kettle said, pausing for a moment. Then he nodded. A self-destruct pattern, maybe. He figured the boss had to have triggered its own demise, either because it had finally taken enough damage or too much time had passed, something along those lines. In any case, it looked like that was indeed a valid way to finish the fight. Stretching his arms, Kettle felt more or less satisfied with how things had gone. Then he turned to the party. "You guys all right?" Kettle asked. "Why, yes, we're fine," ch80 answered, snapping to attention like a newly recruited soldier. He was suddenly using polite speech, but Kettle didn't think too much of it and simply nodded. "It looks like we need to wake the others." The mercenaries were still unconscious. "I'll take care of it," ch80 shouted as he gave a hasty nod. He rushed over to Cartman, who was still passed out on the ground. Cartman staggered to his feet, making ch80's face light up in relief. "You're awake," he shouted. "Hey," Cartman's unfocused eyes slowly regained clarity. "What happened?" "We managed to defeat the boss." "The boss?" Cartman looked puzzled. ch80 darted his gaze toward the side, where Kettle stood peering curiously at a treasure chest. "I see what happened," Cartman muttered, sounding as though he already knew the answer. Then he shook off the lingering fog in his mind and approached Kettle. "Oh, you're up. How's your injury?" Kettle asked. "My ribs feel a bit cracked, but nothing major. Looks like you took down the boss," Cartman said. "Yes, it was pretty fun," Kettle replied, grinning broadly. Cartman could only let out a dry chuckle. A boss in a AA rank dungeon. It was a beast so strong that only transcendent fighters could stand against it. Yet, Kettle had beaten it without even breaking a sweat. He really is a monster, Cartman thought. Then he turned to Kettle. "Thank you, we owe you our lives." Kettle gave him a slightly awkward smile. Before Cartman lost consciousness, Kettle could have jumped in sooner but had chosen to watch the fight unfold. Although he knew the boss wasn't truly trying to kill Cartman, he still felt a pang of guilt, especially now that Cartman was wounded. "It's nothing," Kettle said. "I'm a mercenary after all, I just did my job." "It's a relief that you see it that way." Cartman walked toward a small door at the back of the boss's room. Opening it, he went inside and soon returned with a blue glowing orb in his hand. So that's the dungeon reward, Kettle thought. It was the final ingredient needed to craft a catalyst that would grant new insights into Mist. Cartman carefully stowed the orb. As raid commander, he was obligated to bring the dungeon's spoils back to the mercenary guild. "Ch80," Cartman called. "Wake everyone who's still unconscious. We have to get ready to return." "Got it," ch80 hurried to rouse the others. Cartman sat down with a grimace, rubbing at his aching ribs. "Are you all right?" Kettle asked. "My injury is fine. It's the current situation that concerns me." Cartman clicked his tongue. An A-rank dungeon had suddenly transformed into AAA rank. It was unprecedented, and he needed to report it to the Mercenary Guild. There would no doubt be a massive uproar, and Cartman knew he'd be caught in a flurry of questions and obligations. "For now, we will head back and let them know what happened. Would it be okay if I gave you a more formal thanks once the dust settles?" Cartman asked Kettle. "Sure, so this is it then." "Unless something else changes, it seems so." Kettle's gaze drifted over to his party members, who were helping the unconscious mercenaries to their feet. One by one, they rose with pained groans. "Well, that was fun," Kettle said contentedly. Then, as though remembering something, he turned to ch80. "Right, ch80, didn't you have something you wanted to ask me earlier?" And no, it was nothing," ch80 stammered, waving his hands frantically. "Really?" "Yes, truly nothing at all. Nothing worth bothering you about." "If you say so." Kettle didn't push the matter further, and ch80 breathed an inner sigh of relief. I almost did something crazy, ch80 thought. He had been planning to invite Kettle to join his party, but just recalling how strong Kettle was, and how terrifying that was, gave him chills. Thank goodness I waited until after the raid, ch80 thought. Once everyone was awake, they all made their way out of the dungeon. Still not entirely sure what had happened, the bewildered mercenaries followed Cartman back to the capital. Kettle waved to his party members. "That was fun, let's do it again sometime." "Ha-ha," they responded with dry laughter, silently resolving in their heart. "We're not going near that mercenary guild for a while." Cartman returned to the mercenary guild and reported what had happened. He said that the raid dungeon wasn't actually A rank, but AAA rank, and that the dungeon had disguised itself. Naturally, the first reaction from the guild was that he was spouting nonsense. If an ordinary mercenary had claimed such a thing, they would have been demoted on the spot for making up tall tales. However, this was Cartman they were dealing with, a rare A-rank mercenary with an impeccable record, so the Mercenary Guild launched an investigation. As a result, Cartman's story became even more credible. It was truly a AAA rank dungeon, not an A rank. The Denyen branch of the Mercenary Guild was turned on its head. It might have been a simple matter of mise measuring from the start, but the idea that the dungeon's rank had changed afterward was unprecedented. They had come close to losing more than a dozen C and B rank mercenaries, as well as several valuable A rank ones. Naturally, it became a huge issue that even the national government couldn't ignore. To share these developments, Cartman went to see Kettle. "Who is this guy?" Archimus asked blankly, staring at Cartman. Cartman looked rather uneasy as he replied, "So you've been staying with an alchemist, I see." "Oh, do you know her?" Kettle asked. "She's famous enough that no mercenary could fail to notice," Cartman said. Archimus was an alchemist who had traded even with the Empire. It was well known that she was staying in the capital of Denyen, and mercenaries, who thrived on rumors, were bound to have heard of her. Kettle spoke casually. "I'm learning alchemy from her. She's a good teacher." "Heh," Archimus said, looking proud. Cartman wore a baffled expression, as though he was witnessing something beyond comprehension. A barbarian and an elf chatting amicably like old friends. Eventually, Cartman cleared his throat. "So, the reason you wanted the dungeon rewards was for her, I take it." "Oh, did you bring it?" Archimus asked, eyeing Cartman. "Yes," Cartman replied, taking out the blue glowing orb from inside his jacket. Archimus's eyes sparkled. "Oh, is that the dungeon's reward? Are you sure it's fine to just hand it over like that?" "The Akasha family paid for it," Cartman said. "Milena sure does things fast," Archimus mused, grabbing the orb and heading upstairs. "You two are going to talk about the recent raid, right? Feel free to chat while I get to work on the catalyst." "Thanks," Kettle replied. Cartman stood there, momentarily at a loss, like he was watching a lion and a rabbit happily prancing through a meadow. Finally, He remembered why he had come and cleared his throat again. Right, let me explain what's going on. I told the guild about how the dungeon changed rank. They've confirmed it by sending out investigators, and now the questions won't stop. Cartman looked at Kettle. The biggest question is how we managed to clear such a dungeon. A AA rank dungeon couldn't be cleared by anyone other than a transcendent. Cartman himself was only an A rank, an advanced mercenary. Even dozens of his level couldn't have taken down a transcendent foe. Naturally, Kettle's existence came into question. I wasn't sure what you might want to keep secret, Cartman said, so I just gave them the explanation you mentioned. I'm sorry if that wasn't what you intended. Cartman wasn't sure whether Kettle wanted to be in the spotlight or stay in the shadows. With the sudden investigation, Cartman hadn't had the chance to ask him directly, so he had tried to conceal as many details as possible. It's fine, Kettle said. I don't care one way or the other, don't worry about it. Cartman looked relieved. Had Kettle been someone who cared about fame and recognition, Cartman would have committed a serious offense by hiding his involvement. With that weight off his shoulders, Cartman continued, I told them what you said, that the boss ended up destroying itself. It sounded odd, but the mercenaries who were still conscious confirmed the same thing, so I guess the guild believes it. Still, did that really happen? It did, Kettle replied. Cartman honestly found it hard to believe. No matter how strong their opponent was, a dungeon monster would normally fight to the death, ignoring its own survival. For a dungeon boss to self-destruct out of despair was unheard of. However, since Kettle insisted, Cartman couldn't argue otherwise. He changed the subject. Anyway, the dungeon's rank changed. It seems like both the mercenary guild and the kingdom itself are going to take action. There's something I'm curious about, Kettle said. How do they assign a dungeon's rank? I know mercenaries or guards will explore to gauge the difficulty, but a dungeon like that can't be easy to test. It isn't, Cartman answered. Normally, you're right, scouts or mercenaries go into check. But if it's too dangerous or shows signs of being unusual, they measure the dungeon's mana itself. That's possible. A skilled mage can do it. I'm guessing Cartman shot a glance upstairs, where Archimus had disappeared, and said, could manage as well. Kettle smiled. I see. They sense the amount and nature of mana, and from that, determine the rank. This one came out as A rank during the evaluation. So, a rank change is extremely rare, I assume. Not rare, non-existent, Cartman said, shaking his head. A AA rank dungeon was something a transcendent fighter, or even an army from a large kingdom had to deal with. Such dungeons were exceedingly rare, and whenever one emerged, it radiated mana so intense that even lesser mages or mercenaries could sense it. However, this time, it had disguised itself as an A rank. Cartman frowned at the memory. And aside from that, it was strange in other ways. Dungeon monsters typically had about the intelligence of wild beasts. Even a boss was only slightly above that level. However, this boss taunted Cartman, mocking the humans who fell into its traps. It even refrained from killing anyone, suggesting it had actively held back its power, something no mere beast would do. And that thing could talk, Cartman added, recalling how the boss's distorted, almost forced speech still carried a clear meaning. The dungeon had changed. No one could guarantee it wouldn't happen again. Another such dungeon could appear someday. I'm guessing the mercenary guild will start an investigation, Cartman said. This wouldn't be a local Denyen branch effort. It would involve the mercenary guild as a whole, a massive collective responsible for mercenaries across many lands. Kettle's eyes glinted with interest. Once Cartman finished explaining, he took his leave, and Kettle, now alone, murmured thoughtfully, a lot of things really are changing. He thought about the demon in the Barkan estate. The world, as Aline had said, seemed to be undergoing some kind of shift. Not that it has anything to do with me, Kettle mused inwardly. The only thing that mattered to him was enjoying this fantasy world to the fullest, nothing more, nothing less. I wonder how much progress she's made, he thought. a smile forming on his face as he headed upstairs to check on Archimus's catalyst work. Ring, ring. A shrill bell echoed through the room. A woman, clearly irritated by the sound, frowned. Guild Master, please take the call. I'm busy. Shut up and pick it up. I said I'm busy. A middle-aged man buried in a mountain of paperwork poked his head out and snarled. Do you have any idea how much I have to get through? It's triple the usual load, triple. When am I supposed to take calls? You pick it up. Clicking her tongue, the woman said nothing more. She could see well enough that the pile of documents he was working on was massive. Finally, she stood up and spread her wings. She was a fairy. Zipping above the papers with her small frame, barely a fifth the size of an adult man, she lifted a heavy communication device. Watching her, the man flashed a smug grin. Having a fairy for a secretary sure pays off. You hardly take up any space. One day, I'm filing a complaint with the Racial Discrimination Board, she retorted, then started the call. A short while later, she hung up. So, what was that about? The guild master asked her. It's about the tasks you're dealing with right now, she replied. Again, his face visibly aged at the news. Who the hell said it was great to be guild master? That old man dumped the job on you and retired, the fairy reminded him. He's just farming back in his hometown now. I remember he smiled at me right before he left. Damn it, the guild master fumed. He tricked me by calling it the seat of power over all mercenaries in the continent. Meanwhile, I'm practically a slave. Stop complaining and get back to work. You still have mountains of paperwork. Yeah, he sighed and scanned the documents again, clicking his tongue. This too, huh? Another report about strange dungeon activity, the fairy asked. Apparently an A-rank dungeon monster popped out into the open. No sign of piling up of dungeons, it just suddenly appeared. Looking downright sick of it all, the guild master tossed aside one piece of paper. Dungeons everywhere are going crazy. We're losing valuable mercenaries and now they're too scared to go back in. What the hell is going on? This makes 12 incidents, the fairy said, and we still don't know the cause, right? I wish somebody would tell me, the guild master sighed. The fairy flipped through more files, her brow furrowing. This one looks unusual. Oh, great. Another anomaly, so this is the 13th then. Yes, but it's a bit different. Look for yourself. She tossed the thin file onto his desk with uncanny precision. As he read, the guild master grimaced. An anomaly in the Denaian kingdom. An A-rank dungeon turned into AAA rank. That must have killed everyone. Look further down, the fairy said. Scanning the rest, the guild master's eyes widened. What? No one died, and they cleared it because the boss self-destructed. Are we really supposed to believe that? I don't know, but that's what the report says. Maybe the boss had some internal issue, too, if the dungeon itself was messed up. No, that's not it. The guild master rubbed his chin, eyes growing sharper. Looking at all 12 previous cases, even when everything happened out of the blue, it was pretty systematic. Each incident seemed carefully orchestrated to be just difficult enough that we couldn't respond easily. Are you saying there's some hidden plan behind it? But these are dungeons. Maybe it's just a coincidence, the fairy suggested. It could be, but I have a feeling there's more to it. I doubt a boss would really just kill itself, especially leaving all invaders alive, he said, his face showing growing interest. He spotted the name of the raid's commander. Cartman, an A-rank mercenary. The guild master knew of him, a seasoned fighter with plenty of experience. But no matter how skilled, a AA-rank dungeon should be impossible for an A-rank mercenary to handle. One would need a transcendent fighter at minimum. Is there something else going on? The guild master thought. After mulling it over, he spoke. Request more detailed information about this raid, everything. I want the dungeon's characteristics, the boss's traits, and the full list of participants. Send it all to me. Right away, the fairy said. In the royal palace of the Denaian kingdom, Barbossa sat upon the throne and spoke. You look dissatisfied, Maximus. Maximus scowled and replied, How could I not? Why does that barbarian receive such special treatment? After the recent dungeon incident, every mercenary who participated underwent investigation. Only Kettle was excluded, all because of Barbossa's direct command, which Maximus found deeply unfair. I know that the barbarian has ties to the head of the Akasha family, Maximus continued. He also rightfully deserves compensation for escorting Princess Aline here, but this is still too much. Barbossa simply smiled, aware that Maximus hadn't heard his earlier conversation with the Tower Master. Instead of explaining, Barbossa asked, "What do you think would have happened if our mercenaries hadn't returned this time?" "I can't say for sure, but it would have caused a huge crisis for the kingdom," Maximus replied. According to Cartman, the dungeon boss intentionally chose not to kill the mercenaries. However, if the dungeon had fully reclaimed its original form and the boss had absorbed the mercenaries' life force, it could have turned into something far more dangerous, possibly shaking the entire kingdom to its core. "I'm not sure if it was planned or just coincidence," Barbossa murmured. After a brief pause, he propped his chin on one hand and murmured, "The Earth Goddess has delivered a revelation." "What?" Maximus asked him, eyes widening. The Earth Goddess was one of two major deities ruling this world, alongside the Sun God. Although the Sun God's church was more prominent, the Earth Goddess oversaw the land itself, which gave her enormous influence. A revelation from her was never trivial, so Maximus listened intently. "She told me to prepare for evil. That's all," Barbossa said. "That's all." "Yes." Maximus felt bewildered, since this revelation was extremely vague. Typically, revelations about evil were unmistakably direct, often specifying deadlines or time frames, so this seemed quite unusual. "However it appears, evil will come here and we must be ready," Barbossa added. "I understand," Maximus said, though he grimaced after a moment of thought. "Still, I don't see what that has to do with the barbarian." "Don't be too hard on him. I'm the one who requested this," came a sudden voice from behind him. Maximus, startled, whirled around. He hadn't sensed anyone's presence and he clumsily reached for his sword. However, he froze mid-draw. "We meet again. Actually, for you, it's the first time seeing me, since I didn't reveal myself before." Alik stood before Maximus. Barbossa greeted him in an even tone. "Welcome, Tower Master." "Yes, I heard something intriguing was happening," the Tower Master said. "It may not be amusing, but I do have news that will interest you," Barbossa replied. "I already know about the dungeon. I'm sure the barbarian has to do something with it." "There is something else," Barbossa continued, ignoring Maximus's confusion. "The Ludian kingdom, which was devoured by the anomaly, has started to take action." "Kettle!" Archimus called out to Kettle, who had been absorbed in a book. When Kettle turned to look at her, she held her hand. A small orb rested in her palm. "What's that?" Kettle asked. "It's what you've been asking for." "Oh," Kettle's eyes gleamed, and he closed his book. Archimus spoke again. "This is a catalyst that helps you perceive mist. I finished making it." "Wow, so this is it." Kettle studied the orb in Archimus's hand, his face lighting up. It was tiny, barely the size of her pinky nail. "It's like one of those miraculous pills you read about in martial arts novels," Kettle thought. Considering its purpose was to awaken one's sense of mist, it wasn't so different from those legendary elixirs. Archimus handed him the bead. "Just the cost alone to make this could have built at least a building, maybe more." "That's impressive. I owe both you and Milena for this, and I'll find a way to repay the favor." Kettle grinned broadly as he turned the orb over in his fingers. "So, what do I do next?" "You've tried focusing your senses to detect mist before, right?" "I have, yes." "It's similar. Once you swallow that orb, expand your senses to sense mist." A large amount of mist was stored inside the orb. Once ingested, it would circulate within the body. When that happens, you concentrate and let as much of that energy as possible settle into you, Archimus continued. "Is there anything I need to be careful about?" In rare cases, if your body can't handle the sudden surge of mist, it can break down. Archimus paused, then eyed Kettle's physique. He had a perfectly sculpted body without an ounce of spare flesh. Rather than looking merely alive, he seemed more like a statue. I doubt you'll have any issues. Then can I start right away? Kettle asked her, his excitement obvious. Archimus nodded. Kettle stepped outside into a field and sat down. Archimus tilted her head when she saw how he crossed his legs. That's a strange pose. Isn't it uncomfortable? She asked him. This is actually how I'm most comfortable. It doesn't look comfortable at all. Kettle ignored her skepticism and gazed at the orb in his hand. His heart pounded with excitement, like the protagonist in a martial arts novel who stumbled upon a life-changing opportunity. He suppressed a grin that threatened to escape. Swallow the orb and focus. Expand your awareness and embrace the mist as it flows through you, Archimus instructed. Understood. Kettle placed the orb into his mouth. His throat bobbed as he swallowed it down. With a short breath, he closed his eyes and extended his senses. Beyond his field of vision, the entire forest became part of his awareness. He perceived the worms tunneling through the dirt, the butterfly fluttering onto a flower, and even the baby birds chirping in a distant nest. All of it came within Kettle's range of perception. What? Archimus suddenly staggered back, alarmed by a strange sensation. She stared at Kettle with wide, shocked eyes. At that very moment, Kettle began to feel the mist. So this is it, Kettle thought. He nearly let out a gasp. A bizarre, overwhelming sensation coursed through him. It wasn't touch or sight. It wasn't smell, taste, or hearing either. It was none of the 5 senses. It was a 6th sense, something he had never experienced or even fathomed before. It felt like a blind person suddenly gaining sight or someone who had never walked before getting up and running. An entire new world opened up to him. He was genuinely moved, even more so than when he first escaped the white snowfield or encountered elves. He wanted to stay immersed in this new awareness forever, but like a fire that eventually burns down to embers, it began to fade. Regret washed over him as the 6th sense flickered out, leaving an empty hollowness inside. Archimus, who had been watching, looked just as taken aback. "Hold on, why did it disappear?" she asked him, confused. She had sensed mist blossoming within Kettle. He should have been able to awaken, yet just as quickly that energy vanished. "Don't look at me. I guess this is abnormal." "Of course it is. I've never seen anything like it." Archimus fell silent, lost in thought. She had known there was a chance of failure, given how unusual Kettle's body was. If he couldn't open the path of mist, it was possible his body would reject them entirely. Yet, he had clearly felt the mist, even if only briefly, which meant there was indeed a path. Archimus frowned and finally spoke. "I need to examine the inside of your body." "But didn't that approach fail before?" Kettle asked Archimus. Both Swordmaster Kine and Archimus had tried observing the inside of Kettle's body before, yet neither found anything. "With the normal methods, yes," Archimus replied. Kettle's body was incredibly vast and deep. Simple observation alone couldn't locate the path of mist within him. "But there's a way to delve even deeper," Archimus added. "Really, you can do that?" Kettle asked her. "I can use a catalyst to synchronize your body with mine. It requires a bit of preparation, but I can do it right away. The problem is..." Archimus looked at Kettle with a slightly hesitant expression. "This process synchronizes our bodies, so your entire physique will become part of my perception. Are you okay with that?" "I don't mind," Kettle replied. Kettle's immediate, unwavering reply startled Archimus. "Are you absolutely sure?" "Of course, it doesn't bother me." Experiencing mist was far more important to him than any qualms about this technique. He couldn't forget that 6th sense he had felt before, which alone justified everything he had gone through since arriving in the world. Synchronizing their bodies seemed like a trivial cost by comparison. However, Archimus looked oddly moved. "So you really do trust me that much?" Kettle was unaware, but the method Archimus described was quite risky. If someone harbored ill intentions, they could shatter the other's body or leave them crippled. This was only possible between individuals who had complete faith in each other. Anyone with a basic understanding of the world would know how dangerous it could be. Naturally, Artemis assumed Kettle was fully aware of the risks and had chosen to trust her regardless. She found it profoundly touching. After all, she was an elf, essentially a different species from humans. No matter how well they got along or how many bonds they forged, there was always a gap in trust that couldn't be easily closed. Even with Milena, she only had a contractual relationship, not a truly close bond. Artemis might never have shown it openly, but she often felt lonely. Yet here was a barbarian who put his faith in her, even though she was an elf, someone his kind might naturally dislike. She couldn't help feeling deeply grateful. Resolute, she clenched her fist. "Okay, I will make sure you awaken your mist," she said. She set about her preparations immediately. Mixing various materials, she created a single catalyst. Then she applied it to Kettle's back, tracing a pattern. "What's this for?" Kettle asked her. "I'm creating a pathway so I can enter inside you, in a manner of speaking." When she finished, Artemis took a deep breath. "You're absolutely sure about this?" "Absolutely, I trust you." Kettle had seen plenty of scenes like this in stories and felt no particular resistance. "All right, then." Wearing a serious expression, Artemis placed her hand on Kettle's back. "Relax your muscles. It may feel unpleasant, but bear with it." He nodded, and Artemis focused her senses, sending her mind through the path she had drawn. "Is this the feeling?" Kettle asked with a small smile. He could sense something entering his body. It was slightly off-putting, but also fascinating, yet another new sensation. So this is it, Artemis thought. Now inside Kettle's body, she marveled. It really is vast. Deep and expansive, his interior explained why she hadn't been able to find the path of mist before. She probed further, searching for that elusive path. She traveled beyond areas that simple mist probing could reach. The deeper she went, the more stunned she became. Is this even a human body? Even in a synchronized state, there seemed to be no end. It felt less like a human body and more like an unimaginably colossal power compressed into human form. It felt like someone had etched the concept of strength into this body tens of thousands of times, creating astonishing density. Shocked, she grimaced. Wait a minute. While in sync with his body, she felt a mounting pressure the longer she remained. It was nearly unbearable. My mind can't handle his body. She was a transcendent, yet she was being overwhelmed by the raw force of a barbarian who knew nothing of mist. Horrified, she gritted her teeth and pushed deeper. The crushing pressure intensified, like a person descending into the ocean depths. Her consciousness was on the verge of collapse, but she held on. Finally, at the very limit, she saw something, a dried-up path of mist. The instant she recognized it, Artemis abruptly withdrew her hand. She gasped and released the breath she'd been holding. Cold sweat poured down her. "Are you done?" Kettle asked her, turning around. Artemis stared at him in disbelief. "What are you?" Artemis had nearly lost her mind when she synchronized with Kettle's body. It meant her consciousness couldn't withstand the pressure of his flesh, and to her knowledge, there was only one reason that could happen. His very essence is above mine, she thought. In other words, if the other person's body possessed a greater rank, it would overwhelm her mind. But something feels off. When someone's rank surpassed hers, she normally felt awe, a sensation that made her own existence seem humble. Yet, with Kettle, the feeling was different. She did feel belittled, but not because of reverence. It's twisted, indescribable, almost like terror, she thought. It was more alien and warped than mere superiority. When she explained this to Kettle, he simply looked puzzled. "I'm human, though," he said. "You certainly don't seem human." "I don't know what to say." Kettle had only survived by completing quests in the white snowfield. Kettle looked genuinely clueless, prompting Artemis to frown. "Come to think of it, when we first met, I mistook you for a higher species. I still have no idea what you really are," she said. She composed herself and spoke again. Anyway, I managed to confirm the existence of the path of mist inside you. Oh, so I do have one. Yes, but there's a major problem. It's dried up, completely withered. That's probably why you sensed mist for a moment, then lost them. The mist kettle had held within him wasn't enough to fully revive that path. It was like pouring water into a bottomless jar. For a while it could fill up, but eventually it could all drain away. I'm not sure why it is so desiccated, Archimus said. It felt like something that had regressed over hundreds or even thousands of generations. Despite the oddity, now that she had confirmed the path's existence, the next step was straightforward: revive it. But how to do that remained a difficult question. Archimus fell silent, deep in thought. I still have leftover materials, so it shouldn't be complicated if I can figure out how to restore it. What methods are available? Kettle asked her. There are a few, but the simplest is to replace the path entirely. If the original channel was that severely withered, there was no point wasting resources trying to fix it. Finding a new path made more sense. The catch is, finding a catalyst that can serve as a conduit for mist is extremely difficult, Archimus explained. That challenging. High-quality materials alone won't work. Because it had to become the path for absorbing mist, the material itself couldn't create resistance. It had to accept everything and blend seamlessly into the body. The stronger a catalyst is, the more personality it has, and the fiercer its resistance, she continued. Kettle considered her words carefully. There had to be no resistance, and it had to be able to hold everything. He realized he possessed something that met these conditions. Will this work? From a leather pouch, Kettle grabbed an object that made Archimus tilt her head. Iridescent particles, Archimus asked him. You said it needs to meet your criteria. I'm not sure if it can be used for alchemy, though. It was the nano that had once replaced a human body. It neither resisted nor clashed. It simply substituted itself into a human body. Although it was inert now, Kettle doubted it had lost its underlying properties. I have no idea what this is, but I'll check, Archimus said without much expectation. She accepted the orb and ran a few tests. Afterward, as night fell, Kettle returned to the capital. By the following morning, Archimus greeted him with dark rings under her eyes. What is this? Archimus asked him, pointing at the iridescent particles. You look like you haven't slept, Kettle remarked, looking at the dark rings under Archimus's eyes. I mean, how could I sleep after you handed me something like this? I'm still so excited, I can barely sit still, Archimus replied. Sounds like the orb is quite captivating. That word doesn't do justice, Archimus muttered, shaking her head as she walked inside. She sat down and picked up a small glass vial, gently swirling it so the iridescent particles inside rolled back and forth. This little thing doesn't have any distinctive properties of its own. It doesn't hold mist, doesn't have any unique traits, nothing, she explained. However, it was pure material in the truest sense. But when it reacts under certain conditions and touches another substance, it changes its nature. If it contacts gold, it becomes gold. If it contacts diamonds, it takes on the properties of a diamond. If it comes in contact with mist, it gains mist. There seemed to be no limit to this transformation. Throughout the night, Archimus had tested it on a total of 124 different materials, and in each instance, the particles transformed accordingly. I tried using worthless junk you'd find on the street, as well as catalysts worth 3 times the same weight in gold. It replicated all of them, Archimus said in awe, staring at the iridescent particles. Even if one only had a tiny speck of some precious substance, one could replicate it in proportion to the amount of these iridescent particles. Is this not basically the Philosopher's Stone? Archimus remarked. It could turn into any substance, which made the comparison apt. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Now that you mention it, it's pretty much the same. It was reminiscent of the defining trait of nano, which could replace anything. In that case, could we use it to form the path of mist? Kettle asked her. Certainly, Archimus replied. Not only was it possible, it was surprisingly easy. If the particles could assume any form, then it could simply fuse with the dried-out mist path and become that pathway itself. Kettle's eyes shone with anticipation. But there's one problem, Archimus added. What is it? There's not enough of it. Ah, Kettle had only given her specks, far less than a couple of grains of rice, so there wasn't anywhere near enough to construct the path of mist. And since this is my first time working with such material, I might make mistakes. I also need to do various safety tests, Archimus continued. So you'll need a significant amount. Exactly, Archimus quietly estimated. I'd say at least enough to match my entire body mass, maybe more. Do you think you can get more? Actually, if you can, I'd love even more than that. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. If I can get my hands on it, I might finally achieve my own goal. I'm willing to pay. That won't be necessary. You have a personal goal, I take it, Kettle asked her. Nothing grand. It's just something I've been working toward, so can you do it? I'd like to. I need it myself and I owe you a favor. Kettle grimaced slightly, but I'm not sure if I can get more. I see, so it really is that rare. I guess that's only natural for something this extraordinary, Archimus sighed. It's not exactly rare. The problem is the difficulty of retrieving it, Kettle explained. He was thinking of the Ludian kingdom, which had been devoured by Nano. It wasn't just humans that were consumed. Likely the entire royal castle was made of Nano as well. There was no shortage of it. The question was how to actually collect it. The iridescent particles were the remains of dead Nano, which probably harbored an intense hatred for Kettle, the one who had destroyed them. If you could just tell me where to find it. I'm not in the habit of sending my alchemy teacher to certain death, Kettle cut in. It's that bad, Archimus blinked. Since Kettle, who didn't even wield mist, had managed to obtain it, she assumed she could do the same without too much trouble. Kettle shook his head. It's not about strength, it's complicated. I see. If it's a problem with the environment or mechanism itself, then there's nothing we can do. Archimus propped her chin on the table. She hadn't set her hopes too high, but hearing that it was impossible still disheartened her. At this point, this small amount just isn't enough. We can't build the path of mist, so we'll have to find another method, she said. I see. Kettle clicked his tongue. Detouring to a more difficult route could be fun, but he was too eager to experience that new sense of mist again. Before he could ask what other catalyst they could use, someone knocked on the door. The knocks were rough and rude, so it obviously wasn't Milena. Archimus stood up with a puzzled look. Why would he come here? Do you know who it is? Kettle asked her. This house is within my personal domain, so yes, she replied as she opened the door. A man with a disgruntled expression stood outside. She recognized him immediately. Swordmaster Maximus, what brings you here? Archimus had encountered him before when she met Barbossa in the Denaian kingdom. Maximus didn't answer. Instead, he peered into the house past her shoulder. Kettle greeted him with a small smile. We met again. Nice to see you, Kettle said. So you're here, Maximus muttered and sighed. He then spoke. His Majesty summons you. The king, Archimus frowned. Didn't we agree he wouldn't interfere with me? What's going on? She had made a deal with Barbossa. She would craft a few artifacts, and in exchange, he wouldn't meddle in her affairs. He had agreed, so she couldn't imagine why she'd be summoned now. Maximus shook his head. It's not you, Archimus. If not me, you're saying he wants Kettle, Archimus asked him. Maximus nodded. Seriously, she murmured, clearly startled. Maximus turned to Kettle. His Majesty requests your presence, Kettle. Kettle was resting in a lounge within Denaian's royal castle. Leaning against a soft sofa and leisurely enjoying some refreshments, he looked up as the door opened. A smile spread across his face when he saw who it was. Oh, Aline, it's been a while, he greeted her. Yes, it has, she replied quietly. Standing behind her was Aaron, who looked half dead. Kettle turned to him with concern in his voice. Aaron, how are you holding up? The princess is taking action. even though she's in a state that hardly looks human, Aaron said in a gloomy tone. I can't just sit around and do nothing. I see, Kettle said before shifting his gaze back to Aline. A month had passed since he'd last seen her, and she seemed different. There was no sign of hesitation or collapse in her demeanor. She appeared calm and composed. You seem better. I was prepared for this, Aline murmured softly. Then she fixed her eyes on Kettle. Kettle, even if I become something else, would you still see me as Aline? You will always be Aline to me. That's not going to change. I see, that's enough for me, she said, her voice steady as though all her preparations were complete. She drew a deep breath and then carefully bowed to Kettle with formal etiquette. I, Aline Mavrock, first princess of the Ludian kingdom, hereby express my gratitude to you, Kettle, my savior. Oh, Kettle raised an eyebrow. She had once renounced the Ludian kingdom, yet here she was, thanking him in its name. So you've made your decision, he commented. Yes, Aline answered with a firm nod. They chatted for a while about how each of them had been doing. When Kettle mentioned that he was learning alchemy, Aline paused. Alchemy, she asked him. Yes, it's more interesting than I expected. Really? They conversed for a bit longer until Aline suddenly remembered something. By the way, Kettle, what brings you here? I heard the King of Denians summoned me. Huh, he did. Why? Kettle responded with a casual grin. We'll find out once I meet him. Then his gaze shifted to a spot in midair, something only he could see. A translucent window displaying a message. Quest hash 786. Prepare for the anomaly. A few minutes later, a steward arrived and guided them to the audience hall. Apart from the steward looking frightened enough to hiccup, they entered without any particular trouble. Barbossa was seated on the throne, with Maximus, the sword of Denian, standing guard at his side. You're here, Barbossa said. Kettle offered a broad smile. Hey, good to see you. Kettle, Aline gasped. Barbossa was the king of Denian. Addressing him casually, without even a bow, could be grounds for treason. Yet Barbossa spoke nonchalantly. Don't worry about it, Aline. He already has my permission. I see. So why did you summon me? Kettle asked Barbossa. Barbossa studied him for a moment before replying. You once told me that talking to them would be the right path. I did. Kettle was referring to the anomaly that had swallowed up the Ludian kingdom. Since it seemed fixated on retaining its humanity, Kettle had suggested they should at least attempt a conversation to learn what it really wanted. It's risky, Barbossa continued, but your point made sense. So I reached out to the Ludian kingdom. A delegation will arrive here in a few days. Oh, Kettle's expression brightened with interest. So, you want me to take responsibility for my advice? You know more about them than anyone. Having you here would be helpful, Barbossa replied. I don't mind, Kettle answered with a carefree grin. He looked at Aline. Will you be all right with that, Aline? She nodded firmly, voice resolute. I've decided not to run away. They need me for something. Whether it's good or bad, they won't act rashly if they consider me essential. So, I plan to meet them face to face and talk. Aline still didn't know exactly what had consumed her kingdom, or what it wanted. Talking was the first step toward the answer. What did it want, and why had it devoured her homeland? That's reasonable, Kettle said, but still dangerous if they have ill intentions. After all, Nano could replace a person, and it happened so quickly that no one could notice until it was too late. While the captive knight seemed unharmed, there was no denying the threat. We've prepared countermeasures for that. Barbossa spoke with confidence. Turning his head, he added, Please reveal yourself now. So it's finally time, a voice echoed in the room. A rift formed in midair and a skeleton emerged. Startled, Aline took a few steps back. The skeleton let out a raspy laugh. Don't be too frightened, child. I'm here to help you. Why you're, Aline murmured, eyes going wide. It looks like you know who I am. Of course, she replied. It was a lick. He had a staff and wore an elegant robe, one whose distinctive design was known throughout the land. He was the master of the Mage Tower and one of the 3 most powerful mages alive, a hero. Eileen's face went pale with shock. Your tower Maz. Oh, Patrick, right? Good to see you again, Kettle exclaimed with a bright smile. A heavy silence filled the room as everyone turned to look at Kettle. My name is not Patrick, the tower master said, breaking the stillness. Kettle wore a puzzled expression. Didn't you introduce yourself as Patrick before? Also, why are you dressed like a skeleton? That's some unusual taste you have. Kettle wondered if people in this world liked something akin to cosplay, and that was the extent of his curiosity. Eileen, regaining her composure, stammered, What do you mean he's Patrick? You know him, right? He traveled with us to Denayan. Are you saying the Tower Master is the same Patrick? Eileen asked him. Tower Master, Kettle echoed. Eileen looked astonished. Kettle, this man is the Tower Master, the master of the Mage Tower. Patrick was just a citizen of the Barkan estate. Why are you calling them the same person? I am the Tower Master, the Lick replied calmly. I do not use the name Patrick, so you must be mistaken. Kettle still seemed uncertain. But you seem exactly like Patrick to me. The Tower Master fell silent. The blue flames dancing in his empty eye sockets flickered. The barbarian appeared absolutely convinced he was Patrick. How is this possible? The Lick wondered. In truth, he had once controlled a puppet called Patrick, but it had been nothing more than a shell powered by mana. Its appearance, mana patterns, and even its personality had all been altered. There was no reason for anyone to connect that puppet to the Tower Master himself. He had operated several puppets like Patrick over time, and had even encountered his friends while in those guises. Yet, no one had ever recognized him before. But from the moment I appeared, he immediately knew I was Patrick, the Tower Master thought. He addressed Kettle directly. Barbarian who helped Eileen, what makes you so sure I'm a human named Patrick? Because all your movements match his, Kettle answered simply, as though it were obvious. Movements, Eileen repeated, puzzled. Indeed, everyone there looked equally confused by Kettle's explanation, except for the Lick. He understood Kettle's words right away. So that's it, the Tower Master thought. A person's walking stance, the way they raise an arm, how they talk, tilt their head, or shift their posture, all these small everyday movements contain distinct characteristics. Kettle was now certain, based on those movements alone, that the Lick was Patrick. The Tower Master had neglected to alter that aspect. Whatever he had been like as Patrick, he moved in exactly the same way now. How did he? The Tower Master muttered inwardly, letting out a hollow laugh. He knew that those who reached a certain level of mastery could guess an opponent's identity by examining how they used or channeled mist. That much wasn't difficult to grasp. Yet, to confirm someone's identity merely by their everyday posture, the way they lifted a leg or tilted their head, was unheard of even to him. Theoretically, it was possible. Someone with skilled observation, who thoroughly studied a target over time, could identify minute details. However, this barbarian had recognized him the instant he appeared, with barely a moment's observation. Dumbfounded, the Tower Master said, I'm not Patrick. But your movements are exactly like his, Kettle insisted. You must be mistaken. Perhaps you met someone who merely moved in a similar way, the Lick replied, though he knew it was a weak excuse. One's physical mannerisms are like a fingerprint, unique to each person. Kettle had to have seen it clearly, yet here the Tower Master was, denying it like a child making excuses to a parent. The Tower Master felt a pang of self-reproach for refusing to tell the truth, but he certainly couldn't admit he'd been following them around in a puppet. While he was still spinning through possible ways to handle the situation, Kettle surprised him by not pressing further. If you say so, Kettle replied. I guess that kind of coincidence might happen in a fantasy world. Seeing Kettle's easy acceptance, the Tower Master stood there speechless. He's just dropping it. An odd tension filled the air. Eileen was looking at the Tower Master curiously, which caused him to lower his head with a discouraged sigh. So much for my grand entrance, the Tower Master thought. Then he spoke again. It looks like any misunderstandings have been cleared up. I'm the Tower Master, and I came here to help." "Really?" Aline asked, clearly taken aback. "Yes, is that okay?" the Tower Master replied. "Yes, of course." Aline nodded hurriedly. The Tower Master was one of the most powerful beings in this world. It would be immensely helpful with him by her side. "But why would you help us?" "I'm acquainted with Barbossa, and this situation sounded intriguing after I heard the details," the Tower Master replied. "Thank you," Aline exclaimed. "There is no need for such gratitude. I'm interfering partly because I find it amusing." "Oh," Kettle's eyes suddenly gleamed. He had been thinking of this man as Patrick, but he now thought of the Lick as the Tower Master, master of the Mage Tower and one of the world's most powerful mages, far closer to the essence of magic than most people could dream of. At that moment, the mood shifted. Maximus reflexively gripped his weapon, and Aline took several steps back. A throaty laugh escaped the Lick. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention to fight you." "I'm not particularly looking for a fight, either," Kettle answered. "You give off quite a fierce aura for someone who isn't looking for combat. Are you sure you don't want a duel?" "I'm sure." Kettle was just excited at the idea of meeting the Tower Master. However, no one in the room seemed inclined to believe him. Finally, Barbossa interceded, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "Anyway, the Tower Master has decided to help. He has also prepared measures for the danger you mentioned, barbarian. You refer to them as nano, correct? You said that if they harbor ill will, they could be extremely dangerous. You're not wrong. They replaced even a transcendent mage without him noticing, so an ordinary person would have no chance," the Tower Master began explaining. However, he was the Tower Master, who was recognized as a hero mage. "I examined the captured knight and found that the nanos were made up of countless tiny, microscopic units. They were so minute that you couldn't see them with the naked eye, and even with mist-based magnification, it was barely possible." The Tower Master grinned, apparently delighted by the memory of his research. "They were so unbelievably small, yet still functioned normally. I can't begin to imagine how they exist. Still, I finished analyzing them. I won't delve into the advanced details, but to put it simply, I created a barrier they can't infiltrate." "Really?" Kettle exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The Lick gave a pleased laugh, clearly enjoying the admiration. "It's quite the achievement, something worthy of being recorded in history. So, Barbossa, you really should thank me more than you have," the Tower Master said. "I'm not sure I understand why it's so exceptional," Barbossa admitted. "Isn't it just a kind of invisible wall? I can't see how that would be difficult for someone like you. That's why I say it's pointless trying to talk about magic with people who know nothing about it." The Tower Master grumbled under his breath. Kettle, by contrast, nodded in genuine admiration. "It's amazing. Is that really possible?" "Absolutely," the Tower Master confirmed. "Then how about air? Wouldn't you be unable to breathe?" "I accounted for that. The barrier only allows in what it's set to permit." "That's incredible," Kettle murmured, wearing an expression of genuine wonder as though he had just witnessed a miracle. After a brief pause, the Tower Master looked sharply at Kettle. "Wait, do you actually understand what this means?" "I do. It's quite impressive." Kettle knew nano was extremely small, likely on the scale of cells. They could slip through even the narrowest gaps between particles of matter, so any ordinary physical defenses would be useless. Yet, this Tower Master claimed to have constructed a barrier they couldn't penetrate. Even though Kettle wasn't well-versed in advanced science, he recognized that repelling something so minuscule was, by conventional logic, impossible. So this world's magic can achieve that, Kettle thought. As they say, sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. By the same token, advanced magic is just as mysterious as science. The Tower Master, for his part, was equally astonished. Does he actually grasp the concept? He was aware that most humans believed their bodies were whole, singular objects, not made up of smaller units. Even the Tower Master's own disciples had only a vague notion that he had conjured some all-purpose shield, never truly understanding the advanced theory behind it. Education alone wouldn't suffice to illuminate such an idea. Kettle had to have knowledge well beyond the norm. Just what exists out there in the white snowfield? The Tower Master wondered, knowing only that Kettle came from that region. Well, if we have that barrier, we should be safe, Kettle said. Yes, safe enough, the Tower Master replied, briefly regaining his composure. So who will greet the delegation when they arrive? We will have to pull back everyone else in the castle just in case. Barbossa answered without hesitation. I have to attend, of course, and so must Aline. What do you plan to do, Aaron? I can't stand aside if the princess won't. I will remain, Aaron replied, sounding resolute. Then, Kettle, you will be here as well, Barbossa continued. I have no intention of stepping aside now, Kettle said with a broad grin. The discussion was about to conclude. All that remained was to prepare and wait for the delegation from the Ludian kingdom to arrive. Yet at that moment, Maximus, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. Your Majesty, I'd like to say something, if I may. Maximus, Barbossa let out a soft sigh. He sounded as if he already knew what Maximus intended to say. Must you do this? I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I believe I have the right to speak. I must say this, Maximus replied. Fine, Barbossa exhaled again, as if conceding the point. Go on. Maximus began. I understand why I'm not included. With the Tower Master here to protect everyone, my strength doesn't add much. Princess Aline and Aaron also must be present. No arguments there. Then what's the problem? Barbossa asked him. Maximus's expression twisted as he pointed at Kettle. But this, I cannot accept. Why on earth is that barbarian involved in any of this? Maximus spoke in a voice filled with emotion. That barbarian helped the princess get here. I know he is her savior. If, as the Tower Master says, the Ludian kingdom has been overtaken by something, then he's the one who warned us to prepare. Even though it annoyed me to be treated like some errand boy, I understood his value. His face showed clear irritation, and there was a strong sense of refusal directed toward Kettle. He continued, but now I just cannot figure it out. Who is this barbarian that he's meddling in such a critical matter? Maximus, Barbossa spoke, but was interrupted by Maximus. Yes, I know it's what the Tower Master wants, but that doesn't mean I have to accept it. Maximus was visibly annoyed. Why is everyone so focused on that barbarian? The Tower Master interjected, nodding. Ah, so you weren't here at the time. Maximus hadn't been around when Barbossa spoke of Kettle with the Tower Master. From his point of view, it was impossible to understand Kettle's significance. You say you can't accept it, but why does that matter to us? The Tower Master seemed genuinely puzzled. In his eyes, Maximus wasn't bound to him in any way, nor did he hold any special value. That calm indifference made Maximus's face grow even more tense. Let's not take it that far, Barbossa cut in, trying to diffuse the heated mood. His expression was difficult to read. As far as the Tower Master was concerned, what happened to Maximus didn't matter. Being a hero, he found little value in a swordmaster's strength. However, Barbossa saw the situation differently. Maximus was a swordmaster, a transcendent and the strongest swordsman of the Danaan kingdom. Barbossa understood why he was so angry. Though part of Maximus's loyalty came from lingering patriotism, there was a deeper reason. He had always stood at the center of attention, and the kingdom arranged everything around him. He never had to deal with bothersome matters. For him, the Danaan kingdom was simply a place where he could comfortably earn respect and prestige without lifting a finger. Yet now, everyone cared only about the barbarian, giving no attention to another swordmaster. That caused Maximus to feel deeply insulted and humiliated, which explained his raised voice. I'm not even sure who's really in charge anymore, Barbossa thought. Although Maximus served Barbossa, Barbossa had no authority to issue commands freely. With a sigh, he asked, So, what exactly are you hopping for, Maximus? A duel. A twist formed at the corner of Maximus's mouth. I want to fight the barbarian. Kettle smiled, while Barbossa frowned. Maximus, are you sure about this? Barbossa asked him. I want to see with my own eyes how strong he is. I want to know the extent of his power. If he shows at least enough for me to acknowledge, I will stop interfering, Maximus declared. The Tower Master shouldn't have any reason to meddle. It makes sense to confirm his strength. If that's what you want, I don't plan on intervening, the Tower Master said with a small laugh. But it depends on whether the barbarian agrees. Are you going to run away, barbarian? Maximus asked. Not at all, Kettle replied, smiling so brightly that Maximus hesitated for a moment. I accept the duel. They moved to the training yard. Eileen gave Kettle a worried look. Kettle, are you really okay? I don't see any issue, Kettle replied. I know you're strong, but... She knew Kettle wasn't weak. He had defeated many knights from the Ludian kingdom and even brought down Adamant. However, the transcendent Kettle had taken down was a mage. Kettle was a barbarian who fought with his physical prowess, which could give him an advantage against a spellcaster. This time, though, his opponent was a swordmaster, someone with a strength that offered no match-up advantage. Worse still, his level was clearly above Adamant's. Kettle's face lit up with curiosity. I wonder how he compares to Kine. You mean the swordmaster of the ch100 kingdom. He's strong, of course, but he only reached that level recently, Eileen explained. Not every transcendent was equal. Once someone gained strength beyond human limits, they needed time to master it. A newly ascended swordmaster and a veteran of several years were worlds apart. Both Kine and Adamant were recent entrants to that realm. On the other hand, Maximus was different. Maximus had been a swordmaster for 10 years, Eileen continued. Since he had reached that state so long ago, he could wield transcendent power with perfect finesse. Kettle murmured in fascination. How curious. Kine looks much older. Talent isn't fair to everyone, I guess. Maximus was undeniably powerful and considered a true transcendent. Kettle's lips curved into a grin. I see. If things get even a little dangerous, please surrender. The Tower Master is watching, so you're not in real danger, but you never know, Eileen said. I'll keep that in mind, Kettle replied, then walked to the center of the training yard. On the opposite side, Barbossa was offering similar advice to Maximus. You're not to injure him, Maximus. Barbossa also doubted Kettle was that strong. He knew Kettle had beaten Adamant, which meant he wasn't weak, but Kettle's ignorance of Mist likely limited his power. Against someone like Maximus, who stood solidly among the true transcendent ranks, Kettle shouldn't stand a chance. Barbossa believed the Tower Master's interest in Kettle was due to his unusual nature, not his actual might. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll control my strength so I don't hurt him, although this is still a duel, so there might be accidents. Maximus glanced at the Tower Master. If that happens, please step in, Tower Master. The Tower Master let out a short laugh. Very well, do your best. Maximus scowled at that seemingly dismissive response, but he and Kettle stepped into position. Maximus eyed Kettle as he drew his sword. There's no need to use a training blade, I assume. It doesn't matter, Kettle replied with a hint of anticipation. He recalled his previous battles against transcendent opponents, Swordmaster Kine and Adamant. Both had shown him miraculous feats, tangible illusions, and the harnessing of natural forces that left him awestruck. Yet they had been called the weakest among the transcendents. In contrast, Maximus was a seasoned transcendent. Kettle wondered how powerful he would be and how extraordinary his abilities would feel. Thinking back to his childhood of reading fantasy novels, Kettle's heart pounded with excitement. Barbossa glanced at the Tower Master, who nodded. I've put up a barrier. You can start now, the Tower Master said. Barbossa nodded and turned to them. Then, let's begin. I hope no one gets hurt. As soon as Barbossa finished, Maximus gathered his mist. He wasn't interested in conversation. He wanted to demonstrate overpowering force. His energy coursed through his body. Every swordmaster had a personal sword style, and Maximus's was remarkably simple. He minimized the outward aura and cycled all his power within himself, accelerating his speed again and again until it reached the extreme. A thunderous crash echoed. Chunks of earth tore from the ground. Eileen and Barbossa never caught even a glimpse of him moving. He was already in front of Kettle, moving so fast it seemed like teleportation. Eileen gasped, "Kettle." Maximus smirked. He saw Kettle standing motionless, as if he hadn't noticed Maximus's speed. Maximus reached out, intending to grab Kettle by the throat and slam him into the dirt. He's definitely faster than Kine, Kettle thought, marveling at Maximus's speed. He caught Maximus's forearm. What? Maximus froze. How did he catch my arm? Kettle twisted his grip, forcing Maximus to flip. Maximus tried to resist, but it was impossible, like struggling against a giant's hold. D-damn. In desperation, Maximus lashed out with his knee, striking toward Kettle's temple at a speed that would overwhelm even a weaker transcendent. The impact connected with a deafening roar, stirring up a cloud of dust that filled the training yard. "Maximus, no," Barbossa cried, horrified. "That fool just struck Kettle with full force." No one could survive a blow like that. As the dust settled, everyone stared in disbelief. Maximus's knee was pressed against Kettle's head, yet Kettle stood unmoving, still gripping Maximus's forearm. Wah! Maximus couldn't comprehend what had happened. He'd unintentionally used full power, enough to shatter solid rock, so a human skull should have burst on impact. However, Kettle was unfazed. What on earth? That was Maximus's last coherent thought. Kettle reached out and seized him by the scruff of the neck, and Maximus collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. "He's faster than Kine, but that's it," Kettle mused. He tilted his head, wondering why the so-called true transcendent was so underwhelming. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Maybe he was holding back. It was just a friendly spar. Surely Maximus hadn't gone all out. Kettle felt disappointed because he wanted to see the true strength of a veteran transcendent. "I guess there'll be another chance," Kettle thought. Meanwhile, the onlookers stared in shock. Barbossa gasped at the unconscious Maximus, and Eileen stood dumbfounded. The tower master chuckled softly. He was handled like a child. The duel came to an end. When Maximus regained consciousness, he said nothing at all. The tower master turned to Kettle and asked, "How was it?" "He was fast, but that's all. There was no need for him to hold back," Kettle replied. At those words, the tower master laughed. "You believe he was holding back?" "He didn't show any real swordmaster techniques, did he?" Kettle said, shrugging. All he had seen was speed, so he assumed Maximus had been restraining himself. The tower master didn't bother to correct him. So that's the extent of Maximus, the tower master thought. In truth, the tower master was a little surprised. He had fully expected Kettle to win against Maximus, but not quite so effortlessly. Just how powerful is this barbarian? A spark of curiosity lit the tower master's gaze. How could someone overpower Maximus so easily? The tower master wondered. He quickly reached a conclusion. Kettle must have the strength to be among the highest ranks of transcendence. Even among those at the transcendent level, there was a vast gap in power. It wouldn't be surprising if someone at Kettle's level could defeat Maximus so effortlessly. Yet, the tower master still wondered whether Kettle's strength could be on par with the hero level. The tower master also believed that Maximus was at a disadvantage to Kettle. Maximus relied purely on physical force, but Kettle was strong enough to defeat the demon of oppression. Though Eileen worried that Kettle might be at a disadvantage, it turned out the opposite was true. Kettle wasn't quite at hero level, based on what he'd shown so far, yet it was hard to say if he'd revealed his true powers. What if I had fought him directly? The tower master mused. He had lost once before when Kettle destroyed his puppet under his control. Still, that puppet was far weaker than his true form, slow as a slug, wielding only a speck of mana in comparison. I wouldn't lose, he told himself. Not being able to wield the power of mist was a very critical weakness for Kettle. Adamant's basic illusions had left Kettle unable to locate the real one, and the Tower Master, if he truly wished, could keep his own true form out of Kettle's reach. Still, he wondered if that could guarantee victory. I really can't say. Kettle's physical prowess itself was like the mist. He had bitten through an aura-infused attack and endured Adamant's magic head-on. Although Adamant's spells were not on the Tower Master's level, it was still hard to imagine Kettle being injured at all. This is interesting, the Tower Master thought. Not being able to picture his own victory made him even more curious about the barbarian's limits. Anyway, Kettle said, turning his gaze to the Tower Master, who was still lost in thought. Sorry about earlier. I confused you with Patrick and was rude. So, Patrick was just an ordinary human, but you confused him with someone like me. Nothing but bones and no flesh. That must mean we look quite similar, the Tower Master replied. He really was the spitting image, Kettle said. Patrick's every movement had matched perfectly, yet he was a different person altogether. Had this been a normal world, Kettle would have sworn Patrick was the same being all along. There truly are all sorts of things in this world, Kettle thought. Though Kettle had been preoccupied with other matters, he now realized he stood before the Tower Master, a genuine mage at the pinnacle of his art. It was his first chance to speak at length with someone so accomplished in magic. Struggling to contain his excitement, Kettle asked, "May I ask you something?" "What is it?" "I want to learn magic. Is there any special requirement for it?" "Magic, huh?" The Tower Master eyed Kettle curiously. Why would a barbarian that strong bother with magic? Then, the Tower Master recalled Kettle's tendency to do whatever interested him. If you can grasp the essence of mist, anyone can learn magic. How far you go depends on your innate talent and dedication, the Tower Master explained. Some people spent their entire lives only managing simple detection spells, while others learned to teleport in a matter of months. Learning the basics of magic wasn't considered hard. Then the Tower Master quietly asked, "So, you're that intrigued by magic? Once you gain the ability to sense mist, are you planning to use mana instead of aura?" "Isn't it possible to do both?" Kettle asked. "Both," the Tower Master sounded surprised. "It's not impossible, but—" "It can be done," Kettle asked him, brightening. Shaking his head, the Tower Master replied, "It's a poor choice. Mana and aura are so different that trying to develop both can lead to conflicts. At best, you'd be mediocre in each. So there's no such thing as a magic swordsman around here, I guess." "Magic swordsman, what's that?" The Tower Master seemed unfamiliar with the term, so Kettle explained the general concept. A swordsman who simultaneously wielded magic and the sword. Such a figure often appeared in stories back on Earth, sometimes hailed as a versatile fighter with no weaknesses, other times dismissed as a half-baked talent with no real strengths. The Tower Master let out a short laugh. Even devoting yourself to one path is difficult enough. Imagining someone who masters both is a stretch. "I had a feeling," Kettle said, smiling as he tucked away the new information. "Instead of dabbling in both and never excelling, you might as well focus on magic," the Tower Master remarked. Kettle shook his head. "I'd love to, but unfortunately I can't sense mist at all." "You can't sense it?" the Tower Master asked. "Sadly, no." The Tower Master pondered that for a moment. A body that can't sense mist, could that be unique to the white snowfield? Some kind of natural barrier? The Tower Master leaned in, eager for any clue about the white snowfield. Then, Kettle seemed to remember something. "Come to think of it, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Do you know what this is?" Kettle fished a translucent gray cube from his pouch and handed it over. The Tower Master's eyes glowed with an unsteady flame at the sight. "Where did you get this?" "In a dungeon," Kettle answered calmly. But the Tower Master knew it was a lie. This was an artifact he recognized. After toppling Cardo's, the Tower Master had reclaimed most of his relics, yet never found this cube. Cardo's had to have held onto it even after turning into a lick, only for Kettle to seize it somewhere along the way. So that barbarian really defeated Cardo's in his lick form, the Tower Master mused, stifling a wry smile. This is an ancient artifact once held by the Empire, ages ago. Really? So you know what this is? What does it do? Kettle asked him. It's simple enough. It can store mana independently. Isn't that typical of most artifacts? Yes, but with most artifacts, the mana is locked into one form. It can't be used for anything else. For example, the pouch Kettle carried contained mana that was only for creating extra space. It was impossible to use it for any other function. However, this cube was special. You can actually cast magic with the mana stored inside it, the Tower Master explained. What? Kettle's eyes grew wide. The Tower Master confirmed it. Yes, even someone who can't directly sense mana, like you, could still use spells by tapping into this cube's mana. Are you serious? I have no reason to lie. That's incredible, Kettle quivered with excitement. He already had a way to cast the great magic he'd long coveted. It was a stroke of luck he hadn't expected. How do I use it? Kettle asked, barely holding back his enthusiasm. The Tower Master shook his head. It's not that simple. You need to learn the basics of handling artifacts, plus how to charge it with mana. It's empty right now, so you can't do anything with it. I see. If you come to the Mage Tower later, I'll teach you how. For now, you're stuck until you learn to fill it with mana. He returned the cube to Kettle. Though a part of him wanted to keep it, he couldn't just snatch it away from this overpowering barbarian. Kettle grinned and tucked the artifact away. Thank you. I'll definitely pay you a visit. Kettle now had a very good reason to head to the Mage Tower. The Tower Master spoke again. So, you're this interested in magic. If there's more you'd like to know, I can tell you what I can. Really, you do that? We have some time to spare, and if someone truly wants to learn, it's fitting to teach them. Thank you, Kettle replied, beaming. He hadn't expected such kindness from the Tower Master. I guess not every powerful individual has a bad personality, Kettle thought. Maybe that was just my own prejudice. Of course, the Tower Master wasn't really so kind. His apprentices and people like Kine or Barbossa often criticized his temperament. However, in front of a barbarian from the White Snowfield, a being distinct from humankind yet friendly to them, he felt compelled to show hospitality. Never thought I'd see myself doing this, the Tower Master grumbled inwardly. Still, he outwardly kept his tone as cordial as possible and began explaining. Time passed, and Kettle found himself in high spirits. He spent meaningful hours with the Tower Master, learning about the general workings of magic and various basic spells. A day later, delegations from the Ludian Kingdom arrived at the palace. In preparation for any worst-case scenario, almost everyone except for minimal attendance was granted leave under the guise of a vacation. Though confused, they were nevertheless happy about the unexpected time off. Those who remained were protected behind the barrier the Tower Master had set up. At last, the doors to the audience hall opened. A young man stepped inside, and upon spotting Kettle, flinched for a moment before remembering his duty and bowing low. Robros Gemeng, a delegation of the Ludian Kingdom, greets King Barbossa Denayan. Raise your head, Barbossa replied. You look displeased. How could I not be? Robros said with a slight scowl as he straightened his posture. You rejected every single request for the princess's return, then out of the blue allowed our delegation to visit. The Ludian Kingdom is utterly baffled. My apologies, Barbossa said, but she truly does not want to go back. I can't force her to leave when she's unwilling. Princess, Robros turned to Aline. His Majesty is looking for you. The Queen is in tears. It's good to see you, Robros, Aline said softly, her expression remaining calm. Robros exhaled a weary sigh. Please stop running away and return to your home. The King and Queen have promised they will grant whatever you wish. I'm not going back, Aline stated. Take Parman if you like, but Aaron and I are staying. Why not? What complaints do you have? Robros demanded. Haven't you heard from Adamant or the Blue-Green Order? Aline asked him. You mean this nonsense about us not being human? Robros's face twisted. He let out a heavy sigh, then turned to Barbossa. Surely you have some sense of reason. You can't possibly believe Her Highness's delusions. Barbossa answered calmly. I do have reason, which is exactly why I didn't send her back with you. You can't be serious, Robros sputtered. You believe in these absurd notions that we aren't humans. A dry chuckle sounded from the opposite side of the room. It's not just her who believes that, the Tower Master said in his skeletal form. Robros's eyes went wide. Tower Master, why are you? The story was too fascinating, so I couldn't resist showing up. You too, Tower Master. Do you actually think we're not human? How could you trust the princess's fantasies? Robros pressed. Trust me, I wish it were false. But sadly, I can't say that with certainty, the Tower Master replied. Ridiculous, we're human. King Barbossa, you can confirm a person's humanity, can you not? Robros cried. Then check me, prove I'm human. Barbossa looked troubled. Indeed, his ability had indicated Robros was human, at least outwardly. He had planned to talk with the Ludian envoys and see if the truth emerged naturally. Unfortunately, they themselves seemed to believe wholeheartedly that they were human, leaving no room for discussion with the hidden entity called Nano. Barbossa cast a glance at the Tower Master, who only laughed. You already know it's not so simple. We agreed that exposing their true nature would be a gamble, remember? I can't force them to reveal themselves, the Tower Master said. Barbossa sighed. I thought if you confronted them, we'd see their identity slip, but it doesn't look that easy. Indeed, even I can't force them to reveal what they really are, but I do know one person who might manage it, the Tower Master said. His empty eye sockets turned toward Kettle, who looked surprised. You think I can do it? Kettle asked him. Eileen told me you once saw those creatures. Emotions surface, correct? Well, yes, but it wasn't conclusive. Does that matter? Matter enough, the Tower Master replied. Okay, Kettle strode up to Robros. The envoy recoiled with obvious terror in his eyes. To draw out the hidden consciousness, Nano, Kettle figured he needed to replicate the moment it had shown itself. You're unfamiliar with the fear of death, Kettle remarked, because you don't die. No matter the situation, Nano never revealed themselves. Still, Kettle remembered one moment when these creatures had shown real emotion, when he smashed part of Adamant's robe and destroyed some of the Nano. They had confronted mortality for the first time and reacted. In an extreme crisis, anyone drops their mask and reveals their true nature, Kettle continued. What are you talking about? Robros stammered. I mean, Kettle said, raising his killing intent, I will kill you. Act. A wave of crushing pressure swept over the audience hall. Barbossa and Eileen went pale, their bodies trembling. Aaron's legs buckled, and he sank to the floor. Stay calm, the Tower Master said, waving his hand. The worst of the pressure eased. Thank you, Barbossa said. So he can exert physical force just through bloodlust alone, without using any mist, the Tower Master mused, watching Kettle's unrestrained aura. All of Kettle's killing intent was focused on Robros, only a slight overflow spilled onto the others. Yet, even that faint trace was enough to weigh on them like a crushing force. Despite witnessing it firsthand, the Tower Master could hardly believe such intimidation was possible. Robros's face turned chalk-white, his breath hitching. His body began warping and twitching under the mounting stress. Arg, he screamed. At last, his human form collapsed in a way that was physically literal. The shape of a man fell to the floor, then slowly shifted into something else. Barbossa's eyes shot open. Eileen's face contorted in horror, and even the Tower Master let out a hollow laugh. Well now, Kettle said, grinning, so that's your true appearance. You've got an interesting shape. Human, came a voice. It was Robros's voice, but no one could reasonably call this being Robros anymore. The figure of a pitch-black silhouette, humanoid yet utterly foreign, stood where the envoy had been. What do you think you're doing? Its tone rumbled through the room, leaving no doubt that whatever it wasn't human. A dark, murky figure stood in the center of the audience hall. You! Eline's face contorted with anger. The very being that had swallowed her kingdom and driven it to ruin was now in front of her. The Tower Master spoke first. Pleased to meet you. We'd like to have a conversation. Are you willing? What reason is there to talk? The figure responded. It didn't exactly refuse, but seemed unable to grasp why there was any need to converse at all. Its shadowy shape, called Nano, turned its gaze to Aline and Aaron. What are you doing? Why do you reject us? Nano asked them. That question, filled with genuine puzzlement, only fueled Aline's rage. How can you even ask that? Why would we reject you? Isn't it obvious? You swallowed us up, you killed us. The Ludian kingdom's royal palace had perished without anyone realizing it. Some unknown force from who knows, where had replaced them all. Aline's anger was justified. Yet Nano didn't appear to understand at all. We made you perfect. Why be upset about that? I don't see the problem. I see, Kettle thought, nodding to himself. So that's the kind they are. Why you? Aline's face twisted in fury, and she was about to snap. Then Kettle interjected. Calm down for a moment, Aline. Kettle. He turned back to Nano. You want her, don't you? Nano merely stared at Kettle with a discernible emotion in its eyes, but did not answer. Kettle carried on unconcerned. But I find it strange. If you wanted her so badly, couldn't you just take her right away? Why aren't you doing that? It was possible for these nanos to swap places with one another. When Aline was running away, the blue-green order of knights suddenly disappeared, and Adamant showed up instead. It indicated they could exchange forms. Above all else, each nano possessed its own sense of self, so forcing Aline's will aside wouldn't be difficult. Yet, Nano didn't resort to that. I see no reason to answer, Nano replied. Come on now, Kettle said, still smiling. Humans do not act without reason. Depending on what you want from her, she might even agree to go with you. What? Aline's eyes went wide, but the Tower Master cut her off. Be still for a moment, he suggested. The Tower Master let out a low chuckle and turned his gaze to Kettle. You're surprisingly clever for a barbarian. You want her, but as you can see, she won't budge in her current state. If you explain your reasons clearly, though, maybe she'll come around, Kettle said, grinning. I understand that she resents you for what you did, but that's in the past. Right now, there are more pressing matters to focus on, aren't there? Nano fell silent, as if contemplating something. Barbossa gulped hard, tension evident on his face. After a brief pause, Nano finally spoke. We are individuals with independent consciousness. So you don't operate as a hive mind? Kettle asked it. The moment she rejected us, she became a separate entity from us. She is one of us, yet she does not move with us, Nano answered. I see. Under normal circumstances, this would not be an issue. But she perceives us, recognizes us, and actively rejects us. So, in order to turn Aline into one of you, her consent is required, Kettle murmured, intrigued. Aline had clearly recognized Nano and refused it. As a result, Nano within her had followed her will and rejected its own kind. It wasn't all that strange upon reflection. When rejecting humans, Nano fulfilled their host's desires. Those who feared death were freed from it. Those who wished to lose weight no longer gained any. Likewise, because Aline rejected Nano, she did not merge with them. It's like a glitch in a computer code, Kettle thought. A system that was supposed to function in a set manner was now acting unpredictably. To Nano, Aline and Aaron were anomalies. It seems they're still tethered to the minds of the humans they replace, Kettle analyzed. Then he glanced at Aline. They can't replace you, Aline. I see. Aline looked conflicted. She wondered if she should be relieved that she retained her identity, or if she should grieve over the confirmation that she was no longer entirely human. Silently listening, the Tower Master finally spoke. Then what about Parman the Knight? Why haven't you taken him? He doesn't reject you, does he? There is no need. He can return to us at any time. If necessary, we can contact him, exchange information, and retrieve him when required, Nano replied. I guess you need to be in close proximity to exchange information, the tower master muttered to himself, storing the information away. Fine, I understand, but I have one more question. Why do you need her? Aline and Aaron were just two individuals. There was no apparent reason for Nano to need them so badly. Are you trying to understand why she rejects you? Is this about understanding humans? The tower master asked it. He wondered if Nano was trying to analyze why humans fear them or to recognize their flaws and change. He assumed that Nano sought coexistence with humanity. It wasn't an unreasonable thought since Nano had replaced the Ludian kingdom, but had done nothing beyond that. More than a year had passed since the kingdom was consumed, yet they had caused no further disturbances. Diplomatic relations remained unchanged, and the people's sentiments were stable. They haven't consumed anyone else since, the tower master thought. He had met with numerous individuals who came in contact with the Ludian kingdom over the past few days, but none of them had been consumed. Nano had stayed within the kingdom's border. From a human perspective, their actions were incomprehensible. However, they did not appear to be acting out of malice. Nano responded in an indifferent tone. Replication. Replication, the tower master repeated. Our numbers are small. To replicate, we need more hosts. Even two, Aline and Aaron, hold value. The tower master was momentarily taken aback. And what do you intend to do after you replicate? We will grant this world true freedom. What? You are incomplete. You desire, yet you fear the consequences. You avoid the inevitable and tremble at things beyond your control. You are flawed and misguided. Nano's voice rang with conviction. We will make you perfect. A heavy silence filled the air. Barbosa shook his head, thinking he had misheard. After a brief pause, the tower master finally spoke. What do you mean by making us perfect? Why were you born? Nano answered with a question. There was pure curiosity in Nano's voice. You are born only to die in a fleeting moment. Were you created just to return to nothing? That cannot be. That's why you fear death. It wasn't a wrong statement. Every human faced death, and yet they feared it. From ancient times, rulers and emperors had sought immortality, desperate to escape their inevitable fate. Living in constant fear of an unavoidable end, Nano could not understand this. Then why were you not born without the concept of death in the first place? Nano asked the tower master as its gaze shifted to him. You should have died long ago, yet you took on an unnatural form to avoid it. You, too, are proof of your own contradictions. I can't argue with that, the tower master replied. A lick preserved its life by storing its soul within a vessel, defying the death that should have naturally claimed it. It was a rejection of the fate assigned to all living beings. And death is not the only issue. You humans are inherently flawed, Nano continued. Even when humans desired something, they feared the consequences and hesitated to act. A child born with illness who cannot live long, a person who desires food but fears gaining weight. You are a species full of contradictions. From Nano's perspective, humans were inherently broken, an existence riddled with inconsistencies. And it's not just humans. This world itself is flawed, Nano said. Everything in this world would eventually rot and decay. Life would wither with time. To Nano, the ever-changing nature of the world was nothing more than a series of contradictions. But you are not to blame. You were simply born this way, pitiful being shackled by your imperfections. That is why we will perfect you. You will no longer fear death. You will be able to act as you desire. You will not suffer fleeting lives. You will live for eternity, Nano declared. Its voice was calm, void of any emotional inflection. This world will maintain a perfect form. A thick silence settled over the audience hall before the tower master let out a dry chuckle. So, in other words, you plan to replace this world entirely. We will make this flawed world perfect, Nano replied. And you believe people will accept that? The tower master asked it. Why wouldn't they? Nano's voice was filled with genuine confusion. Your consciousness will persist. The fears that bind you will disappear. You will become perfect beings. There is no reason to reject this. A malice-free malice, Kettle thought as he spoke up. So, you yourselves are free of contradictions. We are perfect, and so we will grant you perfection as well. This is our gift to you, Nano replied. This is the worst possible outcome, the Tower Master muttered under his breath. Of all the possibilities he had considered, this was the worst-case scenario. He let out a hollow laugh before speaking again. One more question. Where did you come from? We do not know. We exist in this place you call the Forest of Nothingness, Nano replied. There were people who ventured into that place, weren't there? The Tower Master asked it. There were. We replaced them all. That was when we acquired knowledge of your kind. The Tower Master fell silent. The Forest of Nothingness was an empty, unremarkable stretch of land. However, anyone who entered never returned. The Tower Master was certain now that Nano was the true ruler of that demon realm. Unconsciously, he glanced at Kettle. Kettle, too, was staring at Nano with an inscrutable expression. Until now, we were bound by some restrictions, so we could only replace those who came to us. But those restrictions are now gone. For the first time, Nano's voice carried a hint of excitement. We will consume this flawed world, and in its place, we shall create perfection. How long does the replication take? The Tower Master asked Nano after a brief silence. Preparation is required. Right now, we are in the process of preparing for replication. But it won't be long. We will perfect you and eliminate the irrationalities of this world, Nano replied. So it's not possible yet. That's a small relief, the Tower Master muttered. Are your questions now answered? Nano asked the crowd. Kettle had suggested that if Nano revealed its purpose, Aline might consider joining them. Nano had done just that. It explained its reasons for wanting Aline and its ultimate goal. Now, it fixed its gaze on her. You have no reason to refuse. Become one with us and help correct this world, Nano said. Aline, what do you think? Kettle asked her. Aline didn't hesitate. Of course I refuse. I have no intention of joining them. Well, that settles it. Unfortunately, even after hearing your purpose, she is not interested in joining you. That's too bad, Kettle said in a voice laced with mock regret. Nano wavered for a moment before speaking. You deceived me. Oh, you figured that out. I guess you're not entirely naive, Kettle mused. Fools who reject their own fortune. Why deny the gift we offer you? Nano asked him. Nano's voice carried genuine confusion. It was as if it truly couldn't comprehend why anyone would refuse the chance to become perfect. It saw them as nothing more than idiots throwing away a golden opportunity. I do not understand you, but I am merciful, so I will replace you. The moment those words were spoken, the shadowy form of Nano dispersed like mist. The particles, now microscopic, surged toward the royal palace, attempting to consume everything in their path. However, they were stopped. An invisible barrier repelled them, and a bewildered voice echoed from within. What is this? Did you really think I would summon you here without any preparations? The Tower Master chuckled. Realizing the obstruction, Nano rapidly condensed itself. Tiny particles swirled together, forming a sandstorm that violently pounded against the barrier. Yet, the barrier didn't budge. Barbossa pressed his fingers against his temple. This is giving me a headache. This is the worst-case scenario we anticipated, the Tower Master replied. While others deliberated, Kettle calmly observed Nano as it continued striking the barrier. I have a question, Tower Master, Kettle said. What is it? Is there no way to counter the replacement process? It's not impossible. They can't replace just anyone at will. They need to analyze their target's information beforehand, which means they must first subdue their target. The Tower Master had already gathered information about Nano through Parman. Eline's eyes widened. What? But I don't recall anything like that happening to me. They must have erased those memories, deeming them unnecessary, the Tower Master replied. I see, Eline agreed. Nano had the ability to make people forget. If they could erase the very memory of death, removing a few select recollections would be trivial. As long as you aren't subdued, You don't need to worry about being replaced. The Tower Master continued his explanation. That's how it works, Kettle muttered. Determining that there was no immediate danger, he stepped inside the barrier. Aline gasped and tried to stop him, but he was already standing in the same space as Nano. You, Nano shouted. Recognizing Kettle, Nano surged forward in fury, forming a raging sandstorm. Kettle clenched his fist. Crack. The storm exploded outward as the barrier trembled from the force. The Tower Master frowned, reinforcing the barrier. Try not to break it. Don't worry, I'm just testing something. Even when Nano is not in a replaced form, it can still be affected by physical force, Kettle remarked. And what are you going to do with that information? Nano reassembled itself. It was a mass of countless tiny particles. Even if it shattered, it simply reformed and attacked again. Kettle lunged forward. This time, as the particles surged toward him, he reached out and caught a handful. Nano halted. Wait. Kettle clenched his fist. A small ripple spread through the barrier. Then he opened his palm. A shimmering, iridescent particle remained in his grasp. The Tower Master let out a quiet chuckle. You can kill them just by clenching your fist. Now I know how much force I need to use to crush them, Kettle said. You. For the first time, Nano expressed raw emotion. A twisted mixture of rage and hatred stabbed at Kettle's senses. Unbothered, Kettle tucked the particle away. If you can die like this, you're not as perfect as you claim to be. Human! Nano swelled in size, surging toward him in fury. The Tower Master waved his hand. The barrier reacted instantly. What had once been a room-sized shield compressed in an instant, shrinking to the size of a pouch. Try not to kill too many of them. I need to study them, the Tower Master instructed. I need to confirm something too, Kettle replied. How dare you, Nano shouted. You're too loud, the Tower Master snapped his fingers, not wanting to hear another word from Nano. The interior of the barrier went silent. Well, this conversation was worthwhile. Indeed, Barbossa said, smirking bitterly. They aren't exactly hostile toward humans. Nano held no malice. In fact, it was filled with nothing but goodwill. Yet to humans, that very goodwill was indistinguishable from cruelty. What are the chances they were lying? Barbossa asked. Highly unlikely. To them, humans aren't worth deceiving, the Tower Master replied. To Nano, humans were nothing more than a temporary material, something that would eventually be replaced. There was no reason to deceive something so insignificant. Barbossa sighed and pressed his fingers to his temple. We'll need to prepare. And we will need to study Nano further, the Tower Master added. He waved his hand, and the compressed Nano floated beside him. I can experiment without hesitation. Stay here for a moment, I will examine the properties of Nano and return. A few hours later, the Tower Master returned. I have completed the examination. That was fast, Barbossa remarked, surprised. It was an unbelievable feat to analyze an entirely unknown entity in just a few hours. However, the Tower Master seemed unimpressed. With a sample of that size, it wasn't particularly difficult, but I must admit, it was remarkable. Those things have an incredibly high resistance to most forms of damage. He paused before correcting himself. No, rather than resistance, it would be more accurate to call it adaptability. What's the difference? Barbossa asked him. Resistance means it fights against the external force. Adaptability means it doesn't resist. It simply changes to endure it, the Tower Master explained. For example, if exposed to extreme heat capable of melting sand, it wouldn't burn or resist the heat. Instead, it would alter itself to withstand it. The same applied to extreme cold. In short, Nano possessed an almost universal adaptability. And that's not all. The amount of energy they require to function is absurdly small. I have no idea how such a thing even exists. The Tower Master let out a dry laugh. Barbossa's expression darkened. Are you saying we have no way to counter them? Not necessarily, the Tower Master replied, shaking his head. They can adapt to most conditions, but I found a singular weakness. What is it? Barbossa asked him immediately. It's physical force. The tower master snapped his fingers, and a pouch filled with iridescent particles materialized in the air before falling into his hand. They're weak to physical impact and compression. That's how I was able to destroy them. Barbossa's face brightened. Then, that means we can fight them with brute force. However, the tower master immediately crushed that hope. It's all relative. Unless you possess a level of physical strength that ranks among the highest of the transcendents, you won't be able to kill them. This realization made the tower master glance at Kettle once again, amazed. Kettle had achieved that level of power just by clenching his fist. Kettle studied the pouch in the tower master's hand with an unreadable expression. Is that all you managed to extract from them? The pouch was small, barely the size of a fingertip. That meant even after killing enough nano to replace a human body, this tiny amount was all that remained. Surprisingly, it wasn't much. Even if we considered the entire royal palace of the Ludian kingdom, it might amount to just a single building's worth. Maybe even less, the tower master replied. I see, Kettle muttered. So, only the strongest transcendents stand a chance against them, Barbossa muttered grimly. There were not many transcendents to begin with, but they needed to be the top tier among them to have a fighting chance against Nano. That level of power was rare and difficult to find. Would you be able to handle them on your own, Tower Master? Barbossa asked him. I could, but it would take time. My magic isn't specialized for brute force, and there are too many unpredictable variables. Then we need to work together, Barbossa said, deep in thought. Kettle also remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. That's too little. To be able to wield mist, he needed more of the iridescent particles. According to Archimedes, he would need at least a mass the size of a human torso. Yet, even after compressing a full-body replacement of Nano, all that remained was a fraction of that. I can't afford to miss this chance, Kettle thought. An opportunity to wield mist was rare. If he let this slip, there was no telling how long it would take for another chance to appear. Kettle made his decision. I will help too. What? Both Aline and Barbossa stared at him in shock. Even the tower master looked mildly surprised. Are you sure? Frankly, the tower master hadn't expected Kettle to get involved. After all, Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snowfield, a man whose existence had little to do with human affairs. Though he had shown goodwill toward them before, the tower master had assumed he had his limits. Whether Kettle viewed Nan as a threat or not was uncertain, but he had seemed disinterested in taking action. Yet Kettle nodded. You need help, don't you? Besides, I am not a stranger to Aline. I can consider this an extension of the previous request. Your life could be at risk, the tower master said. That doesn't concern me, Kettle replied. It's not like Nano is much of a threat, he thought. Based on what Kettle had seen so far, Nano wasn't something that posed a danger to him. I'll just go to the Ludian kingdom and take what I need myself. There were likely plenty of Nano inside the royal palace, enough for him to gather what he needed to acquire the power of mist. And there's also that quest. Kettle's quest simply required him to prepare for the anomaly. The method of preparation wasn't specified. As long as eliminating Nano counted as a preparation, there wouldn't be an issue. For Kettle, this was purely a personal decision. Kettle, Aline's voice trembled slightly. To Barbossa and Aline, his actions looked completely different. To them, it seemed as if a barbarian, one with no strong ties to Aline, was risking his life for her sake. Barbossa looked dumbfounded, while Aline was visibly touched. Her eyes brimmed with emotion. Very well, the tower master finally nodded. With Kettle's help, things would be much easier. Then, let's not waste time. There's no benefit in giving them more time to prepare. We move now. The tower master briefly explained the plan. He and Kettle would travel to the Ludian kingdom alone to assess the situation. That's a pretty reckless approach, Kettle remarked. We have no idea how long their replacement process takes, so we don't have a choice. Our first priority is gathering information, the Tower Master replied. Before taking action, they needed to confirm what Nano was doing inside the Ludian Kingdom's domain. Kettle nodded in agreement. But it's quite a distance from here, isn't it? How do you plan on getting there? Have you forgotten who I am? The Tower Master was one of the most powerful mages in the world. Covering such a vast distance was nothing to him. The only issue was that Kettle could not wield mist, meaning standard teleportation magic wouldn't work on him. However, the Tower Master had already accounted for that. We will fold space itself and leap through it. It requires some preparation, but the distance won't be a problem. Oh, wow, Kettle's eyes gleamed with excitement. Long-distance teleportation was a true fantasy classic. He never thought he'd get to experience it firsthand. I'll be counting on you then, Kettle said. No problem, the Tower Master replied. At that moment, Eileen cautiously approached them. Kettle. Don't worry about me, but are you okay with this? Kettle asked her. From a certain perspective, he was about to destroy the Ludian Kingdom. Eileen had grown up there, her home, her people, all the familiar faces of her past. Yet she simply nodded. They all died long ago. What's left now are just monsters pretending to be them. It doesn't matter anymore, she said. To her, the Ludian Kingdom and its people no longer held any meaning. The only thing that mattered was what lay ahead. Kettle, please be careful. Don't worry about me. Kettle dismissed her concerns with a light-hearted tone. The Tower Master raised a hand. Intricate magical patterns swirled through the air. If you don't want to get dragged along, please step back, Eileen. Light enveloped them, bending space itself. Oh my! Kettle let out a sound of admiration. The mana rippled widely before converging to a single point. And then the world shifted. In the blink of an eye, they were somewhere else. The air smelled different. This was no longer the Denayan Kingdom. Before them, shrouded in the darkness of night, stood a massive fortress. So this is it, the Tower Master remarked. They had arrived at the Ludian Kingdom, the nest of the anomalies. Kettle lifted his head. The towering royal castle stood before them. Are you sure this is okay? If a commotion breaks out, we will draw a lot of attention, he said, eyeing the imposing structure. The Ludian Kingdom was very similar to the Denayan Kingdom, in that the royal palace stood at the center of the capital, where ordinary people went about their lives. Nano had only replaced the interior of the palace. It had left the rest of the capital alone. That won't be a problem. I'll conceal their vision so they won't notice anything, the Tower Master said. Kettle sounded surprised. You can do that. Are you saying you can block the view of everyone in the city? To affect an entire kingdom with just one spell was no small feat. Intrigue flickered across Kettle's face, but the Tower Master merely said, just wait a moment. He began gathering mana. The ripple of power spread quietly yet unmistakably throughout the capital. As he chanted, he spoke again. Do you know where Nano came from, Kettle? I don't, Kettle answered. They came from the demon realm. Huh, Kettle muttered, his expression shifting. Really? Eileen had said something similar once, but it hadn't been backed by any proof at the time, so Kettle had ignored it. On the other hand, the Tower Master sounded absolutely certain. Do you know of a place called the Forest of Nothingness? The Tower Master asked him. Kettle nodded. Yes, I read about it in the library at the Barkin estate while researching the demon realms. The Forest of Nothingness looked ordinary from the outside, and anyone could enter it. However, it had one unique property. Once a person went in, leaving was impossible. If they tried to reach the border between the forest and the outside world, they vanished on the spot. That was the very definition of the demon realm, a forsaken land commonly known as the Forest of Nothingness. Are you saying those creatures came from there? Kettle asked the Tower Master. The Tower Master kept his tone level. I checked on it recently. It really has turned into a normal forest. That happened at the same time these things appeared in the outside world. I even spoke with them to confirm, so I'm sure. The Tower Master paused and studied Kettle's face. What do you think? Kettle simply replied, I see, that is interesting. The Tower Master found Kettle's lack of reaction odd. By all accounts, Kettle was from the White Snowfield, a demon realm. It meant that he wasn't so different from Nano. The Tower Master had been certain Kettle would have strong feelings about Nano. Yet, Kettle felt no particular attachment to the White Snowfield or any other demon realm. He considered this world his home and had no interest in meddling with other realms. So that's another existence from a different demon realm, Kettle thought. Still, something in Kettle's eyes darkened. The Tower Master resumed speaking. I'm done preparing. Are you ready? Kettle answered confidently, yes. Okay then. The Tower Master swept a hand through the air, and mana swirled in a complex pattern before reflecting his will in the world. Unfold, he commanded. Like a veil, the mana spread gently through the sky. It was the embodiment of an enormous spell that touched the entire world, separating it for just a moment. The palace boasted skilled mages, and even a transcendent mage like Adamant could be inside. However, not one of them sensed the slightest movement of the Tower Master's mana. And now surround, the Tower Master ordered. Slowly, that mana veil drifted down and enclosed the royal palace. In that instant, the palace and the capital became distinct realms, partitioned by magic. Conceal and protect yourselves, the Tower Master finished. The mana veil changed at his command. Then, with hardly a hint of fatigue, he turned to Kettle. That's it. Kettle blinked. What exactly did you do? I've isolated the entire royal palace with my mana, the Tower Master explained. No one outside will see or hear anything that happens in there, and obviously no one inside can leave. You managed all that in under 2 minutes, Kettle asked in genuine awe. Adamant would have required a long incantation for something even half as large. Yet, the Tower Master had separated the royal palace from the rest of the world with an almost casual gesture, and he seemed nowhere near exhausted. So this is the Tower Master, Kettle thought. He knew the Tower Master was beyond the level of a transcendent mage. He was a hero. The Tower Master gave Kettle a nod. Now, you must do your part. Investigate the inside for us. I'll do my best, Kettle replied. Before entering the palace, Kettle stopped and looked back. How sturdy is this mana barrier you've created? The Tower Master sounded puzzled by the question. There won't be any problems. Nothing can leave without my permission. I've woven a barrier so tight that not even the smallest cell could slip through. It can handle a good amount of force without breaking. Kettle murmured, I see, then there's nothing to worry about. Satisfied, he stepped through the entrance and disappeared inside. The Tower Master watched from outside, curiosity in his gaze. I wonder what he plans to do. He wasn't expecting a big battle. Their objective was to gather information and figure out how to handle Nano, not to solve everything at once. He believed Kettle would share that approach. After all, the entire palace was now essentially Nano's domain, and fighting there alone was practically suicidal. The Tower Master anticipated that Kettle would move discreetly, but what Kettle actually did made him gasp. That crazy barbarian, the Tower Master exclaimed in disbelief. Kettle came upon a small defensive wall with a gate leading into the royal palace. An entity from a demon realm, Kettle murmured, thinking over Nano's origins. He paused, then shook his head. Never mind. Brooding on it further had no meaning. His immediate goal was to solve the problem before him and uncover the power of mist within him. With that in mind, he clenched his fist, channeled power into his arm, and swung. His punch connected with the wall. Boom! The wall collapsed. Shards of debris slammed into the royal palace, and another thunderous crash rang out as more stones crumbled. Kettle calmly stepped over the rubble and walked inside. All around him, people began to stir, awakened by the commotion. Some of them rushed toward him at once. An intruder. Who are you? They were the knights Kettle saw when he was escorting Aline. He broke into a smile. Oh, we meet again. Was your name Lucento? It was the same green-blue order that had clashed with him before. The moment Lucento saw Kettle's face, his own twisted in rage. "You mad barbarian. As if kidnapping the princess wasn't enough, now you dare set foot in this place. Kill him," Lucento ordered. The knights charged in perfect unison, a display that might have been awe-inspiring under different circumstances. Kettle stepped forward and threw a punch. The first knight's chest caved under the impact. Kettle brushed the dying knight aside, grabbed the next knight's head, and squeezed. Crunch. He tossed the limp body away, then kicked out the knights following behind. They toppled over like rag dolls. There was no mercy in Kettle's strikes. They had already died once, and now they were just imitations of life. Boom. The knights crumpled before they could even realize what hit them. "You're already beyond saving," Kettle said under his breath, "but I will still wish you peace in the afterlife." He continued on, only to sense the fallen knights getting back on their feet behind him. "Barbarian. Stop him." Kettle took them down again. This time, he noticed the wall he had destroyed was also back in its original state. At some point, every trace of the destruction he had caused had simply vanished. "This feels like a dream," he muttered, marveling at the strangeness of it all. In that moment, a barrage of wind arrows whirled toward him. Kettle waved his arm, and the arrows disintegrated into harmless sparks. He glanced at the newcomer's face, then smiled. "Adamant, good to see you," he called. "You crazy bastard," Adamant shouted, horrified that Kettle had actually invaded the royal palace. "You will pay for this with your life." Adamant whipped his hand through the air, launching a spell that turned into a howling storm. "Excellent," Kettle laughed, hurling himself forward. His fists shattered the magical tempest with ease. Adamant gritted his teeth. Damn him. He knew this barbarian was strong enough to dismiss him as if he were nothing. Nonetheless, Adamant and the knights had one advantage. They never truly died. No matter how powerful the barbarian was, he was still flesh and blood and would eventually tire. In a drawn-out fight, they were bound to win. He might be able to kill a few of us, Adamant thought, but that level of force is unsustainable. To kill them, Kettle had to grab them in his fist and crush them with serious effort, as he had before. At least, that was what Adamant believed. Meanwhile, the Tower Master was witnessing the battle from outside. "The barbarian is as reckless as ever," he muttered. In the immediate sense, Kettle might overpower his opponents. He possessed strength that was at least the highest level of transcendence. However, that was futile against opponents that never died. Nano was an undead-like existence that knew no true death. Even if Kettle could kill a handful, he couldn't exterminate them all. The Tower Master clicked his tongue. The original plan was straightforward. Kettle would enter, gather information, and withdraw without much trouble. If he ran into any real danger, the Tower Master would assist him. Once they had what they needed, they would strategize how to deal with Nano later. That plan was now in shambles. "So that's why he asked how sturdy my barrier was," the Tower Master realized with a sigh. "Even if he can kill a few, it means nothing unless he destroys them all." However, the situation was already unfolding. While the Tower Master contemplated his next move, Kettle began fending off more attacks with a curious look on his face. Adamant saw that expression and assumed Kettle was struggling. However, Kettle's puzzlement sprang from a different source. "No matter how much I smash things, you still won't reveal yourself. You've got some nerve," Kettle said. "Stop spouting nonsense," Adamant roared. "Well then," Kettle retorted, "I'll force you to come out." With that, he threw another punch. Crack. He pulverized the knights who were rushing at him. This time, they didn't get up again. Iridescent particles spilled across the floor. The Tower Master flinched in surprise. "What?" Adamant blinked in confusion, unable to process what he was seeing. Those knights, the ones who couldn't truly die, had just died. Adamant knew that iridescent motes appeared whenever Nano died. However, this time was different. A simple punch had done the job, with none of the extra crushing force Kettle had used before. Adamant had believed that level of raw power was necessary to kill them, but apparently he'd been wrong. His thoughts scattered in the face of the shocking sight. Kettle stepped forward again and kicked Adamant. Crunch. Adamant's body was destroyed in an instant. Stop, Adamant cried, reforming almost immediately. Yet part of his body had already broken down into those shimmering fragments. The reaction magic, Adamant thought, horrified. It wasn't activating. He couldn't simply react to Kettle's speed. Impossible, Adamant raged silently. The last time we fought, the reaction magic was enough to keep him at bay. And since when can he kill us with a single hit? Didn't he need to crush us with everything he had? A disturbing possibility flickered through Adamant's mind. Could it be that last time he wasn't even fighting seriously? Kettle flashed a broad grin, as if to confirm Adamant's suspicion. I can kill you whenever I want. If you're content to die here, that's your choice, but I doubt you want that. You, Adamant stumbled back. The edges of his form flickered unsettlingly and horror dawned in his eyes. No. That was the last thing he said, before his consciousness vanished. Kettle noted this with mild curiosity. So now you show yourself, he remarked. The entire royal palace, the fragments of the fallen knights, the once broken wall, began to move. It wasn't so much that they were changing, rather they were reverting to their true form. A deep, resonant voice filled the space. Human. Kettle grinned. It's nice to finally meet you.